And we thank you so much for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG, 866-932-3244. That's the text option. It's already up and being active today. I am Speedy. There is Greg Burgess. We'll get you through this hour and to the main hour where Rick, Bubba, and Adler all join us. We got a lot to recap from this past weekend, from being out and about, plus college football started, high school football. I mean, there's just so much there, and we'll break it all down as only we can. Over to my left, it is Mr. Greg Burgess, and let's welcome him in. What's up, big guy?
Hey.
What's happening?
Nothing special.
For those of you don't know,
stretch, get ready.
Had his chest out, scratching a little bit.
Golly, Monday, get her cranked up.
I know.
What do you think?
Well, it was kind of cool. Saturday morning, I'm up, kind of active, running around the house, getting some things done. We actually had JC and Reese in town, which is rare. So my driveway went back to looking like a used car lot.
Oh, yeah.
And so, boy, it's nice when nobody's there and it's just the two of us, and there's just no problem parking. But I love when they're there. You know what I mean?
You do.
It's
just,
like, wow,
parking.
Could y'all come without cars?
Yeah, or at least go at one of these ride places where you leave your car.
Yeah, park and ride.
Yeah.
So I went, hey, Dublin, Ireland. We got game day.
Oh, yeah.
Let me put that on, kind of like I do Macy's Christmas.
I got to watch in the game
Thanksgiving Day parade.
Yeah, well, not near as great as that.
Right, and it's just on in the background. But so it was on, and it was live, and they were having a good old time, and as only Dublin can. And Coach Saban, I think, is going to be a great addition.
He did a good job.
He had a great when you're sitting there and the goat's sitting right beside you, it's the best to do it.
And wow, the knowledge.
Yeah, I know. I think you listen, and they all do. You can tell when he's talking, they all like stop what they're doing, going, okay, Coach, you should know.
Yeah.
But just
he did great.
The whole excitement of the game, and then the game, Georgia Tech upsets Florida State. And that was a shocker.
I watched.
But, man, Georgia State looked good. Georgia State looked really Tech looked really good.
Listen,
I watched Georgia State for some reason.
I know. I got to watch first drive, and Florida State took it down the field and just shoved it down their throat.
Yeah.
And I was like, dog. And I watched a little bit more, and then I came back late in the fourth and watched the end.
Yeah.
But
apologize, Georgia Tech. It was y'all that absolutely owned the line of scrimmage, which was a big surprise that Georgia Tech's offensive line was able to handle the front from Florida State, which was a who's who of transfers, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
They went through the list of who was there and coming back, and gracious alive.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Georgia Tech's coach is a former offensive lineman.
Yes, he is.
So I think offensive line play is probably at the top of his list. And he heard him at the end. He said, run it.
Run that ball. Yeah. He was very proud of himself, and he should be. So,
nobody had them picked, including me.
Florida State goes down in Dublin.
They do. But it's a new era. They're not out of it.
They are not. And look, it's a mindset that we've all got to have if you are a college football fan. And I know a lot of you are out there that are. But the mindset on College game day that they were trying to drive home, and that is the records, while they're important, please get out of the mindset of my team has to be undefeated, or if we lose a game, we're out of it.
And you got to wait for somebody else to lose a game. If you lose all that,
that's out.
I mean, they got a chance.
That's out. And it used to be that if I can just make it to the conference championship game and win it, we're in. But if I lose, I'm out. Well, now the mindset needs to be, if I can just make it to the conference championship game, I'm probably guaranteed in.
Yeah.
Just for getting there.
For being there, because I'm a top 12 team.
Right.
It's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. And I love the insight from the panel.
Yes.
Like you said, they were stressing, look, you may have somebody with 3 losses get in this thing.
And they said there probably will be some 3-loss teams in the playoffs.
Well, good. Everybody said that, it'll make the regular season not important. Well, not really.
No.
Actually, to me, it makes it more important because you got a shot.
That's right. And like what some of them were talking about like, to your point, Greg, hey, we lost a game or two early. Well, that means, you get into October and early November, it's like, man, we're done. But they're like, no. Let's say you've got some pretty tough opponents in October, November. Win those games. you're not done
and
at all.
Some of your losses, if it's against good teams and it was a close game, a toss-up basically,
right.
that they can look at that and go, yeah, they got 3 losses, but look at this.
Yes, that's right.
So it's going to be good.
There's some flaws in the 12 that Coach Saban said that bothers him a little bit when they were talking about it, because if you truly want the 12 best teams, however, they said it is a step in the right direction.
Sure it is.
You know, and they broke down who their 12 will probably be. Now the discussion will be, who's left out in 13 and 14 versus who was 5 and 6.
Which still, I can get over 13, 14.
Yeah. But the big story, Georgia Tech beats Florida State, and a great game, a close game. Dublin, I tell you what, y'all had a good game.
Yeah,
y'all got you one. And how about that 59-yard field goal?
I know.
Was that not impressive?
He boomed it.
He sure did. So congratulations. That was Florida State's kicker that boomed that 59-yard field goal.
Fans who went all the way to Ireland to watch their team play.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
A lot of them, they actually traveled.
Yeah. And I guess the schedule comes out. You got a year to plan, or just about, I guess. I don't know. And then you go over and try to have a little vacation along the way, I guess.
Watch a little ball.
I know
happy if you're Georgia Tech. You're not happy if you're Florida State.
Right. It was funny because they were asking the Georgia Tech coach, hey, what are y'all going to do? Y'all going to stick around? He goes, no, we got a game next Saturday.
Yeah, this is fun and all. But
this is fun, but we got to get back.
And get back to the States. Well, anyway, it was a good game.
It was. So it's official and it's on. And it has started. And that was week 0 that they call it, which I know bothers us because they've actually technically started. Why not call it week 1?
But you know what? This year, am I wrong? It seemed like they were – in the past, there's been more games on week 0.
Yeah.
There wasn't that many.
There wasn't. I watched a little bit because it was just the timing was off, and I hadn't even looked at the scores. UNA and SEMO and Montgomery. Yeah. It looked like a tight game. Who won that game?
I didn't see it.
We'll get that and make sure we announce it. Or you can text –
I meant to watch that.
You can text us at 866-932-3244 if you know that final. I was going by and I saw it, and it looked like a pretty good game. Yeah. It was a tight game as far as the score goes, but I think it was a little early, and so I never was able to go back to it. But
it seems like this Thursday there's a ton of games.
There is.
A lot.
Yeah. I know UAB football plays Thursday night. Kicking it off. So, yeah, we got a lot going, and Saturday's just full of them. But because it's Labor Day weekend, you've got games Sunday. So it's not just going to be Saturday football. And
I'm sure there's some Fridays in there. We're doing that every week this year.
It bothers you so much.
Yeah, it bothers me.
But we will have to kind of retrain our brains here on how we look at things and the fandom about how we react to what the team's doing and how many wins and losses they have. Yeah. It's really I think I forget who it was on the panel, but I think it might have been Reese Davis or somebody that said, "Hey man, my team's got 2 losses. We suck." And he goes, "No, you don't.
You're still in it.
You're still in it." And one thing that they did say is when they were all breaking down the final 12, there was one common denominator in all of their picks, and there was no undefeated teams.
That's right.
At all.
That's right.
And so, but we'll see how it is.
It's going to be tough to be. Like they said, you may never see another undefeated team.
Yeah, right. So SEMO did beat UNA. I did see it in the first half. It was a tight game, but they ran away with it in the second half and beat UNA 37-15. So that was one of the games, and from some of our markets. And so we want to give a shout out to them. But
that was in Montgomery.
It was. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. We're off and running on the kickoff hour, just kind of sitting back, shooting the bull, getting ready for the boys. At top of the hour, we'll kind of skim the surface of a lot of things that happened this past weekend, bring you up to date on any breaking news, and then hand it over to the boys. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
An absolute must-have this fall, Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds, especially since they now feature active ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity, and active noise cancellation. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement all skin tones, and the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. Right now, you'll get 20 to 40% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's right. You get up to 40% off everything. Can't pay the IRS? Receiving threatening letters? It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation to call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's BIGV as in voice, OX to get your discount. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. Although fall is coming, the weather's still great for outdoor fun right now. What's your favorite activity? Golfing, maybe boating, tennis? Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4 to save on your first order. Tell them that Rick sent you or head to rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% on your mattress order plus a free gift, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Can't pay the IRS? Receiving threatening letters? It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation to call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, picture this. A stranger with a crowbar pries open a window, a fire breaks out in the kitchen, and moments like these, every second counts. That's why you need Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe 24/7 monitoring agents act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm, assessing the situation, and sending emergency responders. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 20% on a new system today. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox and save 20% on your new system. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to holler at us, or 866-932-3244. Same number, just that's what you can text. as well. And we appreciate all of you corresponding through the text messages that we can see here in studio. And we talked about this coming Thursday night. A couple of other teams. JSU plays Coastal Carolina at home Thursday night, so that's a big one. Just
the new renovated stadium.
Yeah. As we kind of look at college football, Dr. Lou scheduled to be here Thursday.
I was wondering about that.
He is scheduled to be here Thursday to kind of officially kick off the college football season. We had gotten some email correspondence with some of you Dr. Lou fans going, please tell me y'all have him scheduled. And he is supposed to be here this coming Thursday.
Let me ask you this, and I'm not going to be hung up on the football, but I'm just as from the pregame thing.
Uh-huh.
Has McAfee always been in the middle of the table?
Yeah.
For some reason, I felt like Reese Davis was.
No,
Because I thought that somebody get demoted, but I mean, he's right.
It's Desmond, Reese, Pat, and then it used to be Lee Corso or whatever. Now it'd be Coach Saban, then Kirk.
I think Lee Corso is still going to do some. They just couldn't make it to Ireland.
Right. Yeah. I thought he might zoom in.
I thought
or
McAfee
something.
had bumped somebody.
No.
So he's always been,
yeah. Does that bother you?
No, that haircut gets to me.
Yeah. Do you not like Pat?
I do some days and some days I don't. But overall, I'll say yes.
How'd you like him in Dublin?
I could handle him in Dublin.
Him and the wrestler?
No, that thing he had around him he was wearing. You hear that wrestler talking about
the guest picker? Huh?
When he said.
They went out the night before, apparently.
Yeah, a lot of Guinnesses involved.
Yeah, they bar hopped in Dublin, I guess.
Yeah, and the wrestler, Sheamus.
Yeah.
He said that McAfee kept coming back to life. He would think he was done, and all of a sudden, look, and he'd be cranked back up. He said he was struggling a little bit.
I do love how Pat kind of makes fun of. I mean, like he jabs a little bit at the staff, like when they were making their picks, and then Kirk Herbstreit did something. I think he picked Florida Stash something. I don't know when it came to the 12-team playoff or whatever. And he goes, of course, you thought you were going to get their attention. They've all left, gone to the game.
He wanted to get them ready.
He wanted to get them all fired up. Kirk thought that was pretty funny, but yeah. And Ohatchee High School.
Wow.
In the state of Alabama, you were telling me in the break that a team lost, but they scored 70-something.
Yes, the final score was 76-71. Ohatchee was down 71-70 with like 4 seconds left. They throw a Hail Mary and get it.
Wow.
And win 76. Not a lot of defense in that game.
That is something else.
Can you believe that?
Yes, that's big.
First of all, you've been watching all that offense all night, and as if that's not enough, then we get a Hail Mary with no time on the clock.
Oh, that's something else. But imagine being at a game like that.
Oh, my goodness. I tell you what, like I said, if you're on defense, it's one of them games you go, well, there's no way we can stop.
Right, yeah.
You know. But and then it ends on a Hail Mary.
Reese, my youngest, a summer or two for summer ball, got to play American Legion baseball. And I think we talked about it from time to time. Big shout out to Post 70 in the 19U baseball American Legion World Series out of Troy. They beat Michigan to bring home the World Series title. So congratulations to them.
Speaking of the World Series.
Yeah.
And not just me, even Lisa. We got caught watching the American final when it was between Texas and Florida.
Okay.
In the Little League World Series.
Yeah.
Got caught up in it.
Did you see the Florida-China game?
And then, and it was funny as Lisa got into it.
Yeah.
And then yesterday she goes, "Hey, they got the championship game."
Right. Yeah.
So we turned it on in time to watch the last 3 innings.
Yeah.
To win.
So you saw
I actually
it.
got caught up in it. Normally give it nothing.
Yeah. I normally give it nothing.
But I got caught up in it.
How about small ball won it?
I know it.
Florida. Florida
second baseman didn't come first.
He was hung up. I don't know why, but he did not go to first. And I don't know. It would have been a really good play if they even got him.
True.
It was a heck of a bunt, but Florida.
Yeah, it was.
Florida bunts the ball down the first baseline, and both the first baseman and the pitcher charged to get the bunt. Second baseman does not cover, so they turn and throw the ball to right field. The runner from second scores.
That's the game.
And I don't know that it might hadn't have been with the speed of the kid that was on second for Florida. You can't. I know in that you can't just take off and steal. but sometimes you'll bunt the ball that way to get their attention, and then you'll still bring him around third to see if he can't score.
Yeah.
I had to have no idea
would've
what
been
the play
close.
was, but they threw it away, and so Florida wins the World Series.
Yeah.
They beat.
First time ever for a team from Florida.
Yeah.
And, you know,
that was a
sometimes
big
I don't
game,
give
man.
the Little League World Series a lot, but I just got to sit there and got to watch it, and I thought it's kind of enjoyable.
Yeah.
And they were some characters. That's one big kid from Florida. He would get on base. He'd do like a Michael Jackson move.
Oh, the little dance?
Yeah.
I know you don't. I didn't get to see it. I have just for show prep today. I've just seen the
It was
the
fun.
replays and sent I sent Adler the
enjoyed it. I was
video
laughing
of the
at-
bunt.
Yeah, I was laughing at Lisa getting involved in it. It was pretty funny. She goes, "We got to see the championship game today." I said, "Well, we've about missed it, but we
Yeah.
did see the best parts."
It's about the walk-off bunt.
Yeah, the walk.
Yeah.
You know, the bottom of regulation that in, and if he'd have sent that kid at third, I don't know if he was trying to
Right.
send him or the kid bailed on him. I
No, the
can't-
coach stopped him.
Did he?
Yeah. All right. So
He had a chance.
he did. So the coach, the ball was hit down the left field line, and kid was running around third, and he held him up.
Yeah.
And the way the ball was coming in, they might have got him. I
They
don't
might
know,
have.
but you know, sometimes you don't want to make that third out coming in, sliding
Yeah.
in. But I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta let's just gamble, go.
But anyway,
Let's
it
make them
worked
throw
out.
it. But they
Worked
did.
out.
Yeah, they won. And they couldn't believe it. I mean, they were going nuts. The parents,
Oh, yeah.
everybody.
Yeah.
That's insane. All right, so you ready for this? Didn't know it. This is how checked out I am on NASCAR. Had no idea Daytona was on.
I didn't either.
Did you watch it?
No.
Oh my gosh!
What? Why are they racing? What's today's day?
I know.
Why are they racing?
Please tell me that
Daytona
wasn't a
in August?
replay, right? I'm not getting caught up in a
No.
replay.
I saw a bad wreck
Hey.
in the highlights, but I didn't know where they were at.
I caught the last stage, and I was a lucky man for doing it.
I thought they
Good
ran.
night, the Rex. Golly. Hey, you missed one, buddy.
Yeah, I saw the one wreck where the guy was upside down. and
Yes,
smashed into the
yeah, that
wall.
was I think the last of them. But I loved Jimmy Johnson and
Was
Dale
it Saturday
Jarrett.
night?
Yeah, I love them kind of being trackside and kind of giving their perspective. But Burton's son won, Jeff Burton, and he was on, and so
Really?
he got to watch his son win, and he's like, I don't know what to even say. It was
That's
pretty
his
cool.
first win. I guess.
Yeah, because he didn't have a ride next year.
Oh yeah.
And so,
Well,
but
about
they're
that?
finishing out this year, and
Yeah, and in the 21.
yeah, I believe so. But it was just it was a really cool moment because there he is, and he's being professional. He's not being a homer,
Yeah.
you know. But when his son won, it was just really a cool moment,
Sure.
you know. For just to
Well,
watch
hey, I
it
miss
as
that. I
a
love that.
parent, and then his wife, was going crazy too. It was kind of funny, but he got to celebrate that. And matter of fact, on the broadcast after the race, there's like, "Hey man, get out of here and go down and celebrate with your son." So he left and went down.
And I love the races at Talladega and Daytona. And I can't believe I missed it.
Hey, buddy,
wasn't paying attention.
you missed a good one. This new thing now, the cars. You know, this new their safety was number one concern, but they're still flipping, and I don't know really how you stop that when you're
They've
going
tried
that
everything.
fast. They're on the right track because they showed a couple of times where it kept them down or whatever. But the one you're talking about, the driver got out and was fine, but so the safety's there, but they're still flipping and
Still flying in there.
yeah. But my goodness, you missed one, buddy. And I didn't. And look, I just accidentally happened upon it, and I was like, "Hey, how did I pull this off?" So
Missed again.
I'm telling you right now that,
I'm no
that
longer.
you missed.
Evidently, I'm not a NASCAR fan.
Am I telling you right now that you missed Daytona and you didn't know it?
I did.
Oh my goodness.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Whether it's back to school season or just the end of the summer, now's the time to be getting back into a routine with those items you're going to be using every day. An absolute must-have for me this fall, Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds, especially since Raycon's everyday earbuds now feature active ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity that lets me pair with two devices at once, and active noise cancellation. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. And that sounds good to me, but Raycon sounds even better because seriously, the quality of these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. So if you're not convinced, Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee for easy return, so give them a try. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 40% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/bigbox. That's BIG, V as in voice, OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. All right, so picture this. A stranger with a crowbar pries open a window. A fire breaks out in the kitchen. Deadly carbon monoxide leaks into your home at 2 a.m. In moments like these, every second counts. And that's why you need Simply Safe Home Security at simplysafe.com/bigvox. They have 24/7 monitoring agents who act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm, quickly assessing the situation, sending emergency responders to your door. With exclusive live guard technology, agents can even see and speak to the intruders in your home, warning that the police are on the way. With no long-term contracts or cancellation fees, Simply Safe earns your trust every day by keeping you safe and satisfied, but never locked in. So no wonder Simply Safe has become best home security system by U.S. News and World Report for 5 years running. Join countless listeners who found peace of mind with Simply Safe. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox. Save 20% today. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health, or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we are off and running. I am Speedy. There is Greg. And we have hit a lot, just kind of looking back at this past weekend, looking at your text messages, emails, your correspondence, just kind of bringing everybody up to date. Rick and Bubba and Adler all join us right after top of the hour for the main show. This portion of the program is brought to you by 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. I'm talking about simplysafe.com/bigvox, BIGVOX. And again, I've talked about this some, but it really did happen. Again, yesterday afternoon, I'm sitting on the couch, and all of a sudden the Simply Safe doorbell cam that we have, it went off, which means, hey, you've got movement. You've got activity. And I just looked at Terry, and I said, did you order something else? What? She goes, I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah. You know, she does that thing.
It's funny how they don't remember.
Right. And then I go out there, sure enough, right there on the doormat, there it is, a little package.
Little Amazon.
Sure. But, boy, I tell you, the security and the peace of mind and knowing that the house is secure when we're not there, or even when we are. We get notification. That's why Simply Safe is dedicated to providing advanced protection and peace of mind for all families and anywhere you have a system. Right now, you can save big on their award-winning security system. I'm talking about 50% off. 50% off, plus get a free indoor security camera as well when you order today. With an exclusive live guard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm and even speak to intruders, warning them that police are on the way. With no long-term contracts or hidden fees, this level of security will earn your trust every day by keeping you safe, satisfied, and never locked into a long-term contract. That's why we love them, and they've been named Best Home Security Systems by U.S. News and World Report. So join countless listeners and viewers of the show as they have found peace of mind with simplysafe.com/bigvox, B-I-G-V as in voice, O-X. Save 50% on a new system, plus get free indoor security camera right now at simplysafe.com/bigvox. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so because I don't have any sons and haven't for a year or two playing high school football, I'm not up to date on all the scores, when they happen or whatever. But because your son coaches at Thompson, you kind of keep me in it a little bit. But I woke up Saturday and was just we talked about, you have college game day and all this. And I was just tooling along, and all of a sudden I got a notification from one of the news agencies in the state of Alabama about Caden Tellier out of Morgan Academy.
Yeah,
and
terrible.
I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And it says, such and such. This is the notification. Airlifted to UAB during Friday night's game. All this kind of stuff. I'm like, what? What's going on? So then I click on it and I start looking, and that's Morgan Academy, where Tommy Lenore teaches, David Moore teaches, and I went this past year in January and hunted as a fundraiser for Morgan Academy and everything, and we talked so much about.
I started putting those pieces together. Lisa was reading the story to me, and I said, wait a minute. I said, I believe that's where Tommy Lenore teaches, and I think that's where Speedy. I said, you remember when we were talking about that fundraiser? She goes, yeah. I said, I think that's where that is.
Well, it's just heartbreaking, but he is the quarterback for Morgan Academy, just 16 years old. Just awful, just such a tragedy here. But Caden Tellier, he's a junior quarterback. He suffered. It's kind of weird because when I was talking to Tommy and them about it, it wasn't like it was a head-to-head. It was almost like it's like his head hit the ground. I mean, it was. The person tackling him didn't do anything wrong. It's just he kind of wrapped his arms, his arms around his body that kind of handcuffed his arms, and then somebody else hit him, and and then he got to the sideline, and they were trying to figure out, are you okay? Are you not? Anyway, unfortunately, he passed away. And was transported to University of Alabama Birmingham Hospital by helicopter, but died of his injuries Saturday evening. He just did not have any brain function, and our thoughts and prayers go out to the family, that community. I understand after talking to Tommy that he had him in a few classes. He sat right in front of his desk and said, if you had a kid, this is the son that you want. Just love Jesus more than anything. Just such a gentleman, was always so cordial When Tommy's wife Suzanne was struggling with side effects of having COVID-19 and was on the ventilator just trying to come out of it, he said Caden wasn't even in his class. He would come in the class, ask how Miss Suzanne was doing and everything. That's just the kind of kid he was. And so absolutely heartbreaking for that community.
Terrible thing.
And our thoughts and prayers are with them. But this one, I mean, this is awful no matter where it happens. But this one really hit home.
But
because we have an affiliate there in Selma, Alabama, and I know the Rick and Bubba Show is loved in that community, and we love y'all too. And we are thinking about you and how this has affected that team, that community. You know, if you'll look back, when a couple of years ago, the huge tornado that came through and just wiped out Selma, Alabama. This community has been through so much, and then now this, but. It was just weird because I thought, oh my gosh, was it
I was wondering,
a terrible helmet to help?
Was he making the tackle or was he being tackled?
He was being tackled. Yeah. And from what I'm hearing from those that were at the game. So anyway, I just we're sitting here talking about football and high school football, and just wanted to let those know in that community that we're thinking about you and we're praying for you. And y'all have got a great support staff. I know that Tommy and David went over Saturday as the team was meeting, and he said, do you want to know what's amazing? He said, we've had so many schools from this area and are all around that have come to the school to support this program. Didn't matter who you played for, that all goes out the window. They're here, and I think that just says a lot about just the state of Alabama in general, but just the love for that community and Caden that people would drop what they're doing and go and just be with them.
Says a lot.
Other players from other schools didn't have anything to do with this school, just show up.
That's right.
So anyway, we are thinking about them and praying for them as well. All right, so we just got a few minutes here, and hate to really hit with that hard news, but I just wanted to update you that they.
But I did. I told Lisa, I said, I believe that's the school where Tommy's at, and where Speedy went and did the fundraiser and all that. So,
yeah. And planning to go back this year, and be a part of that big hunt again.
Sure.
But and so that was already in the works. But when that happened, you know how you start trying to realize, you go, oh no, this is terrible, because it doesn't matter where it is. This is awful news.
Tragic, no matter
what. And then I started piecing it together and was go, wait a minute, this was Morgan Academy's junior quarterback.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, this is Morgan Academy.
Yeah. And just there.
And then reached out to Tommy and them. They're like, yeah, we're here now, praying for the family and being with the coaching staff, because this isn't just players. This is the coaching staff and everybody. This hits hard.
All the people witnessing what happened, it's just.
And the family, just such a great family too. Such a great family. But here, and I was just talking to Tommy. Wow. So here I am. I'm just in the game. I'm a quarterback. And then in just a second.
That's right.
Everything changes. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We have got one segment, then the main show starts, and so we will maybe even reach out and let you talk to us to kind of get the day going as we start this week together. Don't forget, Friday, it's going to be a best of, a little 4-day weekend for the crew, as Labor Day is a week from today. So for a lot of the staff, it's a short week. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America, N.A.
And Doug. Customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. After that, you can also save me, as I'm currently hanging from the edge of a cliff. To recap, number 1, customize and save. Number 2, time allowing, save me. Shoulders separating!
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty. It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Fall's almost here, but weather is still beautiful. Still time to enjoy the outdoors. Everyone's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, long walks. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have an answer. Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily 100% drug-free supplement developed by doctors that's been incredibly effective, even life-changing for so many people. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps your body fight pain naturally. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. In about 3 weeks, you'll know it's working because you feel the difference, whether it's the neck, the back, joint, muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try and visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4 or go to ReliefFactor.com. Tell them Rick sent you or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Whether it's back to school season or just the end of the summer, now's the time to be getting back into a routine with those items you're going to be using every day. An absolute must-have for me this fall, Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds, especially since Raycon's everyday earbuds now feature active ergonomic design, multi-point connectivity that lets me pair with 2 devices at once, and active noise cancellation. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. And that sounds good to me, but Raycon sounds even better because, seriously, the quality of these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. So if you're not convinced, Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee for easy return, so give them a try. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 40% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for being a part of the show as always. A lot happening here on the old show. and we have been breaking it down for you this hour, and we thank you for it. You know, I was sitting here looking at a story, Greg.
What's that?
That has to do with RBU this past weekend. RBU this past weekend. We were blessed to have Captain Elkanah Cohen on to talk about what is going on, his book that is coming out October 7th. I mean, he was there for the October 7th terrorist attack on Israel that started the war. He has fought in Gaza. I see Middle East conflict explodes as Israel was dropping bombs inside Lebanon. It is still moving on. I know we're all busy and have forgotten about it. A lot of us have. Some haven't.
Coming up on a year.
But that is a great RBU this past weekend that you might want to go back and check out if you have time. So please do that. A couple of things I mentioned. Someone asked if the real Lou Holtz was actually going to be here Thursday. They kind of are new to the show. And I'm like, no, this is just our Lou.
Yes.
This is our Lou.
Yeah, I don't know if it's approved by their family.
I don't think so. I don't know. But
it's just a tribute.
Right, it is. It is.
So a unique guy.
I was watching a little bit of the PGA. I guess it's the playoffs leading up to the big end of it coming out up in Atlanta this past weekend. It was in Denver this past weekend. Well, it was on NBC, which is Peacock, and so I was watching that, and they went to commercial, and they were playing promos, and I didn't know this, but they have one on Notre Dame football. And kind of the pressure,
history of Notre Dame
a little bit of the history, the pressure of playing for him. It's just different, and the real Lou Holtz was in it. He said when you look at other people, you know, why you feel like you're better than everybody else is because they're not Notre Dame. I mean, they don't have what we have. But the promo made me go
to lose that a little bit.
Yeah, well, hey, look, I tell you right now, in the 12-team playoff, a lot of the folks now this is preseason, so. You know, you consider it meaningless, but a lot of folks have Notre Dame in the playoffs.
You do. We'll see. I didn't realize this, but the quarterback from Duke that was so good, that got hurt last year, he's Notre Dame's quarterback now.
Oh, really?
What was his name? I think he's from Alabama, isn't he? What's his name?
What?
He got hurt, but he was Duke's quarterback last year, and he's really good.
Okay.
I believe he's transferred to Notre Dame. I may have made that up, but I thought I saw that.
Okay, I'm sitting here looking. Sorry.
You weren't even looking now.
This wasn't Deuce for about. Is it Deuce night? No.
No.
Okay, quarterback shine senior season. I'm sitting here I just googled it. Sorry, as we're live. I don't know, Greg. I can't find it. But I'm sure a lot of folks are screaming at us.
I'm sure.
Anyway, I just saw Notre Dame and I saw promo and then I saw that they have I know we love behind the scenes anything. And
well, sure.
And so that's apparently one of their originals on Peacock that they have gone back and have done something on Notre Dame. Some of you might have seen it. I have no idea, but so we've talked about the fact that Greg didn't know Daytona.
Riley Leonard.
Okay, thank you. Whew. Greg didn't know Daytona was this past weekend. Florida won the Little League World Series in an extra inning thriller. We talked about that. It was a walk-off bunt that brought the runner around second
for the title.
China threw it to right field and there you go. We've hit a number of different things when it comes to high school and college football. How was your weekend in general? Was it
my weekend was good.
Okay.
I just kind of piddled around the house.
You did?
Didn't go anywhere.
That's good to piddle.
Yeah, always something to do.
Yeah.
You know, we're trying to redo a lot of the different things in the house. You know, flooring. We've done a lot of that down. Still got things going on.
Well, I hear you talking about the paint company about to do something. Is it part of that?
Yeah, they're about to come out and do some more things Lisa's come up with.
It just never ends.
Yeah, she'll add a project.
So speaking of projects, laundry room, and I see you calling. We're going to try to get some unscreened phone calls in as the phones are going.
And we know
nuts.
it's Riley Leonard, by the way.
Yeah,
so y'all can stop that.
Yeah, there you go. So the laundry room, if you remember, the little shelving that you get when you go and move into a house. And it collapsed.
Ours did the same thing. You don't realize how heavy clothes are.
No,
you just
don't.
keep hanging them on there.
Don't. And you thought until now that the contractors would actually screw into some studs.
You would,
and not just the sheetrock.
Because you know why? Because clothes are heavy.
Right, and so it lasted 4.5 years. And then Terry was home and sounded like a car had hit the house, and she ran in.
Exact same thing happened to us.
So that's the new project now. Well, how are we going to do this? Well, me. Well, let's just put the shelf back up.
Yeah.
Well, no, I've never liked that anyway.
Oh,
so, what about this? We need some storage stuff here. So now I'm trying to figure out, okay.
So she wants a whole redo.
But it's to your point, like when you are going to hire the painting company, there's projects where you go, okay, this is to the level where
exactly.
I can't do this. I need to hire a professional. And the laundry room, I guess, remodel, redo, it is teetering on hiring it out. It's getting close.
Depending on how far she wants to go. With
Even though,
additions.
we don't have this huge laundry room. But she's just thinking, hey, let's put something up here, some
Why
cabinets.
it's laying in the floor? Let's go ahead and get it the way I want it.
Let's put some cabinets here so we can hide the detergent and some other stuff, and then let's just hang a rod here. We can hang some shirts on it and stuff. So I'm trying to figure out how detailed that's going to be, but that's our next project.
See, Lisa claimed, and we put it right back the way it was, but we anchored it better. And I got Kate to come over and do it.
Yeah.
But she swears it's higher than it was. I said it's not because I'm using the same bracket on a lot of it. It's at the same level it was, but she was bound and determined to tell me that it's higher than it was.
Well, this shelf, it's long. It's longer from almost from here to big boy long.
We had the same setup.
Yeah, and I'm going, well, now what do we do with that? Let's just put it back up. No, we could see.
How about that noise it makes when it came out of the wall? It's like you said, it's like a car ran in the house.
Yeah, we're lucky it didn't dent up the washer and dryer and all that, but the way it hit. But I guess because it had so many clothes on.
And that's true.
It softened the
you don't realize how heavy clothes are until you try to lift the shelf back up to get them off, and you're like, good night. No wonder it failed.
So that's our next project.
Oh, yes.
So don't think you're the only one with projects.
Oh, I got it. I got more projects.
And now the boys aren't at the house, and it's just the two of us. Yeah. Projects will be brought up a lot.
We had to redo the fireplace. My goodness, we got to do that too.
Really?
Oh yeah. She saw something in a book she liked. You ever get that? Well, I was looking at this picture.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Sometimes I just want to take her phone.
We don't care if it looks the same for a whole
forever.
Life. That's
forever.
Needs to be updated.
Yeah.
Really? Updated? What do you mean?
Right. All right, 866 We Be Big. We probably hadn't left enough time, but let's try it. Probably don't make me regret this, all you Greg minions. Travis, it says he's in Chattanooga. That's what the caller ID says. Travis, you there?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, man, what's happening? Unscreened phone calls. You're live.
Hey, yes, sir. Hey, Greg, what does Gerald do?
What's that?
What does Gerald Cates do for a living?
He's a fireman, and he does construction work.
Yeah. Fireman.
Like remodeling decks and stuff like that, but he's a fireman.
And on his off days, he's busy doing that.
Yep, and a hunter, and he also loves to aggravate me every chance.
He does. He
actually lives for it.
And comes to Greg's aid anytime he needs anything done.
Yes. Yeah, anytime I need something fixed, he comes to help. In fact, it reminds me, I got something else I got to ask him about.
Oh, really? All right, let's go to Tom in Pell City. Tom?
Good morning, guys.
What's
Happy
up?
Monday. Got a question for y'all or the audience, maybe even Greg.
Uh-oh.
Do you know anyone in the Oxford or Pell City area, Greg, that does washer repair?
Washer repair?
Like clothes washer.
Not off the top of my head. I had to check. I had to think.
Oh, boy.
Mr.
Sure. Appliance, I think they do pretty good. I just made that. I mean, I know somebody's hired them before, I think. I don't know. But just any of you that need appliances repaired, email Greg at rickandbubba.com, and he'll find them for you. Let's go to Steve in Tennessee.
Sorry, Tom.
Steve, what's up? Unscreened phone calls.
Hey, guys. I was just going to call and ask y'all about, man, I just realized I left my girl.
You got rid of him?
Yeah.
Okay, something about it.
How about you? Did you feel it?
A little bit.
Okay. Let's go to Luke. Luke, what's up?
Hey, guys. It was Riley Leonard on the quarterback for Notre Dame, if you didn't know. And then I had a quick question. What does it mean when y'all say three?
Three. There's the best of the best. And Eli Gold, when he says 5 and 3, he says a little bit like three.
Three.
But very professional.
Sure it is. That's just the way he says three.
So we say three.
Fires me up.
Yes, and thank you for
Third
that.
and 3.
We hit that. Greg was still didn't know where Riley played, and it's Fairhope, Greg.
I told you he was from Alabama.
We'll take it back. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
3.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. You ever tried to get anybody from Leonard Skinner to get up and be on the phone with you before 9 o'clock Central? Good luck.
Yes.
That's not really their gig.
This may be a small miracle, as it is.
So I hate that. Those of you that are watching Turner South, you will not see the interview or hear it. That would be a better way to put it, because he's not going to be here with us. He'll be on the phone. Bubba, but that coming up at 9 o'clock, for those of you that are radio on Central Time, for Eastern Time Zone, you will have it first hour tomorrow. I had kind of a strange situation. You know, yesterday it kind of ties in. Those of you have heard either today or you heard it yesterday, Cassio Kidd, it was revealed that he was taking ballroom dancing and was registered into a jazzercise class.
Taught by Megan's mother.
Yeah.
That he would not come clean on until we just had to drag it out of him.
So the topic kind of was touched on, but we didn't spend much time on it. And you know, some of the embarrassing things that we will do for women, and we will do some really goofy things. And then there's some that you know, and I always go back to our fathers and grandfathers versus us in our generation, as far as being a man. You know, and I'm not saying everything that they did was right and everything we're doing is wrong. I'm just saying different. A lot different.
Oh, yeah.
Would you
sure.
agree?
Yes, a lot different.
And in general, you would consider us to be a little more puddish than they were.
Rick, you would think if things continue the way they're going, I got something on?
No, I do.
little snack there during the break.
Yeah.
That by the time our sons are adult, they'll be wearing skirts.
Yes, and you know, the influx of soccer and things like that. But do you remember?
With no bagpipes, by the way.
You remember I went through that time period and I was getting sick a lot? Was it the end of last year? Is that when it was? And I came on with a list of things I think you can go back to and see when it caused me to become a hood. Do you remember that?
As you slid down the hill.
Yes. The list of reasons why I think I'm becoming a hood and what has caused it. Well, you might remember that one of those on there was allowed myself to be photographed in a black sweater.
Yes.
Do you remember that one?
Yes, I do.
Even though the intentions were all good. Well, from that photo session were produced some of the, I'm serious, some of the most
touching photos of Taz as a newborn baby. Very.
How are you doing? Welcome back from the weekend. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. This baby starts with the national anthem. Release the Kraken. Here we go, the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new hour. Thank you for being with us. We'll look back over the weekend. Kickoff hour's done. Speedy and Greg knocked that out. Adler's settling in for the YouTube experience today. Hello, tubers. Whether you're watching us live or archived, Adler will drive the bus on that one as we move forward. He's now part of the fray. Thank you for being with us, whether it's live or archived. Live options, the YouTube channel gave you that. America's boldest radio stations all across America. If you don't have an affiliate, the TuneIn app is a streaming option for live. And then on the archive side, you got the YouTube channel, and you've got our podcast channel, which features your daily archives, the entire show, for you to catch on your own time or any part you might have missed. Also, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is a unique podcast. It's not out every week, but it's out most weeks. And a new one dropped over the weekend, too, our interview with Elkanah Cohen, Israeli commando, about the current situation in Israel and the attack on Israel back on October the 7th, and everything's been happening since. So hopefully you grabbed that over the weekend. If you haven't, you can go ahead and grab that today. So we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Hey, Bubba! Bubba.
Hey, buddy, Rick Burgess. Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on now, let's put it in gear.
Take back your insurance. Petty.
Yeah, buddy.
Jamming me. Yeah, and of course, we always laugh every time you go back and listen to the lyrics on this, how outdated it is. Whatever happened to Acid Rain, Bubba?
Well, it disappeared, didn't it?
You know what I never knew? I missed this completely. All the years of listening to that song, and you're going to hate this because this is something you thought was so cool. So there's all kinds of lyrics, and we've talked about this, about what he was seeing on TV over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So, and you remember Eddie Murphy? What's Tom Petty talking about? Take back Eddie Murphy. But anyway, like Vanessa Redgrave. When's the last time you heard anything about Vanessa Redgrave?
I remember.
But you know what?
She was in a lot of sitcoms and TV movies.
So I was listening to some Tom Petty, and I hit that song, and I was saying I want to pay attention to the lyrics. Now that you can see them, they come up, and a lot of things you didn't know what he was saying. And I guess I missed this, never understood it because I'm not a tech guy. He actually says the lyric, "Take away the apple in young Steve's eye."
That's funny.
He's talking about the development of the Apple computer and Steve Jobs. I missed that for years.
Yeah, I didn't know what it
And
meant.
now that, because I've learned about Steve Jobs over the years through y'all and Apple and all that, I realized that was when they were first launching. Remember that weird commercial they did and all that?
Oh, yeah.
And so he's talking
The
about
1984 commercial.
take away the Apple commercials that he's seeing.
From Steve's eye.
Yeah, take away the apple from young Steve's eye. Calls him young Steve at that time.
He was, I guess.
Yeah. So we have a lot to unpack from the weekend. We're learning a lot of it as you are because, I don't know how everybody else's weekend went, but had a great weekend, was pretty laid back, and we do have a few things to cover. I do know that football started with, this week 0 thing, and I heard the kickoff hour talking about it a little bit. I watched it casually. I didn't sit down with the Dublin-Ireland game. I know how it went, and I saw the highlights. But one thing I did notice when I had it on and I glanced over that I did not see Lee Corso on game day.
Right.
Yeah.
We thought he might zoom in, but he didn't.
I was actually glad because I thought it was going to make me crazy uncomfortable.
Well, that trip was probably too
Well,
much.
that's what I thought. Yeah. Remember we said that on Friday. I don't know how in the world you would get Lee Corso to Dublin, Ireland.
Yeah,
and I would think that'd be a tough trip. So I didn't see him, and did he participate at all?
No, it doesn't look like it. I thought he might zoom in from his backyard like he normally does.
Right,
but,
So I don't know, unless I missed that yet. I don't know how much y'all watched. He may have done that, and we just missed it.
I was in and out, but I didn't hear anything about him being on, but could have missed a segment.
Right, so
I don't know.
So anyway, I don't know. So I didn't see him. I understand he's still part of it. I agree with what you guys said in the kickoff hour. I thought Saban did a good job, very informative, as you would expect.
Yeah. Oh,
so so that was good, and the fact that the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets decided not to lay down like everybody thought they would do, and
they kind of flipped the script, didn't they?
Well, I thought one of the most impressive things, because one thing I did see in the pregame show, and apparently it's been confirmed, that Florida State thought they had gone out and put together through all the portals and everything an all-star defensive line. I even heard the term maybe the best defensive line in the country. And Georgia Tech was not impressed with that.
They weren't.
And pushed them all over the field.
Yeah.
And just ran the ball right down their throats. So So either, I don't know whether the Florida State defensive line read their own headlines, or Georgia Tech's offensive line is just better than anybody's given credit for.
Yeah.
Well, somebody just decided to not go with a favorite and decided you got to actually play the game.
Yeah, from what I could tell, the part of the game I saw in the highlights, when Georgia Tech got to where they could run the football, that kept them in the game.
And their quarterback is very electric too.
Yeah, so
makes some big plays.
So anyway, we'll look at that, and but the good news is, of the 12-team playoff, if you're Florida State, and you were mad about last year, and I know you are, with the 12-team playoff, you're not done. You can still make something happen.
That's all right.
Now under the old system, that would have been a really, really, really bad loss.
Yeah.
Well, it's not there's never a good loss.
No.
But if you're going to lose early. This will hurt them a little bit that it was a conference game.
Sure.
When you get down to trying to get into the conference championship, but they're not out of it. It's a long season, and anything can happen. But you'd rather have a win than a loss.
Yeah. That was
especially when I think a lot of us didn't realize how many players they lost off that good team last year, especially defensively.
Yeah. That was one thing I took away from the pregame when they were breaking down the 12-team playoff and the brackets, and they all show their brackets. There was one common denominator, and that is no team was undefeated. And they said we as fans, we have to kind of get out of our mind that, my favorite team's going to go undefeated or have one loss, and they might. But they said there'll be 3 lost teams in the.
Oh, of course,
in the playoffs.
There's going to be a lot of. I didn't win my conference teams in there.
Yep.
And when you get to a playoff, it's really who's playing good right then.
Yeah.
So
I just
get there by having a good season, but then you got to be hot.
Yeah. I think we all just want the 12 best teams. I don't care if they win their conference or not. If they're good, let's put them in there. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On with a list of things I think you can go back to and see when it caused me to become a hood. Do you remember that?
As you slid down the hill.
Yes. The list of reasons why I think I'm becoming a hood and what has caused it. Well, you might remember that one of those on there was allowed myself to be photographed in a black sweater.
Yes.
Do you remember that one?
Yes, I
do. Even though the intentions were all good, well, from that photo session were produced some of the most touching photos of Taz as a newborn baby. Very, Sherry had one that was just my hands, and he's laying in it, and he's asleep.
They're the ones up in your home?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
The ones you couldn't see Rick's sweater on.
Right. Well, there is one of the photo session that had been tucked away into the back bedroom at the old house. And so it was never really an issue because, your dad and your buddies, they don't blow through your bedroom a lot, and if they do, you might want to check your relationship with you and your wife. But it's just not a place usually people go other than other women. You might have your mama or your sister tell your wife, can I go back there and use, but
we never want to go to we'll go to the basement.
Yeah, right. So it was and it just in the craziness of the new house and putting up things, it didn't dawn on me that now the photo that is not really one you want your guys to see or your dad is now prominent in the new house. It's not.
Where's it at?
It's go up the stairs and there she is right there on a big old wall with the others they're already visual in the other house, but this wall required a 4th picture instead of the 3 that were shown at the old house. And it just never even hit me. I didn't even notice it. And don't get me wrong, it's a precious picture and all that.
Most guys don't go upstairs, though, either. You may be all right there. Maybe a granddad.
This one overlooks your.
But I'm afraid this is the Killer Bees area, and there's a playroom up there. So,
kids going up. Yeah.
A dad could go after a kid up there, and there it is.
Could you give me your pose? What you got?
Well, and we look back on the things that we'll do, and on that day, I was just trying to be happy and make everything go well. And I thought, well, this photo will never be seen by my dad or my brother, or y'all, So yesterday I had to rush home after the show and take care of Taz, and Big Love had a doctor's appointment, and I was there at the house, and one of my buddies called and said, hey, I'm in the neighborhood. Now, I was told not to have anybody over the house, number one, because it's not presentable.
Right.
And we've had, people fall through the ceiling and all that.
And I find it strange you're having movie night tomorrow night.
That's not true.
Actually, that's at Robert's house.
Yeah, but we'll discuss that over here. So this person said, have you got anything for you and Taz to eat? And I said, no. And he says, well, I'm in the neighborhood. I'll grab you something and bring it by. And I said, that's huge, and I'll pay you back. And I tried to get him there without Sherry knowing, but she stayed around longer than I wanted to, trying to get to this. And she said, do not have the person in this house, have them drop the food here in the kitchen. And, yes, okay, you can let them see your little movie thing, and then they don't show them anything in this house because it's a mess. And I hadn't got everything in its place. And I should have done that. So I mistakenly went up the stairs after Taz, and he followed, as he should not have done. And he goes up the steps, and I had completely forgot about it, and he freezes staring at the wall and says, oh, my gosh. And I go, what? I think he sees something, or maybe somebody else has fallen through the roof.
Leaky something.
Right, and he goes, has everybody seen that picture there, sir? And I went, oh, no. And I completely forgot about it. He goes, has your dad seen that one? And I said, no. He goes, did your brother check that one out? And I said, the boys on the show seen that one? No.
Who was it came by?
Mark Garnett. And I said, and I wish you weren't seeing it. Was my quote. He goes, you got yourself a problem there.
What are you doing here?
And I said, I'm like snuggled up with Sherry and the baby with my eyes closed, okay?
Minutes past the hour. So we're back. We thank you for being with us on a brand new Rick and Bubba show. And also, you were saying this too, Bubba. I've noticed this on the text option, and this is the thing that we've dealt with in the past. The one thing, we've talked about it before about, we have a flag here in the studio, and sometimes, people start saying, hey, the flag shouldn't be here, and why is the flag on the left, not the right? And some of you flag purists, you almost ruined the whole flag experience. And now the latest is that some of you are upset that we're already seated by the time the national anthem ends. Well, we have to be seated to start the show. It's not possible. If you'd like for us to be standing there and it end and the show not start and the microphone be at our crotches, then, I guess we could do that. But we're sitting down to do the hour. And frankly, I'm also getting everything set up because all we have is a 6-minute top of the hour break when the show ends. We can't run in here while the kickoff hour is going and go ahead and set up and tell Speedy move over. I got to get my stuff ready. So we only have access to these chairs for the few minutes at the top of the hour to get ready to start the hour. I think we're pretty much on record on where we stand on America and how we try to fight for the constitutional republic. And I think that. So, I don't think that suddenly we've ceased to be patriots because we're trying to play a national anthem to honor America, but also because of the way our jobs operate, there are procedures we have to go through in order to do the show. So there's no disrespect there, and honestly, I think that's a bit nitpicky on your parts. Those of you that are saying that. So there's your explanation. I mean, it almost ruins it. What we could do is not play national anthem.
That'd be fine with me. That's the only other option.
Yeah, I think that the top of the hour break plus that's too long for the show starts anyway. So we could just if we're gonna get nitpicked about it, we could just stop playing it. We can take the flag, move it out. and
it's not in the right
just do
place.
the show. I mean, if would that be better? I mean, it'd be fine with me. But I don't think it. I think we're pretty much on record about how we feel about this country and how we fight for it. So that's a bit nitpicky. Don't be that. Don't be a flag Pharisee and a national anthem Pharisee. All right. So as we start this hour with after the national anthem and with a flag in the studio.
Yes.
A couple things to hit. We told you that our Rick and Bubba University, the podcast from this weekend, is Israeli commando. Well, today the conflict in the Middle East, is just roaring on. Israel has dropped bombs inside Lebanon. Hezbollah fires 150 rockets toward the Iron Dome. And so the Israeli intelligence, which we talked about in the podcast, they have been aware of the impending attack. And so they put the jets on an airstrike campaign across southern Lebanon as an act of self-defense before Hezbollah could strike first. They were going to be proactive. And they said that they have taken out a top commander with the group, and so there goes another commander taken down by the Israelis from one of their many enemies, all working really under the financing of Iran.
Oh yeah,
so there
sure.
you go. Yeah.
Iran, and they got a big pile of money. Remember, we flew it over there to them on pallets.
Right. So anyway, that is. Things are heating up, and when you look at that, we've put that on our list, guys, on our list of reasons that November is a really easy decision, and it's not going to, it's a big election coming up.
Yeah, it is.
With the state of our country and the state of our world, it really isn't the time for emotional feel-goodism response. It's kind of time for some grown-up responses to try to get this country headed in the right direction and our place in the world.
And I'm guilty of this too, what I'm about to say. While those races are very important, who's going to lead our country, equally important are people who are going to be judges in your area. Yeah. And a lot of times I don't research that enough. And that's really very important because they're going to make the decisions and sometimes block decisions that some of these other people that are going to get in are going to make. So we see their TV commercials and hear the radio ads, and they all have a gun and shoot and drive a truck, and they play the piano in church on Sunday and all that. But you really need to figure out how they rule on things. And there's several groups out there that rate those.
He's very accurate.
They like the bird hunting.
We got more bird hunting, piano playing judges than anybody in the country.
This is real talk here.
But you really,
absolutely true.
there's several
always
groups.
Bird hunting. It's always bird hunting.
Yeah, there's several groups out there that put out information on that. I'm not plugging any of those, but I see them all the time. But I've got to do a better job, and I encourage you on seeing what these judges vote and how they really interpret the law, because it really makes, in some cases, a bigger difference in who's running the country.
But Bubba, they go bird hunting.
Yeah, I know, and that's great.
Just like
so do I, and I love bird hunting.
Sure.
I think it's great, and going to church and playing the piano is great too. And
walking through the pasture with cows in the back.
What about that? I got my boots and my vest and the truck. That's all great.
What about their granddad? What about their granddad was raised on the farm?
Sure. They can milk a cow with the best of them. But we really need to know how they're ruling on these cases that matter to all of us about bathrooms and who's in the bathroom and how the schools are being affected and all that stuff, because that's all going to affect you directly. It's going to affect you directly one way or the other.
Well, I will say this on the church.
I'm just saying, vote for people who reflect your values.
Yeah. And I 100%.
But you got to know who they are.
Agree on the whole thing about
because they all seem to be very conservative during the election season.
Oh, that's good word. But on the other thing, back to feel-goodism and all that, it's also this is not the time for speaking of church. The church, which is really ultimately the only hope for any society, is a healthy church under the authority of Christ. It's also not the time for churches to be into feel-goodism and being PR agents for Jesus and God's standard. Not a good time for that either. So let's all grow up a little bit and realize the times that we're in, and this is not the time for compromise just to get along.
It is time, as my parents would say, for the adults to make some tough decisions
There you go.
and get the job done.
There you go.
We've left we've left a lot of it on autopilot, and you see where it's got. So
Right.
I would encourage everybody to be heavily involved this election season.
Yes, and it's there's some really important things that are pretty straightforward, and all this other stuff is just a bunch of noise.
Yep.
And emotion. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. We got a lot to talk about today. Bubba, are we going to get these people home from the space station?
We will get you an update on that.
Are we going to get them home?
We've also got an update on several other stories.
Yep.
A lot to cover.
More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With your eyes closed.
Yeah, and a black sweater.
Are you giving us a sexy look with your eyes
No,
closed?
it's more of a look at me, love my wife and baby thing.
Well, Rick.
How did you look
Okay,
at it?
so y'all would like for me to walk and see y'all in that clothes?
No.
Okay, then.
How did you look
You're
in it?
now really in trouble.
I don't know. I look stupid, but I mean, it's...
Is it a...
it's kind
You're
of...
snuggling
and
in a black sweater.
And seriously, and there was a time, I'm not making this up, and I just started measuring the blowback because it's symmetrical. If it goes, it's bad. And I looked at him and I said, at this very moment, I would like to give it to you and you just take it with you. And I said, whatever happens to it, happens to it. And I'll just act like I don't know what happened to it, like maybe somebody fell out of the season, their foot hit it and broke it. Like that. He goes, I think he's due. I think I should take it. He said, and only I will know. And then I realized I couldn't get away with that. And I said, well, it's time to throw myself before somebody else comes in. You know what I mean? Because it won't be long before the house will be open for business and people will be coming over and that kind of thing.
Rocky, it's like when I got stuck. I knew I needed to, before the rumor got out, the hush talk,
So I would just...
the whisper campaign.
Under the guise of we will do anything for women to try to stay in good order, there is a picture in my house of me in a black sweater
snuggling
my wife and baby with my eyes closed.
Your eyes have just been open.
Yeah. And see, I knew the photographer taught me into the closing of the eyes.
Oh, did he?
And I knew...
In the back of your mind.
Well, he works for her.
Don't do it.
But see, and it's not fair either. It's almost like taking advantage of a drunk. I mean, I'm at a photo deal with the baby and the wife anyway, so I'm beat down and I'm just trying to survive it. And you'll almost do anything to get out of it, just to get it done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, sure, those pictures turned out precious. But people don't remember, I do, that the baby was relieving himself out both ends, all over me, in the floor. You got a naked baby who's just weeks old, and all he does is sleep and eat and crap, and that's all they do. You know what I mean?
It's their job.
And I mean, he's firing all over me, and, they come off, and, because photos are strange like that. They capture a moment that really is not reality. Any little picture of a kid, they never have the picture of what you went through to get that one shot.
No.
You know what I mean? And
you almost want a picture of them taking the picture.
Right.
So you have a better picture.
Yeah. This one was put away in the old house. It was never an issue, but now it's out there. It will be seen by some of my guy friends. Now, I'll do everything I can to keep people away from it, but it's just...
Well, now when I come in, I must go directly to that picture.
How about this? This is what I'm considering. Tell me if you think this is the right thing to do. I will pick a day, and I will line up every one of my guy friends, including my brother and father. And one after another, we will all go look at it and just get it over with.
Bring it in here.
Yeah, I was going to say, once you bring it in.
Should I just
Because
bring
you know what'll happen, Rick. Lord forbid something happened to you, and you go first. We will all have to go to a funeral, and that will be the picture that's on the easel next to the head.
And y'all won't be ready for it then, and it'll be inappropriate.
I know it, and I'll see it, and I'll go, wow, this is sad, but why do I want to just scream with laughter? You know what? And you'll feel bad.
I didn't even think about that.
Because you know how it would be if you were gone.
Y'all don't need that to hit y'all at a time you need to be somber.
No, I don't need that.
Not that I even want you to be somber at my funeral, by the way. I mean...
Well, you thought Tony in a clown suit was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this is...
And the phone knows. But
should I bring it in, put it on TV, and even give it to Greenwood for the website for a certain amount of time?
I think it should be scanned, yes.
Plus, if you bring it in, you stand a greater chance of losing it, Rick.
Or breaking it along the way.
That's right. I could drop it in the parking lot and it shattered to a million pieces.
Yeah. and then run over it and back up and run over it
I wouldn't want to go home with you if you do that, but
Well, but then all you guys, the little proof that you put in like a photo album, you can keep it hid and guys never see those.
right.
Because I'm going to tell you, inside those photo albums, there's things you don't want you guys to see. But you can keep them away from them. Guys don't go for photo albums. All right, we'll be back.
Precious memory.
Yeah, let's go with it. Come on. Somebody say, get on board. Get on board. Somebody say, all we got's dancing feet. Your worries behind. So HelixSleep.com is asking, how'd you sleep last night? Let me tell you, Helix Sleep is the best sleep you'll get. Greg, his wife Lisa, have been sleeping on one for how many years now?
Rick, it's got to be getting close to 5, maybe a little less.
Oh, yeah. And you
probably 3.
You see little Greggy, when he lays down, he'll snuggle in there and go to sleep. Why? Because it's a customized mattress. Now, this makes all the sense in the world, doesn't it? I mean, if you go and you're just grabbing, mattress willy-nilly, okay? I mean, it's really just kind of designed for, this is basically for people. But there could be one that was designed for you, taking into account that you sleep on your back, you sleep on your stomach, you sleep on your side. You're a combo stomach side person. That's the category I would fall into. So they take that into account. They ask those kind of questions. Do you like your mattress to be firm? You want it to be really soft? Do you want it to be somewhere in between? Are you big and tall? Is this for a child? Parents Magazine voted Helix Sleep the #1 child's mattress in America. So also, you're not getting a mattress that's coming from, say, Mexico, China. No, it's made right here in America at their own manufacturing location. They send it directly to you. Shipping is free, and then you sleep on it for 100 nights to make sure that you love it. So all you got to do now, and we're going to save you a little money too, is go to helixsleep.com/bigbox, save up to 20%. They'll ship it right to your door. Also, to get amazing sleep, just go to the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so another update today. We gave you a little Middle Eastern update. We've given you the election updates. We got more of that coming. Bubba, we have people trapped in space. Boeing, their PR right now, I would hate to be the PR agent for Boeing. It's like Boeing can't get a win.
Yeah, need a win.
And
need a win.
And the bad thing is, if you're going to go anywhere on a commercial air flight, a lot of us sit in Boeing aircraft. I mean, it's a lot of Boeing out there.
Boeing has moved transportation forward, Rick, decades with all their planes. But they seem to be on a bit of a skid right now.
Bit of a skid. No, Bubba, no pun intended.
The need a win. NASA officials announced on Saturday that the troubled Boeing Starliner spacecraft that shuttled 2 astronauts to the space station in June will return to Earth without the astronauts, Rick.
Oh, boy.
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams have been stuck in the space station after engineers discovered helium leaks and issues involving thrusters shortly after Boeing's Starliner docked with the International Space Station, which prompted NASA and Boeing to investigate. The uncrew return allows NASA and Boeing to continue gathering testing data on the Starliner during its upcoming flight back to Earth, while also not accepting any more risk than necessary for the crew. So, these astronauts went up there. They thought they were going to be up there about a week. And they've been up there since June now.
And now they're saying
February?
Bubba.
Hey, I didn't pack for that. You know, I mean, I didn't bring but one pair of underwear. What'd I do? I mean,
what about
you can't cruise over to Walmart and pick up some.
And I'm just thinking about have you ever had some quag, and you think it's going to be resolved, and you think, well, if I can just get to Monday or whatever, I'm just throwing that out there.
Right.
And then somebody lets you know on Friday it ain't going to be Monday.
Yeah.
And then you go, so when will it be? How's February sound to you? But
Rick,
you realize February, that's a while.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
well, Rick, that's Thanksgiving, that's Christmas, that's New Year's Eve. I mean, might be Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Watch out.
They said
I
the
know it's hunting season.
SpaceX capsule
I hope they don't hunt.
will not leave or scheduled to be launched before September the 24th, as that mission needs to reduce its crew of 4 to 2 to make room for the stranded astronauts who are expected to return in February. That's February 2025.
Hey.
The Mission 9 crew will carry additional cargo as well as Dragon-specific spacesuits for the astronauts.
Well, that's the thing.
As their Boeing spacesuits are incompatible with the SpaceX spacecraft. So they won't plug in, basically.
Yeah, they must have done what we were saying. Can y'all not get their size and then build some for them? I mean, can't we do that?
Come on. You know, how about that for their families? I mean, they thought they would be back by now.
Right.
And now, no Christmas.
February.
Nothing. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is planned ahead of time, you know. And that's based on the SpaceX launch going off on time, which they've had a pretty good record, but you never know with weather and other things.
Well, that's what I was thinking, too. You don't know that first attempt, they're going to be able to, I mean, they could, how many times they scrub one? You've been part of that. They'll scrub in a second.
They can.
Well, they need to. I mean, you can't take any chance.
Well, you got a window of operation. You know, these things will work. And look, going to space is still a dangerous, risky thing. So you try to have all the odds in your favor when you go. And but wow, just how about their families and everything? Yeah. So you're coming back when?
Right.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Right then. All right. What about when that word came down? How many people in the two families cried because they are not going to be there for Christmas or Thanksgiving?
Oh, I imagine there was some upset people, but
it's better. But now, and I always wonder. I'm still thinking about the people that were working on the space station. I mean, are we now getting into time that you could actually see them trade out and leave, and like some other people come? I mean, how long are they staying up there?
Well, you know,
Lord help.
Most of them are on 6 months, close to a year stint. A lot of them.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know. It's but look, I wouldn't want to ride back on the capsule that the thrusters may not be working.
No,
if you don't get that baby at the right angle, it's potato chip city.
But that's the when I raise my hand and go, I'll stay.
I'll
wait.
No, I know you're tired of me being here, but I'll stay to February.
No.
As opposed to being lost in space.
Well, lost in. It goes back to, and we've all been there, and you know, you don't want sometimes if it's just them being inefficient with airplanes being late and all that.
Yeah.
But anytime they let you know there's something we're concerned about, you immediately go in and take all the time you need.
Yeah, all you need. All you need.
And of course,
that angle that they come back into the Earth's atmosphere is critical. If you're too steep, you burn up. If you're too shallow, you bounce off the atmosphere back out into space. And hey, not good.
Or as I was told one night trying to get back home from a speaking engagement, I was told that we would have to go a much longer flight home. And I said, wow, really? So it's going to take longer on the way back? He said, oh, I could get you back quicker, but you wouldn't like it.
Very stressful.
You know what I did then? I'll sleep in the plane. Take all the time you need.
Hey, the text line, somebody had a great point. Can't Amazon get their suits to them?
Well,
I bet they could. Let Lisa order them. They'll be there. Priority customer. Send them up.
People are asking.
That's probably the only place they can't deliver.
Hey, who ordered suits? They're here.
Bubba, somebody's asking, are they getting overtime now? So that's a good one.
I don't know how you do that.
Reality show Stuck in Space. That would be a good one.
Oh, boy, would it?
Yeah. So
surely they're recording.
Yeah. So there we go.
Yeah, they can put it together when they get back. I mean, you do a lot of documentary, and I mean good quality with an iPhone nowadays. I mean,
absolutely.
Some stuff's being totally shot on that now.
Right.
Was it crazy?
Was it you that told me that when we were talking to some of those people saying that most of the stuff they're shooting right now they just use an iPhone, or did I hear that over the weekend? I'm talking about like your big time. Here comes a crew. They're like, oh, we're doing a series and shooting something for, I forget what channel it was. We shoot most of it on iPhone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's incredible.
They were just like, now all this equipment ain't really necessary.
Yeah.
So, all right, we'll be back. 16 minutes to the top of the hour. So that looks like that's the new plan. SpaceX will go getting them some suits that fit them that are compatible to the SpaceX stuff. And it looks like it'll be February. That's a tough one right there.
That's a tough one.
Hope they can wash their clothes somehow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. It is 11 minutes to the top. A lot of phone calls standing by. And the other part I'd like to deal with on this, I can understand a woman photographer doing this and not knowing better. But this was a guy. Is the guy, all he's concentrated on is he knows the way to wealth is to make the woman love the picture, and he just throws you as a sacrifice?
Yes. He's working for her, not you.
Right, but you think
you never would agree to it.
You think another guy, though, would go, all right, I'm going to take care of you here today. But he knows if he takes care of you, it'll be photos the women won't like, right?
He's as good as a woman, Rick.
Let's go to Allison.
Sorry.
And I know, yes, that's who he's working for.
Oh, yeah.
Allison in Montgomery. How are you, Allison?
I was okay, but now y'all done made me mad.
Why is that?
I've never disagreed with y'all, but y'all are dead wrong on this one. Y'all are dead wrong on this.
From a woman's point of view, you're probably right. You can probably feel that way.
No. I can prove it. Let me tell you something. Y'all saying guys are weaker now?
I'm not weaker. I'm talking about more puds. We cave in to sappy things more than our dads and granddads ever.
Oh, my God. My daddy and my granddaddy did more caving in than y'all ever thought about doing. They just didn't tell anybody.
Is that what it was? But at least their PR was better.
But wait a minute. You said about the dance classes and Kathy taking dance classes and all the things guys do to please women. Our daddies, have you been to seeing guys dancing lately at a club? Have you seen any guys dancing? They can't dance. Y'all can't dance. My daddy and granddaddy can outdance every one of you because they knew how to take
You're talking about, but they used to learn to dance like real dancing, like couple dancing. See, we came out in an era where couple dancing, we didn't get out there and do sock hop kind of stuff.
Not to mention, don't you have a picture of your daddy standing with all the kids by the car? That black and white one.
You talking about like all his kids, like us outside or something?
You remember, if you look in people's photo albums, like my daddy and my granddaddies, all the daddies are standing there with their hat on and they're by like a Studebaker.
Yeah.
They're always same thing.
Yeah, they didn't have a black sweater on with their eyes closed.
They didn't have a sweater on hugging your mama with their eyes closed.
They had to take their overalls off, and they had to put on a button-down shirt. Same thing.
Okay, thank you, Allison.
Think about it.
Not sure I follow the point.
Alice is an angry lady.
There's a difference between knowing how to dance and then just bringing it. I mean, that's how we dance. I've seen y'all two bring it. Bubba, get back there. He's bringing it.
Here's the question. Y'all expect any of us guys to believe?
Please phrase that right. Bringing it from Piedmont.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Has there ever been, is there a man anywhere who said, yes, I will take up ballroom dancing and a woman not be involved in it? Ever? Candida in Huntsville.
Good morning.
How are you? Whoa, Candida. We can make it together.
It is so good to be talking to you. It has been forever.
It's our pleasure.
Big Tony Orlando fans, too. So.
But I don't know if you remember me. I took actually Hunter's baby pictures years and years and years ago.
You sent her a check.
Some of his first pictures, actually, in Gaston, years ago. But you have found a photographer, okay? Don't say my last name, but you have found a photographer who agrees with what you're saying.
Right.
So wait a minute. Let me ask you, did you work at like a nationally known department store?
Absolutely.
See, that's where I got mine done.
Yeah, good. So they can't get you in that environment. You know what I mean?
Well, actually, I work for one now. And the picture that you're describing, I have demoed in my studio. I have a display of that picture. And brace yourself, okay, because there are actually men who come in and ask to have that picture done. And I will ask them, are you sure?
See, here's somebody looking out for you. It's a precious picture, but it should be very private.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. 100%. I agree with you.
Well, thank you for at least admitting that.
Absolutely.
Okay? I feel like, the CNN, piece in the New York Times where they said they were spinning the news out of Baghdad, I feel like I've just heard that again. Somebody's coming clean.
My mom called and claims the same picture is already hanging in her house. I thought she just had the one of the baby in my hands. She didn't have the one with me like all.
See, I know for a fact, and Rick, this is bad because now there's multiple copies out there. That's the worst thing, MC.
So in other words, it's been at my mom's house and I'm in such denial about it, I haven't noticed it.
So you know what happens when your dad's friends come by that he's played ball with and his football players, they go by and he says, "Look at my precious son," with his eyes closed here.
Dad, I'm sorry, I didn't know it.
I just have a feeling your dad, when he talks about you and Greg, he doesn't want to use the word precious. He just doesn't want that in there.
He never has. Now, his grandkids are precious and his daughter's precious,
Sure.
but we've never been precious.
No. And I don't think that you should be, maybe.
How about this? So I've done this to my dad. I didn't even know that. Well, no wonder there's been some...
Pass the gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us on another Rick and Bubba show as we work our way back. So we got other things to cover. I have no idea what is happening. We hit you with what we know was happening. We gave you a Middle East update. We given you the update on the stranded, what would you call it, the astronauts?
Yeah. I would call them that.
Yeah, stranded at the space station.
Space visitors now.
Space visitors. We've updated you on that.
Rick, there was a story Fox News Channel had on just during the break.
Okay.
They had one that, or it was right before that segment, that said Boeing employees embarrassed or something about having to have them rescued on another. But I mean, the key is just to get them back, right?
It is. Yeah, but
we can fight again another day.
Are you talking about this, Bubba? Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. So, you're just welcome. Glad you guys are here. My wife said that you work for where? Boy, what would you say? Boy. I mean, is that what he's talking about?
Well, yeah. I mean,
the story says?
I don't think anybody's excited about the PR situation there, but
excited about the PR.
I mean,
situation.
for all the great things you've done through history, you're in a little rough patch. Right now.
Well, you know what?
You need a win.
That's right. Well, hopefully, y'all can get a win, and we can move on.
Give me a win.
Politically, and Adler, I'm going to go ahead on this because I'm just going to be honest. I don't want to hear a clip about this because I just struggle listening to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Talk. I mean,
what are you talking about?
So Hannity let him ramble on for a really long time. I can't do it.
Do you know I made
can't
myself
do
sit
it.
through some of the clips just to do prep and know what he was saying, and what he was saying was some really good points.
Yeah, don't you just wish he could let somebody else say it?
Why can't he let
there was a few
somebody
times
else
that
say
it was a little, his delivery was better than others. But man, what he had to say was pretty powerful.
I
as
wish.
Far as,
Do you think? Yeah.
When you're listening to him,
can...
do you have this crazy tickling in your throat?
Yes.
That I want to go.
I cough. I clear my throat. I think about Babylon B laughing that he finally took a drink of water and suddenly he wished he'd done it years ago. But I'm just, I'm not trying to be insensitive because that's not our nature. But I'm just saying. I wish he had a voiceover person, and I know Morgan Freeman may not be
right.
He doesn't.
You're talking about just overdub everything he says.
Yeah, he wouldn't want to be associated with Trump probably, but if we could get some voice person,
kind of like that Liberty National commercial.
Yes, exactly.
Liberty.
Liberty. Please, I mean, because the thing, his content. Now when he gets a little out there, because he is a little out there. Don't think he's not out there. Okay, watch
He's
out.
got this thing roadkill. They were talking about another one. He drove home with a whale's head or something in his vehicle.
Yeah,
but
his kids with that.
But just kind of like we wish we could get Trump to stay right here. If we could get him inside some barriers, if we could get Junior in some barriers, and where he shines, because he is saying kind of what we're saying. The country is at a tipping point when on this move toward a soft, tyrannical, soon to be completely tyrannical, socialistic, Marxist world, and he is saying this election is so important, and America is in such need of a different direction that he hopes other Democrats that remember the Democratic Party before the Marxists took it over, they all need to get in the Trump camp and get these swing states done. Get Trump in there for America's good, for America to to come out of the nosedive that we're in.
Right.
I'm paraphrasing,
Yeah.
but that's basically it.
Yeah.
He's saying it's really too important right now. Some of us are going to have to hang up our Democrat shirt because the party that we remember is this not the state of the party right now.
Right.
And Trump, who really I would not. I'm telling you, this accusation that Trump is some alt-right person, that really just isn't true. I mean, he's a populist candidate, which is better than a Marxist.
Yeah.
And he's more conservative when it comes to the things I think that matter as far as the country. Now, as far as the human being, I mean, that's a whole nother deal. But the state of the country, we keep saying it, it's not a hard decision. You can't stay on this road. And so hopefully him suspending his campaign only in the states that he would make a difference. I did find that interesting, before I couldn't listen to it anymore. He's staying in the race in states that he won't make a difference, for some reason saying that if it ended up a tie, that somehow he could be president. Now, that I didn't follow that, and maybe I need to know more about the constitutional republic on how that would work. I thought that was odd, that he said if it ends up being a tie between Harris and Trump's, if he stays in these states where he won't make a difference in the campaign, that somehow he could end up being president. He told his supporters
you
that.
Sure you heard that right?
Well,
maybe.
You're not sure.
Maybe I couldn't understand it.
The only way I think that he could become president, and I may be wrong, some of you constitutional people can correct me on this, as you always do.
And we thank you for it.
Don't you worry about standing up for the flag
look,
first.
I had 8th grade civics, that's about it. But
Right.
If neither candidate has enough electoral votes,
and that's what he's talking about,
the House of Representatives would then vote and decide the president.
Maybe that's what he's talking about. If they tied, I think 269 to 269,
something like that.
And he says they see some forecasting that could happen, that he would be there in case we got into a constitutional crisis.
I don't know why he thinks they would put him in if everybody else was evenly divided between those two.
I
but
think they ought to put Bernie in.
Sadly, I think I heard that right. Sadly.
Bubba, go ahead and warn you.
That is a good text from Dan Bongino over the weekend. Says, when a lifelong Democrat from an iconic Democrat family who tried to run as a Democrat and whose running mate is a Democrat wants to tell you about the dangers of voting for Democrats in this election, you should probably pay attention.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that's most important. What he's saying is the fact, look who is saying it, look why he's saying it. It's an easy vote in November. It just is for the state of the country.
Yeah.
Not for your feelings and not for your emotions and whatever. I mean, this is about the country getting solid footing again. In areas that are really important, a border, an economy, and our standing on foreign policy around the world as we approach a lot of conflicts, and this little tinderbox we got going over in the Middle East right now.
Our economy, I don't think anybody thinks that it is where we want it to be, and if you want to see that continue on and really accelerate over the next 4 years, you have a choice, or if you'd rather go back to the way it was pre-COVID, those policies, you have a choice. Really, to me, it's about the economy. Everything else will take care of itself after that.
Now, this is not up for debate. He absolutely is staying on the ballot in the states where he thinks he's not going to make a difference. That is, I mean, that's in this article right here.
Yeah, 10 swing states is what he's taking his name off.
He said not going to be on the swing states, but all the other states. I'm not terminating my campaign. I'm simply suspending it and not ending it. My name will remain on the ballot in most states. Only the 10 swing states am I pulling my name.
Don't fully understand that strategy. I'm sure there's some reasoning there. I think
he tried to tell me, but it was
I think their internal polling said that he was going to be hurting Trump more than he would hurt the Democrats. So I think that's why. And I saw a clip too that said that he's going to put him in charge of a commission on assassinations to let all that information out.
Here we go.
Yep.
Here we go.
And
please don't let him give the
up.
report, though. Please don't let him give the report.
Well, we're going to have a spokesperson for that. I do think one of the more interesting ones, and you remember the judge that was on Fox a lot, Napolitano.
Yeah.
Napolitano.
Napolitano. He said,
Because
whatever.
close
It's,
as
one, hey,
Napolitano
it's
is.
somewhere in between those two.
Yeah,
I said.
combine them.
That he had asked Trump about the JFK assassination because Trump said, I'm going to declassify everything. So when he got in there and read it, he said, Judge, you won't believe. I can't let all of this out right now. And, the judge was kind of calling Trump out on it a little bit.
I remember that.
So what did he see in there that was so bad?
Did y'all mention RFK's strategy of staying on in the non-swing states because then if he gets enough votes, it would legitimize a third party and maybe break up the two-party system? Did y'all say that already?
Well, sort of. We not as clear as you just did.
Okay. I read something about that.
Well, he said he could still be president.
That's kind of a long shot.
That was weird. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so this is not a new topic. If you've been listening to the show, we have talked about covenant eyes, and we've talked about. I don't think anybody has to convince you that we got a problem in this country when it comes to porn and just the evils that revolve around it. And it's destroying marriages, it's destroying lives. And Covenant Eyes, their software is great. What great accountability it provides. But they're also going to go another step. It's going to be they're providing some free educational resources. So one of those will be the Covenant Eyes podcast. Now this show is dedicated to helping you unpack the positive and negative sides of technology. Technology has brought us a lot of problems, but it also can be a blessing. And as Christians, we can redeem it for good. So they're going to have leading tech experts on there. They're going to have some of our faith's greatest leaders talking about this, pastors, therapists, and they're going to dive deep into topics like the effects of tech on our children. Obviously, pornography will be part of that. Ethical questions for Christians, revolving around things like AI. Is this good? Is this bad? How should we approach this? So it's very educational. What a great resource. In this digital age, there's endless temptations and distractions, and this podcast can kind of help you navigate your faith along with technology in God-honoring ways. So if you want to find out about it, go to covenanteyes.com and take advantage of this great resource. All their amazing resources are there, too. You can also always try their software, too, for free for 30 days with the promo code RICK at checkout. That's covenanteyes.com.
Said they were spinning the news out of Baghdad. I feel like I've just heard that again. Somebody's coming clean.
My mom called and claims the same picture is already hanging in her house. I thought she just had the one of the baby in my hands. She didn't have the one with me like all...
See, I know for a fact, and Rick, this is bad because now there's multiple copies out there. That's the worst thing, MC.
So in other words, it's been at my mom's house and I'm in such denial about it, I haven't noticed it.
So you know what happens when your dad's friends come by that he's played ball with and his football players? They go by and he says, "Look at my precious son," with his eyes closed here.
Dad, I'm sorry, I didn't know it.
I just have a feeling your dad, when he talks about you and Greg, he doesn't want to use the word precious. He just doesn't want that in there.
He never has. Now, his grandkids are precious and his daughter's precious, but we've never been precious.
No. And I don't think that you should be, maybe.
How about this? So I've done this to my dad. I didn't even know that. Well, no wonder there's been a little bit of...
Sure.
I've noticed...
You know what? That's probably 3 of the bypasses right there. That alone, that picture.
I put him in the hospital.
Yes, you did, Rick. Thank you.
Wow.
Sorry, Coach.
I thought it was just the one with me holding the baby. I didn't know it's me, like, eyes closed and Huggins in there, too.
Black turtleneck. I bet it's ribbed, too, isn't it?
Sure. Long sleeves.
Sure.
We've all done things we're not proud of. Sorry about that, Dan. Wow.
Has Greg got one like that?
I don't think so.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. From the Big Boy Studios, out on the bleeding edge of technology, we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world on various platforms, including, but not limited to, America's boldest radio stations. On the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, there's your live option. Another live option, the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. If you don't have an affiliate, stream it. Use the app. Also, another live option, watching on YouTube. Eddie Van Adler has that covered for you. Your archive options include the YouTube channel, our podcast channel. Both of those provide daily video and audio archives. The entire show, go back and get it on your own time. There's a best of hour for Blaze TV subscribers. If you look at our icon there on your options of all the different hosts and content there. And then also, if you have the TuneIn app, entire shows are archived there as well. Speedy, Greg Adler here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. And thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Electoral.
How's
that flag? How's that flag?
I've never been able to say that right.
When you said it, I was like, oh.
Well, you know what I meant.
Well, I'm thinking about taking the text option off the table. I mean, back when people had to call us, we could just let the phone ring. We didn't know what they had to say. Now every little word we say wrong, every little way we stand, crouch, whatever. It's
and I'm proud.
Thank you. Thanks all of you very
We're
much.
at least.
Thank you. Thank all of you. You just
Keeping us on our toes.
Thank you for keeping us on our toes. Thank you so much. Is Bubba's hair more gray today? No, it's not. It's that's.
I thought it was darker.
Gray, I think I've gone to white.
Right.
I'm Larry Tate.
Right.
All the way.
A lot of you don't.
I haven't had a haircut in 6 weeks. Other than that,
a lot of you don't realize this. Bubba actually frosts his hair. It's actually remember that?
It's highlights.
Remember people trying to have gray hair?
Wait,
What was that about?
did you put a little highlight when you had it high and tight, when you stuck it straight up, had it cut short?
Yeah.
Seems like I remember a picture you had a little highlight in it.
I did it one time.
Yeah, you put a little highlight there when you had when you were the lead singer for Rascal Flatts.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Get a visor on with it.
I like that look. I mean, it's just hard to keep up.
Yeah, I
did.
do.
A lot of responsibility.
A lot of people don't realize that our aversion to hassle. There's a lot of things that we probably could do. We just
I ain't doing that. You think I'm gonna take time to do that?
Right. Well, it looked great. Yeah, but it's kind of a hassle.
I'm going with this.
I mean, how you can't even. But all right, so Bubba, I know that we've been talking a lot about what's next for everybody. We'll talk more about that as the year gets at the end, because we realize that no matter how many times we tell you, it's a lot of you. Y'all don't listen to this, every second of every day. But Bubba has taken a position at Jacksonville State University. Assistant athletic director, and is it director of broadcast, sports broadcast?
Yeah, just
something like that.
Of broadcasting,
which kind of takes us to where we are now. So I noticed that you were telling us that
big week.
That is this the launch of the first? Because Jacksonville State football starts this weekend, right?
Yeah, it starts Thursday night.
Thursday night.
Coastal Carolina coming down.
That's the real deal.
And you and Eli Gold is going to be doing a coaches show, right?
He's
From a location.
He's going to be doing a
on
show
location
called Jack State Live for 30 minutes.
Right.
And telling you
could
about
be anything about Jack
telling
State.
you about things going on, a lot of the other coaches and all that. I'm sure we'll see Coach Hams on that.
I hope you get him booked soon. But you being director of sports broadcasting, it's kind of under your heading to be sure this thing gets on the air.
Yeah, and
right,
that's always exciting when you do a live on location show. Like in 3 weeks, it's always a lot of fun, and it's exciting.
You got 3 weeks to get it ready.
It's exciting.
So you have one tonight, though, right?
So yeah, we'll have Jack State Live and the Coach Rich Rod Show on WEAC TV 24. That'll start at 6:30. And it ought to be something else.
So is Jack State Live and the Rich Rod Show two different things?
It's two different things, but they run back to back.
Back to back. Okay.
So it'll start
it's a full
at 6:30. And then the Coach Rich Rod Show will start at 7 to 8, so it's an hour and a half.
Oh, whoa,
whoa!
A lot of,
hello.
All right, so that sounds like you'll be taking calls.
We hopefully will be taking calls. Yes.
That's not easy on location.
Well, it's probably as hard as it gets.
It is
technically to do that. So.
I've seen Bubba openly weep on location trying to get phone calls in.
It's something.
They don't cooperate.
Mix minus.
So
mix minus maths.
Are we ready?
Yeah. I mean, I think we are.
Now, is Rich Rod Coach show tonight too?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, all of it. All
And
90 minutes.
And it ends at what time?
All 90 minutes of it.
Right.
8 o'clock.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's your bedtime.
Oh, but you're normally under the covers with the CPAP on at that
You're
time.
usually snuggling right then.
Yeah, it's not going to be a good night for me. No doubt.
You feel good about all the technology side of it?
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, we've had a lot of people work very hard, and I appreciate all they're doing. But you know, till you hear it, till you get ready to go, you never know.
Well,
we did a run through,
you know where it is.
and we had
Yeah.
some edges we had to polish up a little bit. So hopefully we got.
Is it? I know what's on him. It's the unknown. I think we got everything, but it's until we go live. I mean,
I tell you right now, he doesn't feel good about
on the AL. Me, my one nut. We are.
Is
in
that our
trouble.
number tonight? Are we going with that number tonight?
Well, we're trying to get a toll-free number. I don't know that all that'll be in place tonight, but we'll see.
No
Can I
calls.
say
Because
that-
not
we
a
use
lot
that
of
one?
people are
I was gonna say, the
excited
people-
about AL. Me, my one nut.
Oh, they didn't sign off on that.
I
thought it was pretty
You
good.
couldn't get a sign off.
Well, I, mean,
I can't believe
that is the number, but I mean, you know, a lot of people probably don't want to promote it that way.
No,
Only us.
I know that.
So what number am I calling? Is it that one?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
Stepping completely out of, I don't know what in the world I'm talking about, but
We'll
I'm just
remember.
going to say it out loud. Okay. Do we need toll-free numbers anymore?
Well,
Can't people just on cell? Everybody calls on cell phones. Do we even need a toll-free number?
it's not as critical as it used to be.
Right.
I think just having that moniker, you know, to say, you know,
One
would probably
nut.
be good.
I got Greg.
No,
that's
not that
it.
one.
That's
No.
not Greg. What are you talking about? That's not it.
I thought that was the closest.
And also, you
That's
still,
all we could come up with of what we had.
and of course, you know, because we all know this though, because Eli Gold, who you are working with, is a legend.
Legend.
And you know, there's still some people, you know, that have home phones that want to call.
That's true. I
Wanna
know,
call.
yeah, and I know exactly what they sound like on it.
Eli, it's so good to hear you again.
Well, you know,
I'm glad you're working with Jack State.
the good news is the
Roll
home,
Tide.
the home phones.
Eli, let me first say roll tide and stay cocky.
The home phones do sound better. You know.
Oh, they sound 1,000 times.
yeah.
Look, we're
they
one
just
of the
not
things
a lot
that's
of them
killing talk
left,
radio is cell phones.
Yeah.
We used to have really good phone quality, man. Those days are over. I mean, I've had people that had great stuff to say. You just can't hear them.
Yeah. So, boy, if I could hear it, they'd have loved it.
And
I know, Coach Rich.
why does it seem to drop out right when they're about to say their key thing?
I know Coach Rich Rod's with us, but how's DeBoer going to do?
You probably have some of that.
You think Bama's going to be okay?
Listen, that's where
it bleeds into everything in this state.
That's
Okay,
where
here you
Eli,
go.
the professional, will just bob and weave and keep
Yeah.
going.
Well, Eli being there brings it all together.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
You think Milrow?
Okay, all right, Bell, let's go to Dickie on line 4. Hey, roll tide, Eli. I don't know why they ran you off like they did, but it's a benefit to Jack State.
Yeah.
Stay cocky.
Yeah. Well, but they bring up a great point. JSU hosts Coastal Carolina Thursday. Are you going to be for the broadcast?
Yeah, we'll probably be there for part of it.
Chanticleers.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, busy week.
Well, short week.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
doesn't have to wake
we're
up
off
Friday
Friday.
morning.
I don't think it's short enough.
No.
No, that's going to be tough.
No,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is a bad week. Nobody's saying this is a good week. Nobody.
Anybody make a mistake and say it.
Bubba,
Nobody.
the word I would use is daunting.
Yeah. Challenging.
Bubba,
Death-defying.
Here's what else you gonna get. Here's what else,
Tightrope.
here's what else you gonna get. Let's go to Earl and Butler. Hey, Eli, can I speak to Bubba?
right. Yeah.
Yeah, Bubba there.
Stay in it. Bubba, you there?
Let me tell you about that flag y'all got up in there.
Hey, in the morning, stand up for the flag.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of the above. All of the above.
Is there going to be a phone screener?
I'm not co-hosting, by the way. I had several people ask me. I'm not.
Well, you should be.
Who's the co-host?
You're wearing your cocky colors
No,
tonight.
Eli will handle it.
31 years of co-hosting.
That's right.
You got a good resume.
This is Opie.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
morning from Sold Out. This morning, Bubba, a lot to do. I mean, a lot to do. Kind of update you on what's going on. Bobby Bowden, who switches for us for Media Visions, and Turner South, giving you the shots you see on television, leaving us today. His final day, he will be replaced by Christopher Columbus, who will take over. Bobby Bowden, of course, has given us some great moments. Probably best known now for his hot tub scene. There it is. There he is. There's old Bobby. he went out in a blaze of glory, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah!
What's he going to be doing anyway?
I don't know.
Bobby, what are you doing?
He's going to
North Carolina.
No, he's going to North Carolina.
Yes. North Carolina is not an answer for what you're going to be doing.
Yeah.
I just
but nobody
interpret
knows.
that.
He's going to be with.
That's all I know is North Carolina.
And substantially stuff.
He's going to do that substantial stuff.
Well, we'll ask Bobby here when we interview him on the big goodbye party for Bobby Bowden today.
I want to say hello to the ladies
when he brings a cake
at Ridgecrest Baptist Daycare. Been taking care of Miles and Sydney for Bobby Bowden while they're trying to get ready for the move. So, hello, ladies at Ridgecrest Baptist. How are you this morning?
Speaking of kind of bizarre things, did you catch part of the Dan Rather interview with Saddam Hussein?
What kind of weird, strange...
Now, that's going to be on tonight, isn't
it?
Yeah,
at 8 o'clock, I believe.
You know how Dan Rather could have been a hero?
Oh, I know.
Don't you know?
Oh, yes. Sure.
I mean, I've got my mic, and just as I'm setting that mic up, oh, my goodness, I believe I have killed Saddam Hussein right here with the camera rolling.
No, what he needed was like a 007 type of microphone that he could just hit a button, and all of a sudden it pops open and a knife comes out.
We have that technology.
Oh, sure.
So how's about, you know?
Oh, sure. And here's the thing I think would shock you. The people standing around that you think would have attacked and killed you
they would have probably put Dan up as the new king of Iraq.
Hold on. I got to get this shot. Hold on. Hey.
Yeah, that's right. Because I don't think the people standing around him would attack you. I think they would go, thank you.
Hey, don't want Dan Rather.
All right, you're Dan Rather. Okay. Get him down.
I got him.
I got him. Yeah, I mean, you're standing right there with him. See, I never thought he was actually going to be in his presence. Did you? I thought it was going to be some kind of...
Well, you know, we talked about it yesterday. Yeah, I thought he was there. And then Speedy said, no, it was a satellite thing because I had trouble. But what it was, Dan went there, but the Iraqis had to uplink it back, which I bet that's quite the uplink facility if I just had to guess.
I bet that thing's precious.
If you don't have bread down at the market, I'm not, sometimes your technology is not what it ought to be. But anyway, I'm interested to see that because I'm sure Dan really asked the cutting, hard questions.
And how many different, what's those little phrases that you call them?
Yeah, I know.
What do you call that? Not analogies, but... you know what I mean?
All of them he used on election night.
Yeah. So, Saddam, I guess it's hotter over here than a cat on a hot tin roof.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. What are those little quips, little colorful quips?
What's that name? They've got a name, but I can't think of it.
Because Dan will wear you out with it.
Oh, I know.
So I don't know why he just didn't kill him while he was in his presence and be a great American.
Saw another very strange sight last night. I was flipping by TV and kind of got to it late and saw Ted Nugent sitting in with Hannity and Combs.
I would have liked to have seen that. I thought he was going to be on Donahue.
The gravy, please.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us as we work our way back. So, Bubba, people are asking if they can watch and stream that tonight. You can, right, at WEACTV24.com?
WEAC24.com.
All right, leave out TV, okay.
Yeah.
So,
/nut.
No.
Hey, Burgess.
WEAC24.com.
Can we just hit that again? Sure.
WEAC24.com. Because people are asking, can they stream it, even if they don't get the channel
correct.
And all that? So,
yep, that's it.
Yeah, so that's...
And for some reason, I'm losing my voice now. So.
Yeah, what is that about?
I don't know.
Usually that doesn't happen unless we do, you're going to cave or something.
Yeah, September,
right.
you know.
Is it the food in your mouth?
No, it's September, I think.
Yeah.
So, hey,
ragweed.
yeah, there it is.
Uh-huh. So,
how about that?
So anyway, somebody has, I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, I wonder where that came from.
Oh, that's why.
Uh-huh.
They're saying 75 shows to the end of the year.
Oh, okay. And they put a picture.
Yeah.
I told Bubba when it came out, you could just see the football pants and the waist. And I told Bubba, I said, that's not me. That's got to be a picture of Greg because I don't think I was ever that lean, but apparently that was not my senior year. Apparently that must have been my junior year. So anyway, somebody's found a picture of me in high school playing football or something on the sideline or something.
Yeah, I apologize, but you know how I am. I want to know what Bubba's day's like. So, Bubba, you go from the show.
Here he goes.
And you hit Jacksonville, Alabama, and here he comes. Here comes the face.
Mm-hmm.
And you enter the city. And do you go straight to the location, or do y'all have a walkthrough late this afternoon? What's your day like?
Well, Speedy, a lot up in the air there.
Okay.
Okay.
Got to drop by the 3D logo, and then got to work on an audio path, and several things.
Are you involved in all that?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I'd be.
Do you know about 3D logos?
Yeah. We got one.
Learning.
Right.
Yeah, Tommy and them did us a good one.
Oh yeah,
that's
man. Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're at the square. Then when do you eat? And where?
Well, the cafeteria is pretty awesome.
All right.
You said that when they were trying to offer you a package that the cafeteria. Did you ever say that on the air?
Yeah, seal the deal.
I mean, that's seal the deal. Did you tell me $5 all you can eat?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No way.
Good night.
No way.
Yeah, they lose money on.
Boy,
on
they
that.
do.
But they got all kinds of stuff in there. You can eat salads, or you can get hamburgers. And they got ice cream.
Do they
They
just?
got-
Does it
They got
all?
like a Subway sandwich type thing. Not the franchise,
Yeah.
but you can get that done, or you can get the meat of the day, whatever that is.
Do you think so? So what happens is, Bubba comes in, they lose big.
Uh-huh.
Okay, but then a bunch of sorority girls come in who think they're fat, and they go back up into the
That's
profit.
it.
Right. It's a trade-off. You got to play the numbers.
Yeah. Parents bought money, put money on the card, and
Right.
it's not ever
But
used.
$5, I mean, you ain't gonna beat that.
No,
not at all. So, do you check into your hotel early in the day?
The Hampton Inn right there coming in town.
Yeah.
No, that'll be later on.
Do they still have the Gamecock Inn or whatever that was? Used to be over there.
I don't know if it's still around.
That's a motel, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still there though. I think they renovated it.
Did they?
I may have made that up.
Yeah. So
And then you get onto the site. And
Yeah, I think I'm just going to sleep in my truck.
right. So I mean, when do you need to be at the site saying we need to get this thing ready to roll?
No, 10 o'clock. But
You're gonna pound a couple at the apothecary.
Non-denominational here at the apothecary.
Yeah. I think Josh has got me a few Diet Coke
There
stashed
you
back
go.
there. so-
There you go. So that and it starts.
It is a great venue. I mean,
Oh,
for,
it really
for doing
is.
this. I remember.
How's the
when-
food there?
Well, they don't have food.
They don't.
You
No.
bring your own.
You bring your own or have it delivered there.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Whoa.
Okay. So not your typical like I got some wings over here and some appetizers.
No,
not-
it's really a concept I was not familiar with, but apparently there's more of these than I knew once I've told some people about it.
So you're calling bring your own food. Like I just go in there with I may stop and pick me up some chicken fingers or whatever.
Yeah, or have it delivered there. There's all kind of delivery people coming in.
Really?
and
So
out.
yeah. Well, how about that?
Yeah.
And where
that's your world.
Where is this? Where's the
Square.
location?
It's on the square.
Oh, it is okay.
On the historic square
Oh,
in
yes.
downtown Jacksonville.
What side?
The east side.
Just past, remember Romans or whatever?
Uh-huh.
Right beside
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
Right down
All
from
right.
that. See, when I was
We're
a
dialing it
kid,
in now.
when I was real little,
Crow
there used to
drug.
be like a farmer's market type thing through there.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was a dime store for many, many years. Then it was a drugstore, and I think that's where the name came
Okay,
from.
I got you.
Apothecary
Oh.
Draft House.
Okay, I got
Yeah.
you. Okay.
A lot of,
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said
handles
the
you can
Gamecock
pull.
Inn, Greg's now the Red Roof Inn. They said it's Red Roof
Oh,
Inn.
it's come on, Greg.
It's not the
You're supposed to
Gamecock
know
Inn
about
anymore.
Surely it is.
Well, that's what it says.
Well, I didn't pay enough attention.
Come on,
I guess.
Greg.
That's right. Well,
I go by there all the time.
All right.
Took it for granted.
Who is clicking their pen? Am I clicking?
Ain't
my
nobody
pen?
clicking. Everybody calm down about complaining.
I know.
Yeah.
Greg, this right here, this text option is a Karen's dream.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
It is a Karen's dream.
Oh, yeah.
How about this? What if you're clicking your pen and sitting near the national anthem? These people are going to lose their mind.
Of course, Rick, I was right. They did say it was renovated.
Well, you're right about that, but
Right.
it's not. But gee, it's not called
No,
the
it's
Gamecock
not.
Inn anymore.
No.
Now,
Now, you got a couple of choices. You got the Hampton, of course. I'm sure the
But-
Carolina will be in it.
right,
Coastal
you're right.
Carolina.
Yeah, I was looking too, Bubba, at I know we talked about this last football season. I think I was looking at your Instagram post, and that the logo now is kind of the rooster of old, right?
Yeah, it was like the 1970s.
Look over there,
rooster. Yeah.
Greg looked around and what? Who are you looking at?
Yes, you. I saw you.
I'm not saying that.
I like it. I think it's actually cool. I do
too.
No, I really do. Yeah. I really do like it.
I guess you like Reddy Kilowatt when he was the power company something too. So.
Where did Reddy Kilowatt
He's
come
about from the same era. From the same era.
All right. Well, no, that's not. That looks a little kind of.
Foghorn Leghorn looks good.
Yeah, that's not the one that I love when they wore those white helmets last year and had it on the side.
They got a black and white version. Looks pretty cool.
That's not the one?
Yeah, that's it.
No, I think that's it. Yeah,
It's got my legs. I didn't know.
Now put Reddy Kilowatt up there.
No, Reddy Kilowatt.
Have you ever seen Reddy Kilowatt?
I tell you, Adler's looking for it. I know that.
Right.
Yeah, he was replaced by Louis the Light Bulb.
Yeah, I remember that.
Now, while Adler's looking for it, have you asked Bubba if he could stay at your place?
Yeah, he's more than welcome to. You got to sleep on the floor, but yeah.
Why not? You ain't got a bedroom function around? Y'all remodeling?
Yeah, we're in the middle of all that.
By the way, I know whose fault. I know why that's happening.
Yeah, exactly why.
I know why.
It's ridiculous.
Because they're hosting Christmas Eve this year.
That's it. That's the
really?
There's Reddy Kilowatt.
That's what every this is about.
There's Reddy Kilowatt.
Did he usually have guns?
Well, you got to understand that was a long time ago.
Did he usually have guns?
See, by the time,
or did somebody add that?
Look at you couldn't do that now for anything because of the guns.
By the time I came along, it was Louis the Lightning Bug.
Okay.
They even had a suit that they tried to ask me to dress up at it.
Please.
At Kids Day one day, and I was like, no.
Yeah, who associates you with Kids Day?
Well, we'd have this thing where you could bring your family.
No, I would never say. I tell you what, go ask Greg. Of all the things that of all the people that I would say you think he'll put on Louis the Light Bulb, I would never ask you that. I wouldn't want you to be in Louis the Light Bulb. Kids be like, what's wrong with Louis the Light Bulb? Why is he mad?
Why is he in a bad mood?
He's not lighting up.
Louis the Light Bulb, I just heard him say this is all stupid.
He said, dang, it's hot. Remember the Van Thomas?
Why do you think this is stupid? That's what Louis the Light Bulb said.
There's Louis the Lightning Bug right there.
Bubba, how about that? The old Van Thomas. Somebody's found it.
That was classic.
He got air conditioning.
I got weekly rates, daily rates, hourly.
Hey, all right, Greg.
Hey, so it's listed on the sign, weekly, daily, hourly.
We'll take your phone calls next. First phone segment of the week. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Lines are available.
I think I'm just going to camp out at Chimney Peak tonight.
We'll take your phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. Louis the Lightning Bug going in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
About that, he may have been. I think he must be making the media circles right now for some reason or another. He must be promoting something. But Ted is always funny. He was funny when he was here on this show.
Well, he was memorable.
Yes, he was. And you know what? We'll always laugh about the fact that we told Damon Johnson, who was with Ted, to tell Ted to be good. And in Ted's mind, he thought he was.
Oh, yeah.
That's what was so
cliches.
Funny.
Cliches is the word we're looking for.
Cliches.
How many different cliches will Dan rather use in that interview?
Well, I hate you missed Ted last night. He was his always colorful self. By the way, Alan Combs has a radio show again now. It's on right after they're on TV.
So it starts 6 minutes after the TV show.
So he has to run upstairs to get on. Yeah. And Ted was going to be on his radio show, which, no telling. So I guess Alan Combs is going to be the liberal Rush Limbaugh now that the...
Well, he's already tried that once.
I know.
And it didn't work.
Well, this won't last long either. Also, poor Phil Donahue. He's been canceled.
Is it over?
I know. Everybody's just
so Ted never got on the show before it was canceled?
Well, I don't know if he was on there last night or not. Maybe somebody saw it. But the show, they announced it was going to be canceled yesterday.
Well,
I wish you'd seen Phil coming into work in his baseball cap. That's
Did he have to go? Hey, we didn't get it done.
Yeah, I don't know what he says. I'm sure he's on top of it, whatever, because he's so much smarter than all the rest of us.
Speaking of that, because we always make fun of ourselves. I wish you'd have seen my speech last night on why I shouldn't work in the concession stand. It owned everybody.
So you had to give that speech?
Well, don't you have to volunteer or buy yourself out?
Oh no. Here's the thing. On concession stands. Now you have to go watch a video because everybody has to be trained to sell any kind of food. So they take a bunch of parents in there, show them a 6-minute video, now they're trained. So my view was, I think y'all have seen my history with running the food.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm the man for the job.
Rick, I was thinking the exact same thing.
And it owned
my track record's not good. I'll just stay outside.
And it owned everybody. They said, you're right. You're not the man for the concession stand.
How about in our league, you either volunteer or you have to, write a check and buy yourself out.
Well, I told them, and it was a really good one.
How much?
I don't think it's like $40 or something.
Oh, that's a good deal.
Oh, let me tell you the face. See, what it is.
They need to be on the outside eating. Right. I will get them more money just by coming and ordering stuff. If I'm inside, I won't be able to eat.
You're talking about, man, this is good.
It's time for baseball and softballs while we're talking about that. I thought with my daughter being on the junior high team now, this concession stand thing was over. But it's not. And what I said was, and it's a good one, I said, I have a 4-year-old and a 20-month-old. I said, now, let me see a show of hands. If anybody wants to watch them while I work in that concession stand, I am ready. I'll even put a hat on. So who's going to watch the little ones while I'm in a concession stand? Who is it? Anybody? I said, I'm ready for the concession stand. Who's ready? And, buddy, you could have heard a pin drop. Everybody said, Mr. Burgess, you're exempt from the concession stand. Thank you.
Yeah, they don't ask me down to the nursery anymore.
We got to know how your perfect day was yesterday, too. I know it was...
It kind of fell apart. It was going all right, and then I just, the hunting season was over. What was I going to do? Too cold to fish. I did get a massage, which was number one.
Get that circulation going.
Would y'all like to know?
Did you go see the movie?
No.
Really?
Well, I couldn't.
Rick, I had no idea you like to go see movies by yourself.
Love it.
See, I learned something new.
Love it, but I couldn't.
It's a favorite thing ever.
I like sitting at home watching them by myself.
You haven't done that?
No, I don't think I've ever been to a theater.
Oh, it's great.
It really is.
You get to eat what you want.
You get to watch whatever you want to. Get whatever you want from the snack bar. No hassle from a wife or kids or anything.
Just relax.
Well, I always figure it's dark in there anyway. They can't see what you're eating.
And again, because all the kids were gone.
Well, you crunch on that.
And because all the kids were gone, my standard move is I wanted to eat at a restaurant that didn't serve chicken fingers.
Right.
But I didn't get that done either.
No, I will do that when I'm solo. I will get what I want to eat.
Yeah, well.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. We thank you for being with us today. Thank you, sir. A brand new show on a brand new week. And so phone calls coming in now. Louis the Light Bulb, Greg Burgess taking your phone calls. 866 We Be Big at the end of 30. Buzzer sounds, your time on the program done. Somebody else gets an opportunity. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Field of Greens, here's an email. Here is an email from Leela. She said, I started Field of Greens in March of 2024 because my doctor has been trying to get me to take cholesterol meds. I typically wouldn't like something like Field of Greens. I chose the strawberry lemonade. It does taste good. Good call. Today, this was back on August the 20th. This is a few days ago when I got this email. August the 20th, I had my first doctor's visit, and my cholesterol was 230 in February of 2024. I started doing Field of Greens in March of 2024. My cholesterol now, 174. My doctor actually said everything that you all kept saying he would. He said exactly what you guys say. Keep doing whatever you're doing. So there's another testimonial. Somebody else was asking on the text option today, Field of Greens, does it seem to help with your digestive system? And the answer on that is yes, it does. So, but why wouldn't it? It's really pretty elementary. It's the fuel that the body was designed to run on. So it's hand-selected, scientifically selected, organic fruits and vegetables that the body needs. And what does it do? It helps the vital organs operate the way they're supposed to. So you ought to see these kind of results. And then your digestive system, a lot of problems we have with our digestive system is because most of the foods we eat, they're processed. They may be high in fats, and there's a lot of times we eat stuff, especially snacks and stuff. We don't have any idea what's in that. So when your gut health begins to turn around, it changes a lot too. It's almost like that brain fog kind of goes away too, which is great. I always tell people I have a clean energy, which I love too. So why don't you get yours now? Fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BIGVOX, B as in boy, I-G, V as in voice, O-X. Save 15%. We also have that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and maybe I'll get an email from you just like we did today from Leela. All right, to the phones we go, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's start with Sam in Kentucky. Sam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, Bubba will get this one. Apollo 13 was on TV over the weekend, and the CO2 cartridges. And Gene Kranz said, "Tell me this isn't a government operation."
No, I'm
7-3, Bubba.
Isn't that true? Yeah, the Apollo 13 to me is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's up there. It's in my top 10. We continue. Let's go to Harry out of Dothan. If you want to join us, lines are opening up. News Talk 103.9. Hello, Harry.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey,
how are y'all?
We're good. We're good. Great.
Hey, I wanted to talk to Speedy about some UAB football. Is he still our hype guy or what?
No, not this year. I am not. They said they're not going to have a live mic, so they could bring me back in for a special game or something like that. That door has left open, but they're not going to have a live mic.
Sorry about that, Harry.
Well, I'll be sending in
the America's greatest hype man. Sidelined.
I know it. I know. Just he's sitting there on pit row, ready to go.
Bubba's probably going to. I mean, how about UAB's loss could be Jack State's game?
Oh, y'all.
If you're still allowed to come back to Jack State campus, may not.
Well, there's some history there, but
no,
I'm kidding.
Well,
that's where the Playhouse started.
I know. Maybe you don't need to go back. There may be a ghost waiting. Welcome back, Speedy.
Where have you been?
You can't go over by that apothecary. That's too close to Brothers Bar.
Gators Bar, the Quad.
You'll be looking across the square going,
We're over here.
Let's go to Fred. If you want to join us, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Fred, welcome to the program.
How you doing, guys? Look, y'all talked about 2 weeks ago riding around in the station wagon that had the imitation wood grain on it.
Oh, yeah.
And y'all wondered, why would anybody do that?
Yes.
Well, Henry Ford started it in 1929 as a unique way to build automobiles, and it lasted for 25 years, and then later on, manufacturers attempted to emulate that look just with the vinyl. And also, Henry Ford used the scrap wood.
It was it was a style thing. People thought it looked good.
I don't know about the wood on there. I mean, you wouldn't want your barn to look like a car.
Mm-hmm. It's one thing to to buff and wax your car. It's another thing to have to put that wood stuff on.
Yeah.
And I do remember the wood would start fading.
Oh yes, it would. Absolutely.
Of course, right now one of my driver's side mirrors has got a crack in it.
What?
Yeah, somebody had a little issue parking out there.
Oh no!
Let me tell you one of those moments, and all it is just hassle. That's all it is. Yeah. I mean, it's not a big deal. So last Wednesday, we're about 10 minutes to Wednesday Bible study starting, and I hear this sound. Who drives a black Ram 1500? Is that the worst sound ever? When you hear people asking that question,
and you know it's your vehicle.
I'm like, you can't have nothing. And I said, why are we looking for the driver of the black Ram 1500? Well, I hit your mirror trying to back in. I think I broke it. You can't. And I
what'd they hit it with?
Well, he had a lot of truck, a tremendous amount of truck, and he had the big wide mirrors and
mirror to mirror.
Yeah, and he and I said, well, you know where I come from. What we would say to you, too much truck. You got more truck you can handle, And he said, and of course, great guy, and he's and of course, me. Once it was over and I went out to the truck, where it's located, I can still use the mirror and see, so I don't even care. But he's determined that it needs to be replaced before it cracks the whole thing. But it's down there in the right-hand corner. I was kind of like, but it was.
So when you get that cold weather though,
I know
you won't have a mirror left.
but now I think, and look, there are people out there that are extremely handy. I'm not one of them, and apparently, he's determined to fix it, and it's like he's bought the replacement.
Oh, well,
deal
that's
and
very
everything.
kind.
And I appreciate that, but there's a side of me that's kind of like, nah. I mean, it's not really affecting my life, so I'm just kind of like, I can see fine. But you're saying it'll get worse if I don't do something about it.
Probably will, and then fall.
Who's driving around? I was like, no.
He didn't say that, did he?
Do you don't tuck your windows in when you park?
I tuck them in if I'm going into like a drive-through but I don't tuck them in just parking. No, I guess I will now.
Well, I don't
Mine
always
are not
because
that
I don't think about it.
Yeah. Mine are not
a
that
lot.
wide.
A lot of them do it automatically. Mine doesn't. You have to manually.
Yeah,
do it.
I have to manual because see, my truck's like a 2020.
I say manual like I have to push a button, not
right,
me get
right.
out.
Yeah, right. Yeah, push a button. But you realize you don't think about how much technology we've moved forward in just 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Bluetooth, and you said it, Bubba, and that was the problem. It doesn't work unless you're actually plugged in.
Yeah.
It won't just pick up the phone on its own.
It's the older one.
It's the older one, and so there's a lot of little quirks that I'm having to get accustomed to.
Right.
I didn't think a 4-year-old car would make that much difference, but
boy, yeah.
I don't mind plugging my phone in because you're going to charge it probably anyway.
That's true.
And mine will go dead during the day if I don't charge it during some of the day.
Same, yeah.
But if it'll do the CarPlay, so it emulates your iPhone, that's really cool.
Yeah.
And mine was locking up for a while. I had to get it replaced. It's still acting a little squirrely, but
yep. Yeah,
they'll do Bluetooth sometimes. It's not the CarPlay version.
Right, yeah. Exactly. But and on that, for all I thought of when he stuck his head in the office, all I thought of was this is just I don't care.
Yeah.
But the hassle, I pictured myself like, what am I going to do? Go call the dealer and then leave my truck down there? That kind of part you hate.
Yeah.
But
he said he's ordered it. The part?
He's ordered it, and he said when it comes in, I'll replace it like in the parking lot or something.
Oh,
so
okay.
I don't know.
He's handy enough to do that. Well,
he seems.
How do you get that mirror out? I have no idea.
I don't either.
I've never fooled with one. I don't know.
I'm sure there's a YouTube.
I know that you just did that because you were thinking out loud.
Yeah.
But saying that to me was you rather waste the place.
Well, I mean, I thought you might go, yeah, there's a screw down there.
I haven't even looked at it. All I did was look over and go, oh, that's not too bad.
Well, see, you're going to park for the show one day and then leave after Bible study, and it's going to be fixed.
Will it?
Well, I'm have faith in the guy.
Right. Yeah. So.
Right.
What if I look and he's in over his head?
Oh yeah, and then now you got a mirror that's already undone.
What if he tears the whole thing up?
Now I'm in a bind.
You take pieces to the dealer, going, "Hey, we started this, and I don't know how to fix it."
I think
now
I'm gonna let Greg.
Hanging off.
I'm gonna let wires. I'm gonna let Greg do it.
Yeah. He'll start throwing.
Greg,
stuff.
would you mind overseeing that? We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll get that stuff crushed in a minute.
I had a sneak softball game that I didn't know was out there. Sneak up on me.
Is Mark Garnett, was he crushed?
Well, he called. They invited me to a million things, and I said I couldn't. He said he had that feeling of when a friend comes over and you've got all your Legos set up ready to play, and somebody comes in and knocks them down. So that was.
Which is a pretty good analogy if
Hey,
you think about it.
would y'all like to know why my house is not closing yet?
That's still up in the air.
Would y'all like to know that? You know why? Of all the places in the country, where would be the worst place for your package to be that you're waiting to be sent back?
Out west.
Yeah, it's in Dallas.
Yeah.
Dallas.
Snowed in?
Well, 3 feet of ice. So we can't even get anybody to answer at the office there because they probably don't have power. So that's me, y'all. That's the life I live. And that's why I'm not surprised by it. You know, I'm the only person that could take what should be a very smooth closing and make it unsmooth. Because anything that my name should be Rick Murphy. Anything that can go wrong in this kind of stuff will. But I've learned that that's the way it goes with me, so I don't even really get that upset about it
Well,
anymore.
if you know that going in,
right,
you can make adjustments for it.
Mr. Burgess, your loan could be coming from anywhere in the country. Your package, you know where it's coming from, though? Dallas, and they've had unprecedented ice right now. So that, which never happens in Texas.
No.
So so there's no telling when I'll get my package now.
You just don't see cactus with ice on it a lot. I mean, that's just not.
I've got a brand new house sitting there locked, and I can't have it.
And here's what makes it worse too. You have to drive by it every day.
Oh, every day.
It's 8 houses from where you are now.
But look, if you think I hate it, you ought to be the builder with that interest running, and you can't get your check.
Yeah.
Kick, boom.
Back on you. I'm not near as upset as he is. You know what I'm saying?
I thought I saw him heading out on I-20 West, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it won't be long till the builder says, look, I'm driving to Dallas. I'll go get it.
I'll be right back.
We'll be back 12 minutes past. So that's kind of the update of everything that's going on. That's what we'll deal with. We'll come back. We'll chat with you at 877. Nuge was not on Donnie.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out now if you haven't caught it. We've even had more brewing in the Middle East today. We gave you that story earlier, and we interviewed an Israeli commando. Check that if you haven't already grabbed it. All right, so as we make our way back, we have. Did you go out and check the? You went out. You had to go look at it, didn't you?
I did. I had to go look at it and see exactly what we were dealing with here. I know you're low hassle though. And,
I'm
and
very
I get
low
it.
hassle.
And I
yeah.
also understand why you don't care about it because it is on the bottom right side.
I could live the rest of my life with that and never change it unless y'all think it's going to crack more and then become a bigger handle.
Right. It's and it probably will start to continue to splinter. But here it is. Here it's
What
on
do
the
you
bottom
think?
right side. He got you good, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
But see, I can see fine out of that. It even works.
Yeah,
Right.
for now.
Yeah, for now. But you're saying that it's just going to get worse.
Yeah,
It is. It's going to start
fall out.
splintering
You're gonna have
up.
to
You
address
get
it.
water in it, freezes, it's gonna be all messed
So do you
up.
think I should start shutting my? I guess. Well, yeah, Rick. I guess you should, unless you want this to happen again. But I never really think about that. But he hit me pretty good, didn't he?
What
Yeah.
did he hit you with his mirror?
I guess.
You know, the mirrors do stick out a lot
They do.
nowadays. So you
Yeah,
gotta be
I
careful.
see you
with
over there with a lot of mirror.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, but I
so-
know what you're talking about. You have mirrors that stick out, and then like Reese's and his truck, they're like extremely wide.
Yeah,
I mean,
see,
they're even
mine
more.
are not that wide. That's why I didn't think I had to shut
It's
it.
pretty standard.
He said though that the parking, if he had parked correctly, that wouldn't have happened.
Oh.
So
He said it's on me.
He said it's on him.
So I don't know how that, but apparently that piece comes out, and he can pop that off and then replace it maybe.
What do you think, Bubby? Just the glass comes out right there?
About that.
Right there, that piece, right?
Gonna be
Maybe
a little
pops off.
tougher.
Ray,
You
don't
think?
do this. I know what you're doing.
You know, I really have no idea, Rick. I don't think I've ever.
No.
I just
pulled a
leave
mirror
it.
like that.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Looks like a baseball hit it.
yeah.
It does.
Thanks, guys. Who's driving a black Ram 1500? You know what it reminds you of, Greg? That time that you talked about when everybody said, "Who's got a little beagle puppy?"
Oh man.
And he'll
bus
definitely
driver.
get it fixed after you yelled at him so much, Rick.
I
So.
didn't
That's
yell
true.
at
You
him.
berated him.
Called him an
Awesome.
idiot in front of everybody.
I did not true. hey, God, here's you lying. So no, I you know,
Who's the
I
idiot
don't
to
care
hit
about.
I didn't even know that happened.
You know, I don't care about those kind.
No, yeah.
I mean, until
No, of all people's to hit, he picked the right person.
He did.
I've never been one to coddle my vehicle, unfortunately.
Wouldn't have probably noticed it if he hadn't.
Oh no, he doesn't bring it up. I still haven't noticed it.
Halfway through hunting season, somebody's gonna go, "Hey, what happened to your rear side mirror?" He's like, "What are you talking about?"
What do you mean?
Oh, that must have just happened.
Well, look at there. How did a bird hit it at that angle? What was he? Did he catch up to me?
Stop too quick.
Oh, Bubba can think about the broadcast. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, buddy, it'll work out. That's good.
No, I'm good.
You got your Gamecock red on.
Well,
You ready?
I can't say much more about the mirror. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
But you know how you're just thinking about
No, I just think yes. it's
Oh,
on your
Bubba
mind.
claimed he pulled his mirrors in. We just saw the picture. They just as wide as they were.
Why? Not in the morning here. I don't. If I'm in a crowd,
Yeah, I always
area,
pull
it
mine
in.
in.
So Friday night had the
When I remember to. That's
right.
what I said.
But you know what? I'm going to think about that, Bubba. Actually, that would make sense to do that.
You're not Rick.
It would
Seriously.
No, I think it's a good idea. I really do. I'll bring. You'd be surprised how much I bring them in. If I go through a drive-through or something, I'll bring them in. I mean, I
didn't even know that mine did that till I accidentally did it.
Right? Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
What? No, you go. What does that button do?
Yeah, and it's good now that I will tell you this: that the drugstore where I have to get my any kind of ongoing meds refilled, they're not even having fun now. They miss me in that lift kit. They used to look forward to me coming in.
Oh,
that
did
lift
they
kit.
reach the
And me reaching out
drawer,
there,
leaning
and
out?
I'm all the way out to my waist and hanging down trying to get it.
Got one of those things you pick up trash with. Oh, let me see it.
Yeah. So Friday night, Bubba had the honor of going to beautiful Springfield, Missouri. Anybody ever been to Springfield, Missouri?
I have not. I have.
Apparently, the pastor finds out pretty quick that I had not. That it's so funny because geography, anyway. First of all, I don't know that much about it, and neither do most Americans. But I don't. And then you get into the thing of I'm just going to the next thing on the calendar.
Yeah.
And looking forward to it. And I start that week, trying to get everybody on the team. Give me the background where we're going. I'm looking at all this stuff. This is something that was booked after I talked to her about I think nearly 2 years ago. And so anyway, so we have a lot of churches in the state of Missouri, Rick. In the states are big, Rick.
They are.
In the state of Missouri, we've got multiple churches doing the man church strategy, and so I think I'm going to be sharp, and that's going to be the conversation. So we hit the ground in Springfield, Missouri, and the pastor Eddie Bumpers comes over. Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. He said, well, I lived in Alabama for a number of years. Hey, well, thanks. And I said, well, we've been all over Missouri, really. And, yeah, we got a bunch of churches. I said, doing man church. I said, we've been close to here, I think. He goes, really? He goes, Where are they? Where are they doing? I said, well, we got Cape Girardeau, we got Sykeston, we got Charleston, we got Dexter. He goes, do you have any idea where you are? Apparently,
somewhere in Missouri.
Apparently, no. He goes, you're near Oklahoma. And I was like, really? And he said, yeah, those places are the whole other side of the state. He goes, that's southeast. This is southwest. You're closer to like Arkansas and Oklahoma. And I was like, okay, so you got no idea what's going on. And he's like, no. He said we've done some research, and he said, but people there weren't that familiar with the show, and and now they've all been going since I was coming. They've been trying to find ways to hear it there because we've never, I even did that. Oh yeah, we've had affiliates all through here. He goes, really? Yeah. And I said, yeah. He goes, I've never heard what affiliates. Well, out of Sykeston and Cape Girardeau. He goes, You're nowhere near there.
Yeah, we won't pick those up.
Big state. Okay, sorry about that. All right, well, good. How about I'm Rick Burgess. Nice to meet you. But boy, you talk about first class, and Mike A. and Wesley Vance and Russ Davidson. Russ is the discipleship pastor, and Wesley's the executive pastor, and Mike's the new men's minister, and of course Eddie Bumpers is the pastor. Is there a greater feeling, whatever you're doing, and you get there and you realize these people have their act together? I mean, everything is just
it's a relief, isn't it?
Yeah, first class hospitality, over the top, and everything was exactly like it should be.
That's great.
Really cool room. They did a great job promoting. Had over 500 men there. We saw, massive decisions. The men did a good job of bringing men in that were not churched. They already have a discipleship structure. They built that church from the men's ministry up, which is something, we've been trying to get and encourage churches to do. They already did that when he got there years ago. And the one thing where we were able to come alongside, they did say what we do need help with, which we knew that because I found that out myself, is curriculum. He said, we've kind of exhausted the stuff that's mainly books. There's not really curriculum. We've done some of those that don't last but more than 6-7 weeks. So we are able to come alongside them now and implement, 40-week curriculum. So that was good, but that's about it. Everything else, buddy, they had their act together, and it was a powerful night and good food. Now, when we go to other cultures, and I know this is Missouri, so we're not talking about me going up to the Northeast or something, but, even when you go to the heartland, pulled pork, I'm from Alabama.
Ooh.
And they were a little bit nervous, and I said, you pull out pulled pork from a guy from Alabama, you got to have your act together.
Yeah.
It was really good. Outstanding. Really good. Beans were good. Banana pudding was. I didn't have that in case Sean's listening, but
if you had, it would have been good.
Bones told me it was good. So I just want to thank all of you there, the guys who came, and it's good to have a lot of you now, kind of checking out what we do, and thanks to the staff there, first class all the way. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's talk about time. Time is our most precious commodity. Scripture even says that we're to be good stewards of our time. We're to walk as the wise, not as the unwise, because the days are evil. So many of you have asked for advice on, what are some things that we could do to grow spiritually? What are some things I could do to just grow in life? How could I spend my time wisely? How can I improve myself and the people around you? Well, one thing I think it would be great, you hear us talk about this a lot on the show, Bubba, is we need to learn the history of our country and the history of the world. Apparently, we don't know it. Maybe it would be nice to know more about economics. That'd be great. And then, of course, you just want to, be well read on the great works of literature, the meaning of our Constitution. Did any of these things, did they get you this stuff while you were in school? Sadly, if you went to a government school, probably not. Even if you did, might be time for a refresher. Well, Hillsdale College is ready. Time and technology have changed a lot of things, but they have not changed basic fundamental truths about the world and our place in it. So if you're tired of scrolling through social media and you'd like to maybe spend your time on something a little more valuable, Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses and some of the most important and enduring subjects out there. You can learn about the works of C.S. Lewis, the stories in the book of Genesis, the meaning of the U.S. Constitution, the rise and fall of the Roman Republic, or the history of the ancient Christian church, with Hillsdale College's online courses, all available for free. For free. If you're kind of saying, where should I start? Why don't you start at the beginning? The Genesis story. That'd be a good one. Free online courses. Go now to hillsdale.edu/Rick Bubba to enroll at no cost. It's easy to get started. That's hillsdale.edu/Rick Bubba to register. We're back 18 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 1-877 We Be Big, the number. Centennial Park in Nashville, if you want to take part in that rally. Also want to pass along that coming up Pelham, Alabama, Stand Up for America rally is going on tomorrow night, Thursday night, 6:30 to 8:30 at the Pelham Civic Center next to the Oak Mountain Amphitheater. So as these rallies come in around the country, we'll try to let you know what is going on near you. Bubba, yesterday we had a great lunch. We got to meet a good friend, somebody who's been doing some work for you and for me, by the way. Both of us, which I didn't even realize that until I got there.
Grick, it's the great Danny Moore.
Grick.
A lot of people don't know. You've been around Rick long enough, you call him Grick.
Grick, that's only my closest friend.
Yes. Danny Moore from Surveying Solutions Incorporated, and Danny has been rather busy around our various projects here lately.
Yes,
so,
he has.
Had a good time with him yesterday, and Amy from his office. Amy was, well, she provided a lot of entertainment for us yesterday, wouldn't you say?
Well, that's why I bring it up, is because we asked Amy where she, what all have you been doing? Have you always worked in this field?
Right. How do you like working for Danny? Is
Yeah.
it hard to work?
What
those standard questions.
because surveying to me is fascinating.
Yes.
And, and some of the things they go through, and he had surveyed where I'm going to live, and he was surveying, Bubba Rosa and that kind of stuff. And she said, well, I used to work, and what was the name?
She worked at the Colon and Rectal Institute.
The Colon and Rectal Institute.
Yes. This would be doctors who...
the Institute of Rectal.
Dare I say they work out back.
Yes, they work out back, and that's their day. It dawned on me that when you go into the medical field, there are a lot of choices, correct?
Yes, Rick, a lot of different medical fields you could go into, and, she even shared with us the running joke was, we are doing the bit y'all wanted to do, right? So if y'all would stay with us, it would help.
Right, we need you.
Because I really want to hear what y'all are saying.
Right.
The running joke at the Colon and Rectal Institute is that the name is called, very lovingly, Rick, the Butt Hut.
The Butt Hut. To me, I'm going into the medical field, and, because, Bubba, I could be a nice pediatrician where I help children. I could be a heart surgeon, brain surgeon,
eye doctor,
orthopedic surgeon, very hip in mind.
Yes.
Very hip. I work on athletes.
Put high-profile athletes back together.
Now, granted, you're going to have to work on a meemaw here or there, but
That's right.
But still.
Help her with arthritis.
Where does the medical student go? My specialty will be the butt. And I will work not just on butts, but in butts.
Yes.
Out of your look, the discussion came up over lunch.
There was food around.
We were sitting there eating, and then the discussion from one of you just said, "Hey, when do you look in the mirror and go, today I will decide to be a butt?"
You're in medical school. Imagine this,
Yes.
and you go, "I tell you."
Hey, baby, what's up? A brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Thank you for being with us today. Some questions off the text option. Did you know that Springfield, Missouri is the home of the original Bass Pro Shop?
Yes, I knew
I
that.
didn't know that.
I did know that, by the way.
And they asked me, did I go by there? I did not, but Bass Pro Shop sent me a really cool gift basket.
Oh, that's awesome.
So they said, here's a gift basket, and I looked at it, and it was just full of Bass Pro Shop stuff.
You were like, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Got it in the truck, taking it to the farm.
Here we go.
So, yeah, great host. Had a great time. Also, there were multiple man church events going on over the weekend all over the place, and all the men gave me great reports. So thanks to all of you who attended, all of you who hosted. It really sounds like it was another powerful weekend. September has got a lot of them going too. We'll talk more about that as we get through the week and get back from Labor Day. But if you want to see what's coming up in September, a lot of opportunities out there as well. So, Bubba, a couple things going on that we can look at. Looks like we're going to spend some time with the baseball. Now, tell me about Video 12.
Okay, so, I think it'll speak for itself, Rick. We have, a lot of these teams now have dogs that go out to get the bats.
I did not know that.
And I don't know if this is the angle that I saw over the weekend, but this is
like
precious.
they packed them out.
So you're saying there's a new dog that they brought in
think
for this?
so.
It's
This
replacing
is a new one.
legendary dog, and this one maybe. So here comes the dog to go get the bat.
Well,
He skips over the bat.
He did not get the bat. Now he's just chasing players
at full
Around the
speed.
He's right. Is this a minor league game?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So. Oh no, he's hunkering down.
Oh,
he's
wow.
hunkering down.
Did you hear the crowd?
The first and second.
He worked one up.
Oh,
Oh, and he's going again.
Here comes the grounds crew.
There he goes. He's off and running.
Oh man.
He's going to have to go back for a little more training. I
Yeah,
think.
he got a little distracted.
Let me tell you about what he thought about the bat. Nothing.
Yeah,
He gave-
you know what?
he
He was
gave-
looking for somewhere to hunker down.
He gave that bat nothing and went out there right between first and second base.
Bowed up.
Here's a little something for you. Oh man. If you're the team,
Get the shovel.
if you're the team and that's your dog, that's not a good sign, is it?
No,
Yeah.
Rick. I
Well,
mean,
he's energetic.
he failed in many ways during
Right.
that little episode.
I doubt he's going to get called up to the majors anytime soon.
More training.
He was so excited running around.
Oh, he was.
He didn't even start to act trained.
No.
There was no moment in which he acted trained.
Well, because he had to use the bathroom.
Oh, that's where he was looking for a good spot.
He
It was
got
on his
excited.
mind.
I mean, he stopped for the bat for a minute and then just took off.
Yeah,
He said, hey, look at all this.
This
is a big old yard.
He's like, dirt.
Now's my chance.
This is a lot of room.
Here we go.
Something about smelling right there.
I love the crowd getting by.
Well, you know what? I mean, you look at, and then all of a sudden he takes a Kamala, right there, right there in front of everybody.
And then he gives you another angle.
Thanks.
It was a double header.
Little League. Let's go to Little League. We're going to minor league to Little League.
Now, this didn't happen during these games.
No.
Well, so the Little League World Series, and do I have this right? I've never fully understood the Little League World Series. So all the American teams in the United States of America, they play.
Yeah.
And then when they win, then they go play the champion of the rest of the world.
Yeah,
Right,
the international
right,
bodies.
yeah. And then
Okay.
and so
It's
Florida
like two different pools.
Florida beat
Right.
Texas to take on Chinese Taipei.
Okay, so our pool is United States only, and then the other pool is rest of the world.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mexico.
And it comes down to a play here right at the end of the game.
Now this is Florida and Texas here.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry.
This gets them there.
yeah.
Okay, I have the wrong clip.
Yes.
Okay. Do you
Yeah.
want? You sent me the right clip. You want me to get it, or you want to watch this?
All right, let's watch this.
What
one
is
too.
this?
I'm sorry.
Not sure.
What is this clip?
Not sure.
This is
Well,
not
let's see
them.
what happens.
I actually
roll
watched
it. Let's
most
see
of
what
that.
happens.
This is the wrong clip. Sorry, Speedo.
No, you're good,
You
bud.
sent me the right one. Let me find that real quick.
It's a bunt walk-off.
Okay.
So Florida has a runner at second, and I think they're in the eighth. Is that
It's
right,
extra
Greg?
innings, so they do like that rule where we go ahead and put a man on
Yeah,
second.
international tiebreaker.
I was watching.
So this is it. Nobody's at first base, and Florida wins the Little League World Series. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, here we
it's
go. Here we go.
1-1 in the eighth.
Here we go.
Second base, Norton. He gets it down. Oh, it's
Nobody's home.
Barry's gonna win the Little League World Series championship.
Wow.
That's cool.
In the top of the eighth, Florida held Chinese Taipei to no run. So if all they had to do was score, and it's over. There was no outs. The runner at second. He bunts down first. Nobody covers. Even if they did cover, I don't know that they might have got him. It'd have been close.
I've got a question. Where did the first baseman go? Where was
he's
he
covering the bunt. The second baseman should have gone over to cover.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. The second baseman. We don't know where he's at.
He went to second.
He did?
Yeah. From what the replay I saw, it looks like he went to second.
Great bunt, by the way.
Third baseman is in. Yes.
Now it could have been now in defense to the.
Yeah, there's the first baseman right there.
In defense to the second baseman, I don't know what bunt defense they had on.
Yeah.
The second baseman might have thought that the first baseman was staying back.
Depending on what they were going to do.
But I don't know.
Well, you got to know. You got to know where everybody's going.
Yeah.
All right, I want you to watch the first base coach because
there's second base out there.
Yeah. When he realizes that nobody's there.
Yeah.
At first it dawns on him he's going to be safe. Then it hits him. Wait a minute, we're about to win. Watch him go through it in his head about what's happening.
He gets
what a great bunt.
Watch the first base coach all the way. Look, he's
already celebrating.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, we're going to win it.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting, you saw how the third baseman just crashed hard, which makes me think the first baseman should have stayed back. But it was going to first, so he might have thought, well, I need to go get it, but second base wasn't covering.
It really has to do where the pitcher's covering.
But the pitcher probably had that side, but who knows?
All right, so
who knows?
There's miscommunication.
All I got to say is it was a bunt walk-off, and it was good.
Chinese Taipei.
Yes.
Are they free? What is Chinese Taipei?
Taiwan.
Is that what it is?
It's Taiwan, yeah.
Are you sure? So it's not Taipei?
Yeah, it is Taipei.
No, it is, but are you saying that's Taiwan?
Oh, no. It is Taiwan, though. As far as what I understand, Taiwan is called Chinese Taipei in a lot of these international
Got it.
things.
So
is
like
that
the Olympics?
But we've had
is that a way not
Taiwan before?
Yeah, they used to dominate when we were
I think
growing
it's
up.
another island.
So are they doing that so the Chinese won't get mad?
I believe so.
They're including
I
him?
believe so.
Because what I'm worried about, the kid who didn't cover first, I'm afraid he's going to be put in jail. So
I think this bunch is free.
Okay.
I think
Chinese Taipei is a term used by various international organizations in tournaments like the Olympics, like the Little League World Series. It's commonly known as Taiwan.
Yeah,
So years ago, I guess they called it Taiwan. 'Cause
Okay.
Remember, they dominated the League
So it's
World
a PR
Series.
move to change it to Chinese Taipei.
Yes.
Yeah, they were called that in the Olympic Games.
All right, so nobody's
too.
going to jail. His friends just make fun of it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Florida.
What a great bunt, though.
So
it's
Florida
perfect.
wins the Little League World Series.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right, so Major League Baseball. This is our tough video.
Yeah.
In our baseball segment, umpire has to be carted off. I mean, we got a bat barrel breaks off, hits him right in the neck.
Yeah, and not only from just anybody, but Carlos Stanton. So if you know anything about him, Rick, good night. He's look at him. Look at him. And it comes off right above the hands, and the barrel swings around, hits the umpire in the side of the head.
Oh, that had to hurt so
It was so bad that the catcher just quickly turned around like, good night.
Oh, wow.
And you got
that had to hurt so bad.
Imagine if he had tried to hit him. Yes. And what it would feel like for him to take a bat and hit you in the side.
Oh, no!
All right, well, you know what? His mask.
That's exactly what happened.
His mask did take the brunt of the barrel.
Yes.
So I was afraid the barrel hit him completely without anything taking any. I mean, it still hurts. Don't misunderstand me. And he's hurt and had to be carted off. But the mask
Cart
does.
him off.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
Greg, he got hit with a bat.
A glancing blow.
See, right there.
Got him in the neck.
Well, his mask does take the worst part of it, though.
Oh, right behind the ear,
I
too.
think he should have stayed in the game.
I think he should have sucked it up and kept playing.
Yeah.
Y'all, it gets him right almost under the ear.
Yeah.
If you get hit behind the ear, you're just going to sleep.
Okay, blue belt.
Watch right here. Boom!
Yeah.
That does hurt. Ain't no doubt that
I
hurt.
think I could have went over and got me a little cup of water and come back.
Cup of water.
Got to be careful. Got to be safe.
I bet you he just tasted so much metal after that. It just tastes like he's biting on a nail.
You know how shocking it is when something just hits you so hard in the face or the head?
Yes. And I mean, you're in the game. You know there's a lot going on baseballs, but still, it's so shocking to get a bat upside the head.
Yeah, that hurt.
Greg doesn't think it's a big deal.
Well, I mean, he could have got back in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tell you what, I'm down. I've got to decide today. I don't know whether I want to do, be ear, nose, and throat, or I want to do butts.
Right. Yeah.
And somebody says, you know what? I've looked at it. I've weighed the facts. I'm going with the colon.
Yeah, the colon and the
And I'm glad you're there. Don't get me wrong.
Just to me, the word colon doesn't bother me and make me make faces as the word rectal.
Yes.
That is the word. Even though I know that.
And somehow I feel like my mom's going to call and get on to me for saying that word.
Yeah, it's and she said the doctor she worked with said, well, he wanted to be a dentist, but he didn't like bad breath.
Which is a good one.
Let me tell you something. Let me give him props for that.
How about this? If you are a rectal doctor, you better have a sense of humor.
Well, to me, there should be...
Yes. And I bet you got a bunch of one-liners.
Prankster. To me, there should be a cry around the world, we have no rectal doctors.
Yes.
Not one.
Now, you hear about a shortage of doctors that deliver.
Right.
You hear about a shortage of this, but you never hear, oh, my gosh, we don't have enough colorectal doctors.
Yeah.
What are we going to do?
Don't y'all think there should be a shortage that no one will... They go, we got to do something here.
Yes.
Nobody will... And somebody says, well... they laugh all the way to the bank. Well, that's true, but so do orthopedic surgeons.
Yes.
Everybody in the medical field pretty much laughs all the way if you become a specialist. So,
I mean, you realize there's a guy that goes
I could be rich being an orthopedic surgeon like I can be rich being a rectal guy.
Right. I mean, there's a guy that, on the outside of the door where they put, all your information.
Yeah.
He gets out the information, goes, well, all right, what we got here? And he comes on in.
No, he comes through that waiting room in his office, looks out in the waiting room and goes, there they are, and I will take every one of them today. That is nothing but a waiting room full of butts out there. I mean, and let me tell you something.
How do you sit in that waiting room and look around at each other and go, how you doing?
I've been to the other end. I've been to a urologist before because of a terrible backyard football injury.
Same here.
And I'm going to tell you, it's like there's a camaraderie. You know how people go, we were all trapped, that underground in a mine together, and they rescued us, so we have a bond forever.
Yes.
If you've ever been in a rectal waiting room or a urologist waiting room, there's a bond with those people. I still see some of those people this day, and I go, how have you been? How's your family?
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Because all of us are there, and we know it's going to be bad.
I mean, you just pick up a magazine?
Yeah, look, you're sitting in the waiting room. How are you? Good to see you.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Yes. We're all here at a rectal specialist, so let's just go ahead and get that out of the way.
Well, it's hard to get out of
It's how you doing because you wouldn't be here.
Yeah, right.
It's hard to get out of
too good or we wouldn't be here.
How the boys?
You're right.
It's hard to get out of your mind that I'm at the butt hut and I'm fixing to be broke down like a shotgun. You know what I mean? Really.
He looks out there and he says, everybody out there, I'm going to break you down like a shotgun, every one of you.
And how about there's no dignity in that position?
No, because to have access to what they need to get to, they got to...
Yeah. You know what? Do they even...
No.
Do they even look in your ears? You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, sometimes you go, they'll start and they'll do a little look.
Right.
I mean, stick your tongue out.
I know what you mean.
You know what I'm talking about.
What you mean? Do they go through the old stuff that don't matter? Let's see how your ears look.
Yeah, do they warm you up with that, or is it just...
Do they break you down as soon as you get in there?
Do they just, break you down?
It's like, how's yours? Oh, my God.
Yeah, there has to be a moment where you go, okay, surely you've got me open up enough now.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
Surely there's no need to continue.
And at some point you think, sir, are you checking my tonsils?
Right.
What are you doing?
It's not good if you're broke down like a shotgun to look over your shoulder and see your right cheek right here.
Yeah, if you can see the back of your knees, then it's
not good.
No. And do you carry on a conversation?
No.
So how you doing? Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, no, you ain't like that. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I'm great. Yeah, I'm coaching this year. Yeah,
I think they got you going the other way.
Yeah.
Really?
You're not having a baby.
No, I think they got you going the other way.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right here.
Yeah, I called her. Yeah, and I appreciate you getting me here so quickly.
Yeah, it's a bad feeling when the doctors walk around behind you, and you know what? You're not playing football. Past the hour. Thank you for being with us today on a brand new Rick and Bubba show. Short week this week. Rick and Bubba Best Of show coming up on Friday.
Labor Day, it'll be a Rick and Bubba replay. Everybody gets a 3-day weekend. Everybody but one gets a 4-day weekend here on Team Rick and Bubba. I hope you have a great Labor Day weekend coming up. That means that college football, I know we had week 0. Georgia Tech, Florida State, we talked about that. And then you had UNA and SEMO. Who won that one?
SEMO.
SEMO won it.
It was a good game up to halftime, and then SEMO kind of ran away with it.
That was another thing that was weird about me being in Missouri.
Yeah.
And all the churches that we have been doing stuff with over in southeast Missouri. Wingo and I even got to speak to the team at SEMO, and I got a text from one of those guys saying, those guys you talked to, they're playing in Alabama today. And I said, yes, they are. Right? And so they love that. But anyway, we'll have Dr. Lou here on Thursday, right?
Correct.
And he'll kick off college football season. So
that's right.
Dr. Lou fans, he will get us rolling on Thursday. Over the weekend, we've recapped a number of things. I started getting another text of people that were doing another event of some type in Arkansas, one of the churches that does the man church stuff. And all of a sudden I'm waiting outside to pick up Jason Crabb. He's going to be performing here and going to be, playing and singing. And he's currently doing his workout at Planet Fitness. Anything you want me to say to him? And I said, well, just tell him that Rick and Bubba, that we say hey, and hopefully he can give you a complete update on James Canup. So I want to drop that little.
Yeah, you want to hear from that.
Definitely.
Well, then I got this video from Jason Crabb.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so here was the return volley. The return volley. He's just finished working out, I think. So here we go.
Looking for a CD. Where will never die.
Oh my goodness.
What kind of workout?
I don't know what
the headgear is.
A little do-rag on.
Yeah, well, I noticed. I saw
backwards one.
I saw a picture of him actually there doing the concert, and he's let his hair grow a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He's letting his hair grow.
I hope Lisa doesn't see that.
I tell you, she loves Jason Crabb.
Yes, she does. You want me to send that video to Lisa? I'm going to. I'll do that here in just a minute. So also, we were discussing. Now, I don't know why. I just let people send things and I just say them without checking it. But somebody said that Taipei is the capital of Taiwan.
Right.
Is that true?
According
to the text. None of us know. I thought I was in southeast Missouri when I was in Southwest, so I'm of no help here. So have you ever been to Branson, Missouri?
I have not.
That seems like something that maybe like your mom would have gone to or something.
No, she did. She went several times.
Okay, so I was right about that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because that seems like that's kind of our our parents kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
But I was about 40. They said I was about 40 minutes from there, too. So that's kind of where I was. Yeah. So did you confirm, since you are the expert on Taiwan, Adler?
Well, Taipei is the
capital of
Taiwan.
Okay.
But Chinese Taipei is what they call Taiwan at the Olympics. And
you already said that. We know all that.
Okay, I thought we were just.
Well, people were saying the reason why
sure
they're using
that.
Taipei is
but
because
it's not the Chi-Coms,
right? And it's not the team.
It's the island that they didn't get to in the Civil War.
What country? Right. What country was it that had the 21-year-old pitcher?
That was Korea, wasn't it?
Who was it?
That was Korea, wasn't it? South Korea.
I'm exaggerating.
No, I thought he was.
But he was like 14.
He was from the Hispanic part. What?
But remember, one year Bubba's right. One year we were talking about how the Koreans claim they don't keep birthdays like we do.
Oh,
yeah, they count.
I think they did also get caught.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, all right. Let's go to 13 too, since we're doing. So we've got a video 13 now, Greg. I know you're our NASCAR guy, but you're also
he was.
I've let everybody down this year.
But I have.
You basically hopped out of your car.
Now remember, we've all said this.
Basically,
Speedy and Bubba tend to love. If Helmsy was still here, he's the one that loves the most any kind of feel good story. I mean, just loves it. Greg, of course, will take a feel good story and completely annihilate.
Well,
it.
yeah.
Okay. So
it looks like it's been in a drive-by.
Right.
Greg gets done.
So Harrison Burton,
right,
steals a win at Daytona. Is this what we used to call the firecracker thing?
See, that's why are we racing in August?
Here we go. I know. I didn't even know it was on, but I saw the
Daytona used to be February and July.
Yeah. Well, this is Jeff Burton.
Well, I'm sorry, Greg. I'm getting upset about it.
That's why I missed it.
We didn't do it.
So Jeff Burton is in the booth, Greg.
Yeah.
Right.
This is going to be kind of like the Waldrons. It's going to be like the Waldrons.
I've already handled
Ned
it well,
Jarrett.
though.
And
Ned Jarrett.
And Ned Jarrett. And we all are moved by these things. You aren't.
Well, I haven't seen this one.
Okay.
Now understand it's gone back and forth, and there's been wrecks and everything.
Yeah, some bad wrecks.
But I'm sure Greg didn't see any of that because he forgot Daytona was on. But
Yeah, I
anyway,
didn't realize they run Daytona during a Saturday.
I saw the last stage; it was pretty good.
Greg, but we can't help it how they've changed the schedule. Can you let that
they
go?
probably changed this like 10 years ago, and I just now know.
You remember when it was called the Firecracker 400?
Yeah,
we loved
Rick
it.
was on
If it ain't Talladega, Greg don't pay any attention.
But I do
That's
like
where
Daytona
his deal
too.
is.
That's
I
where
like
his deal is.
Daytona too.
For the Wood Brothers.
Who's this guy?
Pushed by Parker Retzlaff.
Will you be quiet?
And the 23-year-old from Huntersville, North Carolina, is at the front of this field and may race his way into the playoffs.
Kyle Busch tried to get around him here.
Busch goes low. Blocks.
Well, that's good driving.
Comes to the line. Jeff, your little boy, has done it. Harrison Burton wins in Daytona and does what his uncle and dad did. How about that?
He doesn't know what to say.
Yeah, he does.
Who's this guy with the accent?
Yeah,
Can you let this dad enjoy his son winning this at Daytona?
That's Jeff's wife there. That was, and then
Jeff can't say anything. He's too emotional. He can't say anything.
That was
Let me
Jeff
tell you,
Burton.
that
Do you
was
prefer that?
He almost.
Yeah, that wasn't bad, but I don't know who this.
I don't know who
He
that guy
almost
was.
took himself off the track with a block and saved it.
Well, it's
that
funny,
almost got away from
They
him.
made a ruling on that because you can't block below the double yellow line, but he was pushed down there by Kyle, so he had to kind of
listen. He's going for the win, either wreck or win. It ain't. I mean, it ain't like he's had a great year. In fact, he's lost his ride. I think.
Can you say, Greg?
I mean,
can you say what a great moment for Jeff Burton and his son?
I can.
And
it wasn't like
now
Darren going to win Daytona 500.
Now, who the announcer was, I don't know, but I did think
But that got on my nerves.
On
why
your
have we
nerves.
got this guy with an accent?
Greg, move on. I don't know why he's
ruined
calling
it.
it. I'm trying to focus
a lot
on the
of
Burtons.
things like this that are good. The guy making the calls is a big part of it.
I'm trying to focus on
Why
Jeff
is the
Burton's
date
son.
like this, Greg?
All right, watch Jeff Burton all the way, Greg.
Jeff Burton's about to do the biggest fist pump I've ever seen ever.
Busch goes low. Burton blocks.
There it is.
Back up. Comes to the line. Jeff, your little boy, has done it.
Did he say champ, your little boy?
Jeff.
Okay. You're right, the accent. The accent.
Champ, your little boy, has done it. Oh, my God. Oh, Clarky.
Good for
Okay,
him.
son. No.
No,
Good
I'm
for
glad
him.
for the kid. Got to win.
I know. Well, good. Greg, that's his best. That's as good as I've ever seen you handle one.
blocking.
Think about
It
what if
wasn't
one of
that
your
big.
what if
I
one of
think-
your grandkids won.
Oh yeah, I think he did a good job by staying silent and just.
What if that was pistol pace just then?
Yeah, I'd be screaming.
Would
Lee
you?
Diffie used to call IndyCar, they say.
Well, he needs to go back. It don't fit.
Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. We'll take your phone calls after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's not about to take a snap.
No.
He's going in for a look and a feel.
You know, really, with all the medical breakthroughs, surely there's a better way to check that prostate than to get in there and touch it. You know what I mean? Surely.
Yeah, to me.
All right, there it is.
To me, there should be like such a short. I mean, it should be to the point where somebody says we had to invent robots.
Yeah, I know it.
To work on butts because nobody would do it.
Right. You know. And I'm just the guy that keeps the robot oiled up. You know what I'm like? Well.
danger. So you look around and you go, hey, what's up, man?
We have an enlargement.
Because you almost want that to be done by somebody that has no soul.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's good. 32 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 877 We Be Big. A lot of folks out there. Bubba, the doctor that we were discussing when we met his former employee yesterday, is it Dr. Coral or Corral? I'm not sure. Doc, how do you say your last name?
C-O-Y-L-E, Coyle. It's like Boyle or Doyle.
Right, and you are a doctor who deals with the back door.
Absolutely.
Now, what
Daily.
is the official name?
That's it, Alabama. It's colon and rectal surgeons. We are general surgeons who take extra training. To do this kind of thing, you've got to be good.
It's very delicate.
Oh, yeah. Very, very delicate, well, it's dark and dangerous work, but somebody has to do it.
Are you, is the old term, do y'all still use the term proctologist?
Well, that was the old term. That proctos means rectum. That's only the rectum. We do a lot of cancer of the colon, diverticulate disease, stuff like that.
Well, unfortunately, prostate and colon cancer is rampant.
Yes, sure is. Very serious subject.
Yes, sir.
Doctor, let me ask you this. Before you made that decision to head to the proctology side of things, what was your second choice? What lost out in that final decision? I was just curious to know.
Well, really, I have my boards in general surgery, but if you got your boards in general surgery, every weekend when people start drinking that firewater, you stay up all weekend working on them.
Well, that's true.
You've never seen anybody go through the windshield of a car butt first, have you?
Well, you know what? That's a good point. Not unless it was Panama City.
Well, that's true, yeah.
And besides, you get a lot of, like meeting chicks in bars. You can say things like, Fanny meeting you here. Just little openings. Speaking of little openings, no, go ahead.
Yeah, see, you got to have a sense of humor. Do all doctors in this field have the same sense of humor you seem to have?
Well, if you're in this field, you better develop a sense of humor.
Well, when you look out over that waiting room, do you go, well, there they are?
Well, actually, you can, if you ever come into the waiting room, you'll know it because we don't have any chairs. We just have a brass rail.
I can't get enough of it. That's great. Well, Doc, we met one of your former employees yesterday. She's a very sweet lady.
Spoke very highly of you.
Girl, huh?
Yeah,
she spoke very highly of you.
Right. We, for some reason, when she handed me a roll, I just said, no, I think I'll pass. But so, Doc, thanks a lot for having such a good sense of humor and being with us today, and thank you for the work you do, all kidding aside.
I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, if I ever got a problem in that area, and look, let's face it, I'm a candidate to have some problems in those areas. I'll be sure to come see you.
Give the devil his due.
Thank you, Doc. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. See you later.
Why do I feel like he sings songs too?
Oh, sure. Here we go. Phone calls coming in. There's a line available for you. Speedy taking them. If you want to join us now. Speaking of joining, have you joined the Association of Mature American Citizens yet? Well, you could. With this all-important election coming up, you can join for 1 year for $1. And that includes the magazine and all the perks that come with it. Go to amac.us/bigvox. Maybe you've been contacted like we were by AARP, and you see all the restaurant discounts, travel discounts, you see insurance discounts, and you see access to, advice on Medicare and Social Security, but then you start looking at the lobby that they have in Washington. You're like, wait a minute, that's not my voice. That's not what I believe. That's not how I want to be represented. So then you thought, well, you can't even have a discount program. Well, you can. And you have a conservative lobby when you go with AMAC.
It is the nice alternative for all of us that are more conservative in our political views. So the Association for Mature American Citizens, amac.us/bigvox. Use that link or go to rickandbubba.com under sponsors and get the best of both worlds. And you can do that for $1 for an entire year. To Chad out of Alabama. Chad, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Chad.
Hey, Chad.
Yeah, Chadaruski. All right. Let's go to Alan. Alan in Texas. Alan, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas, and God bless you on your last 30 years.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I called about NASCAR. You know, in October, they're going to be at Talladega. Yep. And us Rick and Bubba fans would really like to see y'all do a remote there. I think that would be absolutely wonderful.
Well, I'm going to get Bubba to talk to Eli Gold and see if we can do a twofer. That way we can be there. It's Bubba and I have quite a history with Talladega. Greg, are you okay with them moving that October, or you want it to stay pure back in August?
No, I'm used to that now.
Right.
And we've done a lot with as far as promotions with Talladega up to this point. I've drove some winters in the pace car. And we had some of these seats we all sat in. So we usually do something there sometimes.
Well, I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room. And
we used to die there in August.
Oh, yeah.
That was horrible.
The elephant in the room is that a lot of those things, just sometimes you have to say, everybody sit down, and Uncle Rick and Uncle Bubba are going to tell you how the world works. Most of those things were tied to a very nice advertising buy from Talladega, and we're not getting those anymore. So if there's no check being written, then going out there and giving away a freebie, probably not. Yeah. There it is. I hate to be that frank. But it really now what we normally would do is go above and beyond what they were paying.
It's the business. It's the business we're in, and just like everybody else, you can only do so many freebies. You got to have the money to cover everything else. So
what would normally happen is that would be called an added value, which means this will now take your advertising package above really what you paid, and then return
over and beyond.
You're giving back to us, nice content for a show.
Sure.
We're giving to you a free live show. But in the middle of all that made us all friends was that original buy.
And we've done some fun things. We've got to driving schools out there.
We've done
which was one of the coolest things I've ever done in my life.
Yeah. Right. And
as a matter of fact, Rick, I saw Charlie Compton last weekend, who was responsible for wiring most of the racetrack in the early days, and he was there when we were down there, and he would always have to get us a phone line or something hooked up. And I saw him last weekend. We were laughing about some of those days.
Oh, so fun! But look, we love our Talladega memories, like you're saying, Bubba, Greg. We love them. We had some great ones. Wish that
we were grand marshals.
Yeah,
it doesn't get any better than that.
Wish that relationship was
after being kicked out with a lifetime ban. I thought that was a great turnaround.
No, that's what I was going to say.
It's hard to do.
No matter what happened in the past, Bubba's turnaround is the greatest Talladega turnaround.
I agree.
It's greater than the 3-car coming from the back to the front. I mean, Bubba went from band from Talladega
for life
to the Grand Marshal. You're just not going to beat that. That ought to be a movie.
No.
That should be a movie.
How you do that? You're talking about image repair.
It wasn't easy.
So you were booted for life.
Not quite as impressive, but in the number 2 slot, me returning to Florida. Let's go to.
I had to wait till Jim Freeman's reign was over.
Yeah, he had to move on.
I forgot about that.
Okay, let's try it again. He's gone.
That's so sadly
Maybe they
true.
didn't pass the file down.
That's so true. Everybody's like, does this guy look how I think he is? No, it's not him.
Well, it wasn't his fault.
It really
they got rules.
Not your fault.
The rules were broken, and that's the way it goes.
You can't loan your...
Alex in Athens, Alabama.
No loan, too.
Alex, go ahead.
Where'd it go?
Yes, sir. Usually the announcers, I would think, from the Little League World Series are representing different countries for language purposes and everything. So I'd like to hear what the Asians' reaction was to that play in the Little League World Series if Rick has it.
Well, we sure would like to do the show tomorrow. This is in that world where, one time we all
make that.
And Adler used to get mad at me about it. So, I mean, it's the
I understand. I really don't understand.
I don't
if
think
it's
that's
accents because
that's accents.
you make fun of rednecks,
Yeah.
which you should.
Right.
We that's okay, but we can't do an Asian accent.
Well,
or
that's the
whatever.
point. When you're doing an accent, I mean, I can get on here
That's how they sound.
and do Irish, and everything's fine.
Yeah.
And then I can do, like you said, Gary, everything's fine. We can do, Latino, everything's fine. But when all this, watch out for Asian hate started, once Asian hate started,
Y'all do your German,
you couldn't even have fun
Well,
anymore.
there's no Asian hate
No,
here.
No.
Good gracious.
My goodness, I'm so thankful for Asians. You realize how bad off we'd be without their super intelligence,
But I will say
their
this.
commitment to excellence.
If we're going to run from that, though, we just eliminated half of the best of bits.
I know.
Because it even won't even be in the title, so I don't even know nothing. All of a sudden, here he goes. And I'm just going, I think we're okay. I think we're okay.
It is hard to be politically correct when you have recordings over 30 years
It is.
because society changes much quicker than,
Yes, it
than
does.
that.
Oh, when you hear best of shows, you're right. Culture's changing. Our sanctification is
Oh, a lot of
is a work in progress. I mean, there's all kinds of things going on. But like we say, those are moments captured in time.
That's right.
We can't go back and change time. And if you want to hear a recording of that time period, just like Bubba's concert story, I'm sorry. At that time, that word was perfectly fine.
It was fine.
And
Yeah, people have suggested going back and changing it. I mean, to me, that's what the Soviet Union
Thank
did.
you.
I'm not changing history.
Thank
If
you.
you don't want to hear it, then you don't have to hear it.
And I'm not listening to the whole thing. I'm just trying to find an 8-minute bit.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Greg.
I got 8 minutes to fill.
Let's go to.
Thank you, Mr. NASCAR.
Let's go.
Greg, if you'd volunteered, they'd probably let you call some of those races.
Yeah, they should.
Well, I tell you what, if they're going to let
you don't like it. You don't like the Indy guy.
No.
Okay.
That don't sound right.
Brad and Coleman. Brad, go ahead.
Hey, boys.
Hey.
I think I've realized what sent Millie to Greg's doorstep. I think it was delayed karma/payback. If you remember in Good Night, Look at That, he mentioned he'd rather see a dog eat his puppies. Not quite the same, but
Wow.
I think these are connected. I think it's the universe trying to correct the
That's
wrong.
a nice catch.
I did see a little yin and yang to that
That's
one.
a nice catch.
Listen, I did see a dog refuse to raise her puppies.
Well, like he's talking about, you got hassled
Yeah.
almost like payback.
I had to step in.
Let's go to Kirk in Sand Mountain. Kirk, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Just wanted to, with all the kids going to college or starting college right now, parents dropping them off, if y'all think that's rough leaving your kids in school,
Oh, buddy, I'm so
Golly,
sorry.
There goes your phone.
I think what you're saying, based on what I saw under your name, and we want to say thank you to your son and to you as a family for your service to the country. I think he was trying to tell us he's dropping his son off at basic training.
Yeah, that's
That's
a much more different
Yeah.
stress than
Yes, it
dropping
is.
your kid off at college.
It is. So thank you, especially the times we're living in, for your
Yes.
son being willing to serve. And I hope we get your son a better commander-in-chief coming up in November.
Amen.
Let's go to Bubba on the text line. They want to know why you were banned from Talladega. That's completely up to you.
Well, we covered that a long time
Well,
ago.
he said he missed it. He said he missed it.
Well, okay, so you had to have credentials to get in.
Oh yeah,
and they were like gold bullion. You know, you had to go through all.
You
that
had a
to get
laminate.
them.
You were
yeah,
That's back when they were sold out wall to wall.
And I had it around my neck. And we were there engineering a broadcast. I wasn't on the air. And we had something wrong with some of our equipment, and it was in a rack, and it was sitting in the back of a Jeep. So I was trying to get in around the back of the credentials kept getting caught, on the rack trying to get around, and it was like choking me. So I took them off. I laid them down. I got in there and did what I needed to do. And, we were getting ready to go later on, and I couldn't find my credentials. I didn't know what happened to them. I thought, well, we're leaving. Nobody hurt,
Uh-oh.
I'm not going to need them over the weekend. So I guess it was Monday or Tuesday, and Jim Freeman called me. He was not happy. And he said, well, we caught somebody at the gate trying to get in with your credential, and, you won't be granted anymore, and you're banned for life, and, all that stuff. And I was like, well, okay.
All that stuff.
So you selling them for cash? That's not true.
No, that was not true. I set them down. I don't know if they fell out of the Jeep or somebody picked them up or somebody picked them up off the ground and decided. I don't know what.
Did he talk harsh to you?
He was very direct.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and it was.
clear.
I should have kept up with him. It was my fault.
Right.
But,
And you, of all people, that sounds like something I do.
Well, you know, if you're trying to climb into a rack, you can't have something hanging around your neck. It just won't work.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A couple of minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Our toll-free number, 1-877, We Be Big. We welcome you in. The Ringling Brothers and Barnum & Bailey Circus is traveling across this great country again. And, of course, it has been 133 years. Wow. Can you believe that, of the Ringling Brothers and Barnum?
That's a lot of cotton candy.
I remember going when I was a child. Today, Ryan Greenwood, who, of course, works with the show, webmaster, lead guitarist for our band, and left center fielder for the now retired and undefeated Rick and Bubba softball team. His daughter, Carmen, having her birthday today, so she's here with us. Is it 5 today? 5 years old? Okay, Carmen, happy birthday to you, sweetheart. And she is here. Excited.
Carmen, a little sleepy this morning.
Well, God bless her.
We
Dad.
know how you feel.
Yeah, and if you think she's sleepy, Bello is here.
Yeah.
Also touring with Ringling Brothers and Barnum & Bailey Circus. Bello, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Good morning. I know headphones on that hair is not going to be easy, is it?
They get my hair? I can hear it. No.
No, you're going to have to find some way to bring them down. That'll be good right there.
Bello, how long does it take you to get your do ready to go?
My do. Actually takes me about 3 minutes out of the shower. I just put Viagra in my shampoo.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there you go.
It works really, really well.
I tell you what, that it's doing the trick.
You know what, D, too? I was hoping the Casio kid would be here to see this because I think this could be his look for 2003.
Oh, but you just put Rogaine and Viagra together, okay?
Man, that really, what a combination that
I'm
is.
a new character for Star Trek.
Yeah, you do look like that. I was lucky enough to, and you too, Bubba, we were both there for the opening night 2 years ago when Bello and that version of the circus was here in town. And, you know, people say, oh, you're talking about Bello the clown. And I'm going to tell you, Bello, if you're a clown...
Yeah, what are you officially,
You guys are
Bello?
DJs.
I'm going to tell you...
I'm sorry.
No, you're right. I mean, to me,
we're SC, situational entertainers.
I mean, this is a long way from, hey, watch us all get out of a Volkswagen and do balloon magic. I mean, you're hanging by one leg and standing up on top of the ceiling and
diving and...
The circus is ever-changing and never-changing at the same time, and Ringling Brothers does it like no one else does. I mean, they're more than just a circus. They're a spectacle. They reinvented the three-ring circus, just like I've tried to reinvent clowning. I mean, clowning sometimes became, I don't want to say a four-letter word, but people are like, oh, he's just a clown, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So I've tried to take it to the next level and taken clowning up, and I do daredevil stunts, sort of like Jackie Chan and Evel Knievel, but sort of mixed in with Charlie Chaplin. So it's sort of circus for everyone. You know, you make the kids happy doing something, but, you know, things needed to change a little bit. So the clown dropping his pants and a pie in the face is, you know, we've seen it. So seeing someone ride a little itty-bitty bicycle across a high wire is, you're like, well, you know what I mean?
I mean, a tiny bicycle,
yeah.
too.
Oh, yeah.
A T90.
Yeah. T90.
Well, to me, the one and it was right out of the gate 2 years ago when you came out and you had that big old huge, it's like a flagpole going up. And
yeah, it was a 90-foot sway pole. My father actually invented that act.
Good grief.
It's a steel tube about 3 inches in diameter, 90 foot tall, no net, no safety wires. I work without a net in all of my acts or any of the other Mouseketeers.
That's a terrible. That's awful.
Don't worry,
That's terrible. But he had us on the board like,
well, in our minds, let's go back and pick that one back up.
Don't worry, all the jokes get worse from here.
You're right.
So all of my things I do with no safety wires because they're sort of like a false sense of security. And if there were any, protection, then in a way anybody could do them. So I like to,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, I like to do the daredevil stunts if you're going to do them.
But Bello, what if something didn't work out? I mean, is that
I've been doing this.
What we call the final act?
That's and that's.
Let me tell you something. He falls off that sway pole, it's over.
It's over. It's over. Get a shovel.
Yeah.
But,
that little bike wouldn't be too good either.
And that's what we did 2 years ago. When the circus comes to town, Ringling Brothers comes to town, it's all new. I mean,
so you're doing the same top act, but it won't be there's a swaying pole.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new Rick and Bubba show, and we've hit some of the high points from the weekend, and we're going to get into we'll get more of your phone calls in coming up next hour. Hitting some of the other things too. I will say this: I did have a couple of. We talked earlier, and I was kind of dreading that Adler may actually have video and audio of this, but because I struggle listening to RFK Jr. talk, and I'm sorry, but it just is difficult. It's just a hard thing. But it is a big political moment over the weekend. We mentioned it way back several hours ago. If you missed that, I'm also really fired up about video 4. I saw that over the weekend, and it slayed me. Why don't we do that one first? Video 4. So, Jon Stewart is one of these, and I put him over in the Bill Maher world, where he's a leftist, but he can't handle trying to put lipstick on the pig and ignore the comedy, even of probably the people he's going to vote for, because he likes to at least have some credibility as a comedian. So he was talking about the Democrat National Convention and how did they not think any of this through. Now, one of them, if you're listening, it's not going to be anything but facial expressions, and the way he starts looking down at his notes is hilarious. But he starts talking about he couldn't believe how the Democrats laid out some of their speakers and their topics, and the inconsistency of it. So here it is. Is this The Daily Show, courtesy of The Daily Show?
Yeah.
Jon Stewart.
They had a guy yelling, "Screw the billionaires," followed immediately by a very happy billionaire. It's all okay if it's our billionaire. I don't like billionaires, but he's all right. They had guys making fun of people for going to Yale, and a bunch of people who went to Yale. The Democrats had people who prosecuted sexual predators and...
Can't look around. So those you
and then he ends it with, "There goes that speaking engagement."
Yeah, there goes that speaking engagement. For those
his act, the way he handled that, is as funny as I've ever seen him.
Yeah, he's getting funnier. Like the time when he was like on the Wuhan thing and nearly got kicked off one of the late shows. He goes, "It's on the sign. It literally has virus on the sign."
Yeah.
But anyway, those of you that couldn't understand what happened because you're listening, he was doing the other ones you could understand. He said he put a picture of Kamala saying that she prosecuted sexual predators, and then they also had Bill Clinton come on the same exact platform. And so a picture of Bill Clinton comes up, and he just has that uncomfortable look on his face, like, well, this is awkward. And then he just starts looking at his notes and flipping his sheet, which is funny. All right, so President Trump did get Robert Kennedy Jr. to would we say this is it is an endorsement,
it
right?
Is an endorsement.
Yeah, it is an endorsement.
Yeah.
So here's the moment, 1A, I guess, Adler, when he welcomes him onto a stage. Is this when he was in Arizona? Boy, the crowd, good. I mean, I know that we've all got into this crowd war, but it was impressive.
He is a great person. I've known him for so long. For the past 16 months, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
And then you guys hear, So that's Foo Fighters.
They'll come out and say he can't play it.
They
They'll
already
be mad.
have.
Yeah.
Foo Fighters have come out. Even Dave Grohl even issued a statement like, we didn't agree to them using our song, and we don't appreciate that. Please look at the pyro. Please look at the pyro.
Oh, Bubba, that's the presentation you're looking for right there. The pyro.
RFK had a crowd like that at his rally. I guarantee you.
Is he going to talk?
Not in this clip, but
Okay.
I think I could scrub ahead. But
okay,
Foo Fighters were mad, and then they said we didn't give them permission. But it turns out the Trump campaign did go through BMI and get permission to use that song at their rally.
So they got paid to use it.
Yes.
Yeah, and when they sign off to those music licensing companies, then they can't take it back. I don't think once they agree to that.
Right.
Yeah. So
CSAC, BMI.
There you go.
Well, I was going to vote for Trump till Dave Grohl told me not to.
Right. Yeah.
I like his music, but
sure,
I
but
don't like his politics.
No, who cares? Yeah. Anything else I need on RFK Jr.?
Did you want to hear him talk about the
yeah, absolutely.
the Zelensky peace deal that Biden totally messed up, or do you want to see CNN cut away from RFK's speech?
They're getting hammered for that one because he starts going into how corrupt the Democratic Party has become, and then they cut away.
Okay.
Did the palace coup against President Biden.
Oh, my gosh. Boy.
The same shadowy DNC operatives appointed his successor, also without an election.
Yep.
They installed a candidate who was so unpopular with voters that she dropped out in 2020 without winning a single delegate. My uncle and my father both relished debate. They prided themselves on their capacity to go toe-to-toe with any opponent in the battle over ideas. They would be astonished to learn of a Democratic Party presidential nominee who, like Vice President Harris, has not appeared in a single interview or an unscripted encounter with voters for 35
We've been
days.
listening to independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
See that? Calling out the DNC, calling out Kamala, and they got away from him.
Yeah, the Democrat Party.
You know what? It may be that, or they just couldn't stay with it. I mean, I was ready to pull it too. You know what I mean?
I never would have thought I would ever say
this.
this. It's very rare, and I know it's a struggle, and there's wonderful people. But this is one of those rare instances where I think the deaf are actually in a better position on this one. They're watching it being signed, and they're not hearing this.
Hey,
I didn't think that's what you were going to say, Rick.
Rick,
I thought you were going to say this. For once, I agree with CNN's decision to cut away. I thought that was
all I could think of is if I were able to read sign, I wish someone was signing it and I couldn't hear it.
Listen to the words, not the tone. Listen to the words, not the tone.
I can't get past it. I can't get past it.
Let me ask you this.
Maybe he just writes something and I can read it and go, man, that's awesome.
If you're sign language and you're doing it, is there? Do you also say that he's talking very straight? I mean,
they tell you that's why they make those faces so you'll know the level.
I mean, do they do that and go? It's kind of hard.
I don't think they do.
I'm afraid to find out what that means.
Right.
Hey, what is it? What's he got?
Depends on what
What's
day
he
of the
got?
week.
What's this ailment?
We've done this.
And there's another Kennedy that has it too.
Yes. Yeah.
What's a Kennedy thing?
Yeah, I think it's a Kennedy thing.
It's a thing.
RFK voice problem.
Yeah, we've done it. We've talked about it.
I don't remember.
Dysphonia.
Okay.
Look,
spasmodic dysphonia.
Why can we not just have someone come out and read what give
him a dry eraser board.
Having his supporters try to get him to go to Trump, that's a good thing.
He needs a lozenge.
I'm glad of that.
All right.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
again.
There's no sway pole again.
Right.
There's no remember I did the motorcycle on the high wire bounce on the trampoline?
Yes.
All new.
That motorcycle was right over our head, by the way.
Yeah. I tried spitting on you guys.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Is that what that
sorry.
I kept giving the woman behind me dirty looks.
This year, I'm actually doing a somersault over elephants. We line them up sideways. They're about the width of a car, a little more. And I do somersault over 3 elephants and 4 elephants. We get up to 5 elephants. Run down a little track, hit a mini tramp, and boom, trying to jump over them.
I bet you come down that ramp.
I mean, you better. You know.
I bet you are digging.
It's all about physics,
That's
isn't it?
right. I even brought this little thing here, bicycle.
Look at that bicycle. Ryan, look at the tiny bicycle. Look at that.
How about this? I mean, nobody can ride that bicycle.
If I tried to sit on that bike, y'all'd lose it. You know what I mean?
How about this?
You couldn't even find it.
No, yeah.
How about this? The doctor has used things bigger than that. I mean, that is unbelievable.
That looks like something they clean your teeth
I'll
with.
put it into perspective.
Or worse.
I'll put it into perspective.
Look at Tiny Bello.
Oh, it's little Bello.
That's the size of the guy who should ride it.
Right.
And I ride that on a high wire 30 feet in the air.
I know.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
Now, that's only me this year, okay? There's you remember what you saw me do 2 years ago?
Yes.
It's totally new. You remember the clowns used to do, how many clowns can we put in or out of the car?
Yes. Which, by the way,
I love that. I know it's old, but I love it.
That one never gets old.
Well, we got a new version of that. How many motorcycle daredevils can we fit inside of that steel cage ball? You know the motorcycle getting that ball?
Yeah, that thing is, that's crazy. That's another one that...
We crammed 5 guys in there.
And you know what? There's not room in there, Bello. Bello, there's not enough room.
They're on their motorcycle?
They're on their motorcycle.
Riding in there?
There's 5 brothers, the Torres brothers. They're from Paraguay, and they don't speak English, so they don't understand when we say, guys, that's impossible.
Yeah.
They just don't get it, and they just do it. And
have they learned the term workman's comp yet?
You broke up Bello.
Oh, boy. I got to think of how to translate that one today. El Worko Man, Campo Man.
But, I mean, 5?
5.
I mean, what was the... I mean, I saw before we used to do 2.
Yeah,
2.
maybe if they were really...
If they were good, they did 3.
Yeah.
They do 5. I mean, it's unreal. Unreal.
Dang it, there's not room in there, dude.
Yeah. We have Chinese acrobats this year, Brazilian dancers, and you know that 5, 6, 7, 8 goes so much faster when they're from Brazil.
Yeah.
So, you know, the circus has changed a little bit.
Well, let me ask you something.
This is by far the most thrilling circus that we've ever done.
You know, I know we don't like to repeat, but if I could bring up one act that I wouldn't mind seeing again, that woman that like bends herself all up, is she back?
Didn't she get in a milk carton before?
Let me tell you, I don't know who designed her outfit, but let's give her. I mean,
You've got to be flexible if you're going to do that.
Yeah, because the kids are enjoying everything. I go, something for Dad.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they're watching like the lions over here. Oh, let me see what's happening down here.
Let me tell you, it might have been 3 rings, but nobody even knew what was going on those other things. I asked the guy, I said, what happened in ring 3? He said, I have no idea.
I don't know.
Well, Rick, if you're going to fold yourself up that small, there's not a lot of room for clothes.
No,
you know what I mean?
Right.
Really.
But no, it really was amazing. All kidding aside.
And you know what? This year it's again... we can't bring back the same acts because then people say, oh, it was great, but we saw it again. But I'm sure she'll be back again in the future sometime. But, I mean, we have Chinese acrobats, people, Russian flyers, flying trapeze, Russian artists, Brazilian dancers, Paraguay from the the motorcycle globe. We have Jonathan Lee Iverson, our ringmaster. He's from New York. That's like another country. And then we have something called Bailey's Comet, which is just out of this world. I can only tell you a little bit about it because it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and it's absolutely amazing, and it's one of those things words can't describe it.
Yeah, I'm even looking at this, and it just writes it. It says, hey, we can't even show you a picture. It just says, hey, Bailey's Comet.
It's almost impossible to even, it is impossible to tell you what it is. It's something that you experience when you're there, and it's great.
Well, it's in town. If you are we're going all across the country.
I've got to know how he practices his balance too.
Well, we'll talk about it.
Have you got like a gyroscope in that hair or something? I mean, how in the world do you stay up there?
Well, look, I know we're traveling across the country, and if you're in the Birmingham area, it's at the Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center beginning tonight, and I'll be there going through the 26th. So get your tickets.
You're coming tonight?
Oh yeah, I'll be there.
Oh, I better brush my teeth then.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us and being part of the celebration of the Rick and Bubba Show.
By the way, somebody just helped me a lot on RFK Jr. When he comes on, hit the mute button, and then just put on the closed caption, and then I'll just be reading what he's saying.
That's a good idea.
And by the way, don't think I won't do that.
Do you know that I do that a lot of times on these new streaming episodes and stuff? Because back to what Brody said about how the mix now is, the audio's so low and the background noise is high. Sometimes I'll be sitting there listening. I'm like, what do they say? I can't. I'm leaning forward. Yeah. So sometimes I'll have that closed caption below to kind of help me.
Sometimes I can't stand it though.
Oh, I don't love it.
I can't take it.
So you're gonna listen to what?
I don't want to read. I want to see.
Are you gonna listen to his voice? I'm talking about strictly about this.
Well, that you may have something, but what Speedy's talking about, because Lisa tries to get me to do
I
that.
got
I
you.
can't.
Well, now it's a backup.
Caption.
I'm not reading it. It's just there in case I'm like,
reading.
what?
I can't not read it.
Yeah, you can't. You just stuck on it.
Bubba and I.
Rick,
It's horrible.
Did you see the Babylon Bee headline when all this kind of went down with them together?
No.
It had Trump pushing him to like the front of the stage, and it said Trump brings our. This is Babylon Bee, not me. Okay.
By the way,
underline that.
Babylon Bee right now, they are not concerned with anything other than being funny.
It's got
That's a dangerous
It's
place
got
to be.
Trump pushing RFK to the front of the stage, and it says Trump brings on RFK to give assassins another target.
Oh, good night.
I'm telling you, that's what I thought.
Listen.
I thought, wow.
You gotta give him credit though.
Oh my goodness! All right, so Bubba, you said back when
I did not.
Who was going to become the new darling of the Democratic Party once they got the old man baggage off? By the way, he's back on another 9-day vacation.
Yeah, to California.
So you said it would be Gavin Newsom. I'm a little shocked that it's not. One person that you and I interviewed on podcast said one of the reasons he would not be the candidate is that he won't be a puppet. They want another puppet, and in Kamala, they'll have another puppet.
Y'all, I'm still, I don't think it's over till we cast votes.
Well, apparently Gavin Newsom, eventually how someone really feels rises to the top. And apparently Gavin Newsom was on a podcast, right, Adler?
Yep.
And I'm looking to see if you told us what a Pod Save America.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's the name of the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the host talking to Gavin Newsom about Kamala Harris now being the new candidate.
How are you feeling about the switch?
I mean, the switch. No, we went through a very open process and a very inclusive process. It was bottom up. I don't know if you know that. Yes, that's what I've been told to say.
Yes, it was a blitz primary, I believe that's what they called it.
It's a very, very fast blitz. Yes. I think it was a blink primary, so we call that.
Oh, a 30-minute convention.
Yeah.
Between a tweet and another tweet.
It's amazing how it happened.
Yeah, it's been amazing. But what is amazing is how unified everybody is.
Okay.
Next level.
So here we go.
Wow. He's
Y'all
hoarse too.
He got mad there for a minute, didn't he?
Well, no, he was joking, but you could see what he really thought by the way he was expressing that in a humorous way.
Oh, no doubt.
Yep.
No doubt.
He knows it looks weird too.
Yep.
Now I had somebody in the email ask that since she didn't go through the primaries and the delegates and can this process be stopped legally? No, the election is only to bring delegates to the convention. The convention, which we had, can choose the candidate they want. If she's had one vote or 1 million, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
So they have done what they can do. She is the duly chosen Democrat to run for president because she was chosen at the convention, even though she hasn't had one popular vote. That's kind of the misconception. I mean, the popular vote matters because that's how the delegates are assigned, by percentage. But, we don't directly vote for a president in the party or in the general election because then you have the electors.
Electoral. Oh, electors. Okay. I didn't like you going to say Tory.
The electorals that do the electoring.
This is one of those things.
Y'all know what I mean.
It's one of those things you look at and all your friends have stepped out onto a pond. I said, I'm going to wait and see how the ice is. I'll step out there in a minute.
I'm already wet, so I don't care. I'm cold.
Well, the electors doing the electing? Would that be right?
Mm-hmm. The electors doing the selecting.
Okay.
Which is odd on words that we can actually say correctly. It is odd to see a candidate that is so unpopular being made the candidate. But normally you would say, they went with this person. They went with this person because they're just hot as a firecracker. The Democrats are just so fired up about them. Everybody loves them. We got to make them the new candidate. We got the old guy out. What they did is removed an old guy and then brought in somebody who is completely inept. They're showing footage, some clips. They're not current, but back during the pandemic and then right after the pandemic, where she kept saying not once, not twice, but like 3 times on 3 different appearances that 220 million people had died of COVID.
Yeah.
220 million. Yeah. And you're like,
in the U.S., I mean, sure.
We only have 340 million people.
Are they just Are they saying world numbers,
or
are they just getting confused about the U.S.
She's
numbers?
just saying it wrong.
Yeah.
And we had 1.1 in 2023. The last number I saw in April of 2023 was 1.1. That's terrible, but it's percentage-wise of 340 million. That's not a big percentage.
Right
now, 220 million.
Oh yeah, you wop the country.
That's Black Plague kind of stuff. I mean, more.
Yeah, it was only 25%.
If you guys want it, talking about what y'all are talking about, Jake Tapper actually called out Cory Booker for the lies that Democrats are telling.
Yeah, okay. You must be want to go to work for Fox. Here we go.
There you go.
A new chapter? I mean, she's the incumbent vice president. Democrats have controlled the White House for 12 of the last 16 years. How can Democrats talk about a new chapter turning the page? You guys are the ones writing the book.
Oh.
Well, you know that that's not true, Jay, because you know politics like I do. Right now, we see the MAGA Republicans in Congress killing all kind of pragmatic policies that we need to get done. On the most contentious issue, we had a bipartisan deal settled on by Senator Lankford, a right-wing Republican, and Chris Murphy, a blue state Democrat. And what killed that deal, what killed the pragmatic progress, wasn't the sensible Republicans, but really people that were kowtowing to Donald Trump. His influence is egregious and incredible.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
At least Tapper
Trump
asked
didn't
the
like the
question.
deal. He said he was not for it. Some people followed lead with that. Maybe it was a legitimate reason, maybe not. But that's how politics is done.
Yep.
Checks and balances.
Speaking of fun flashbacks, that was current, but talking about Kamala's 220 million were killed by COVID. The flashback on The View you've got on 3, I saw it picking up momentum over the weekend. Because you remember Whoopi told us that you should make no attempt to humanize Donald Trump. Now she's forgotten that at one time with the celebrities, he was the toast of the town.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So the only thing he did to upset Whoopi is he doesn't agree with her politically anymore.
Right.
So here she is talking about how much she loves him and he loves her. Then she tells us not to humanize him. So here we go.
She likes me. She even put me in a movie.
I was just going to say.
She put me in a movies, right? A long time ago. So how much did I charge? Nothing.
Like they say in the Godfather.
Tommy, I love you. I'm telling you.
And they're trying to humanize him and change your idea about who this guy is. Don't fall for that.
Trump. You're talking about.
Talking about Trump.
Oh, she looking at you.
Talking about Trump.
Uh-huh.
How about Trump?
It's that when I said I loved him and put him in one of my movies.
Yeah, how did she like that footage?
Times change.
Yeah, because she's not saying in the more current. She's saying he's evil incarnate. It's not even. She's not even
talking evil then too.
She's not even. Yeah, because it wasn't political. She's saying he's an evil person. So that doesn't change. I mean, politics can change, but. You didn't say he was evil when you said you loved him and put him in a movie?
There's the same stuff with Oprah as well. Oprah's like, I'll be your running mate years and years ago.
Yeah, when he was real young.
Yes.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
the Rick and Bubba Show. Bello is with us from the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus. The circus, of course, every year, just combing the country.
How would I look in that kind of hair, Rick? I mean, I've been looking for a new look this year.
I think it would work for you.
You think so?
You'd be a lot taller.
Yeah. You know what you remind me of is the Heat Miser. Remember that old Christmas thing?
So
I'm
do you just
Mr. Heat Miser.
You said it doesn't take long. I mean, what do you just?
No.
I just bend over, blow dry it. I've worn it like this. I wear it like this all the time.
No, you do not.
I swear to you.
Not even at home.
Yeah, I do.
So
I
it's
do.
used to it.
It's used to it since I was about 10 years old.
When you first came up, Dee came in here and said the guy from Kid and Play's here. So it was.
Well, when we were talking, as long as I can remember, from the back, the earliest childhood memory, I'm at Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus. It's always seemed like it was sometime in January where I live because I grew up in the Birmingham, Alabama area. Are you guys ever off? I mean, the circus seems to continue to roll and roll and roll.
Well, yeah, we actually travel for about 11 months out of the year. One tour takes 2 years to do, and there's 2 alternating units. So this time next year will be the blue unit.
Right.
And so that way it's always changing. About 11 months out of the year the first year, and about 10 to 11 months the second year, because we need 30 days off. We need a couple of days to recoup, but also 30 days to put together a new show. So this, right now, the show that comes to Birmingham is always fresh. We're 2 weeks into our tour. So,
wow. So it's brand new.
Yep, and I have 3 kids, been married for 15 years. I have 3 kids. I have a 13-year-old boy and 2 girls, 9 and 6.
What did they go with you guys?
They travel with me everywhere I go. My wife homeschools my kids. The circus has a school, but we were homeschooling beforehand, and that way we know they're getting a good Christian background.
Amen.
Lesson.
Amen.
Well, Bello, is it a big moment like when you see your child like climb out of the playpen for the first time and they're up there walking around the edge of it, and you go, hey, they've got the gift. I mean, it's.
Well, you know what's funny is
I picture that.
Yeah, do as I say, not as I do.
Right. Are they into it?
Well, yes and no. 7 generations of my family have been entertainers or performers, but my father never forced me to carry on the tradition. I'm not forcing my kids.
Right.
I'm only telling them you got to try it for around 30 or 40 years. After that, you can
do whatever you want to do.
Right. Yeah. And after the end of when you're 30, 35, we don't feel like you got the gift. You can go do what you want to do.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
But what a life, though.
Yeah, but I don't want to force them, and I don't want them to feel entitled. I don't want them to feel obligated. So it's just one of those things. If they're going to do it and be good at it, and do it, wholeheartedly and strong and love it, then do it. And if not, it'll bite you in the butt. Because there is not a more fun way to make a living, but it's.
Oh, I know. Have you eaten all the cotton candy you ever want?
Well,
and popcorn. Have you just had your fill?
Because it makes your hair stand up.
Now you've been married for 15 years, but you've known your wife since what, elementary school?
I met her in 3rd grade.
Third grade.
Here's a guy who was. It had to be the Lord's work.
Oh, sure.
Well, where are you from, Bello?
I'm from my mother's stomach.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Here you have a kid who travels around the whole the world. I mean, I spent time in anywhere from Thailand, Germany, all across the world, and I met my wife in 3rd grade in high school sweetheart. I mean, we just got married after high.
So she doesn't perform.
She did join. She wasn't from a performing family at all. She joined me, worked some of the Daredevil stuff, but I need someone to groom my hair. No, I'm kidding. No, but she's sort of like my agent and PR person and takes care of homeschools my kids. I mean, so she's busy.
Well, when you say that the circus is ever changing, you obviously are an entertainer. You've done things outside of Ringling Brothers, obviously. How long have you been with Ringling Brothers?
I've been with them. This is the start of my 3rd year, so my 2nd tour. Birmingham, I used to call this my Christmas vacation. I always had it. And we actually did the River Chase Galleria, the main event, the circus there. My family still does that. I'm just not there anymore. But we actually called Birmingham our...
We're back, 21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour, and we are rolling. Thank you for being here. So, short week coming up. Dr. Lou here Thursday to kick off college football season. Then we'll have a best of show on Friday and a Rick and Bubba replay on Monday, Labor Day. And like I say, college football has we got a little trickle of it this past weekend, but we'll get a lot of it coming up this weekend. How do you think Florida State fans are feeling today?
Well, you know,
hey,
when
who cares?
You had a great team, you felt like you got the shaft.
Mm-hmm.
And then you come back and lose your next game. Of course, it's a totally different team. See, that's why it's hard to compare.
It is.
You know, I know the same thing kind of happened with Auburn after the 83 season when they were number 3 going into the bowl games, and 1 and 2 lost, and they thought they were national champions, and then they were told, no, they jumped Miami from 5 up to 1.
Right.
And so there was, you know, a lot of hee-hawing about that. And then the next season in the kickoff game, they had Auburn and Miami play.
Yep.
And Miami won, but it wasn't the same teams.
Right, yeah. Yeah, when there's graduation, and you know that and that's what some were saying. You know, I think if you're a Florida State fan, you go. We traveled to Ireland. By the way, I thought that stadium looked pretty cool.
It really did.
Yeah, they did.
Cool, I'm surprised.
Yeah,
right in the middle of a neighborhood.
We traveled. Yeah. We traveled to Ireland. That was weird.
Georgia Tech traveled too.
Right. No, I got all that. You know, kind of like the famous thing that Dad said that time. We beat a team by about 35 points in the driving rain. And he was going to work on Sunday after church, and he walked by and saw that other coach's show on TV. And he just stood there and looked at it, and he looked at me and goes, boy, listen to this guy. You think it only rained on one side of the field. But anyway.
Not the case.
Yeah, but no, I got all that. Yeah. But I'm talking about, you know how in a fan mind, you got to come up with, they handled that better than we did, but it doesn't mean they're a better team than us, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And we came out a little flat. You'll say all those things.
Yeah, yeah.
And let me tell you something. The kid that kicked the game-winning field goal.
Yeah,
that was a big kick.
That was clutch.
Florida State traveled well. Boy, a lot there.
Yeah. So how much of this stadium was like local Irish people that were coming out to watch American football? I wonder. It had to be the majority of it, wouldn't it?
There's got to be some stats on that somewhere online.
Because I saw on game day they tried to show some of the fan bases from the other teams, and it didn't look like they were a tremendous amount of people compared to the size of the stadium.
Right.
A lot to have traveled that far.
Yeah.
But as far as to fill the seats, you're going to have a lot of locals there. And
how many?
Probably 60.
Apparently they did.
Yeah. How much? How many people does that stadium?
That's a good question. What did we say? 50-something last week?
Okay. Yeah.
It's a good-looking stadium. I like the design of it. It's kind of unique.
Is that what they play Gaelic ball in or whatever?
They may.
They
I don't know. Rugby, who knows?
Yep, 51,000.
Yeah, in the pregame they went over all that, Greg. It was funny, them trying to learn how to do all that.
Didn't they do the one with the paddle where you sling it?
Yes. Yeah.
It's almost like I don't want to wake a sleeping giant, but did they ever acknowledge why Lee Corso wasn't there?
No, but I think it's probably understood.
Is it?
Yeah. They say he's part of game day, but I'm sure it's on select shows and
not the whole schedule.
No,
and certainly not international.
I know the last few years he hasn't been there every time, or if he is, it's real quick.
I didn't know that.
And then I know during COVID and the season after, he would zoom in a lot, and he'd be in his backyard and all that. So
they kept that going after COVID.
Yeah, for a little bit, and I haven't seen. I love college game day as far as just Saturday morning excitement about, hey, we got us a big day. But I'm not glued starting from when it starts to when it ends. I'll come and go, so there's things I might miss.
Well, I did that thing, and I heard y'all talking about it in the kickoff hour. You know how you have to do I felt like for all of us, even fans of college football, that this was a run through.
Yeah,
and
It's week
dress
zero.
rehearsal. Yeah, and apparently so did Florida State, but. I did the deal where I'm going to ignore, and it wasn't as humid where we live, but it was still hot. And I said, I'm going to try to pretend like I'm going to do the deal where I put on game day because I didn't have to be anywhere, Saturday morning. So I kind of got up and eased into my day. And so I thought I'm going to put it on. I'm going to go over here where I normally do. I'm going to start doing things, but I'm going to have it on. I'm going to see how it feels. And it felt great.
It felt good. Yeah.
It really felt great.
It
really did.
I tell you, Kirk Herbstreit had a great breakdown of the playoffs and the 12 and how they'll be selected and all this kind of stuff. One thing I totally missed, we might have discussed it, but I just missed it, is that in college football now you have a 2-minute warning timeout. Like, in other words, there's a timeout at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah.
That and the communication with the quarterbacks. Now,
they're doing that.
They can communicate with the quarterbacks.
The Georgia Tech guy was struggling.
He was trying to listen in and hear it. But boy, you talking about fast now.
Yeah.
You can really fly. I think it's active until 15 seconds on the on the time clock?
I mean, that seems like a lot of technical stuff to cut those. You know what I mean? Golly, it's a lot to go wrong.
Makes tonight look like
Greg,
nothing,
did you?
doesn't it?
Yeah, right. Did you, Greg? Did you, Bubba? Did you, Adler, or Speedy? Has anybody caught? And I only saw it on Hard Knocks. I haven't seen the game. Has anybody caught the new kickoff setup?
Yes, for the NFL.
And
I don't hate it as bad as I thought I would.
And I'm the same way.
It's not that bad.
I went
What
in,
is it?
I
I
went in.
forgot.
I went into it with a hate attitude.
They can't move until the ball's
and
filled.
I kind of like it.
The lines are closer, and they all stand there. And then once he catches the ball, then they go.
Yeah, it's actually
So you actually return kicks now.
Yeah. I was going to say, they don't just kick them out the back anymore. The strategy now is to high kick it.
I went in with a bad attitude,
Yeah.
and I went, ain't that bad.
But did it do away with the onside kick?
Well, now you got to tell them when you're going to do it.
and it's only in the fourth quarter.
Onside kicks are ruined because
And you can
of
only
that.
do it in
See,
the
I
fourth
think
quarter.
that's one of the most exciting plays in football, and I wish they'd have changed the rules so you could recover them more often.
Yeah, I mean, what do we now got to say? Red Rover.
So the days
onside
now,
kick coming over.
And now this is just NFL, but you know when you come out in the second half and you onside kick, nobody's
Yeah,
expecting it.
right.
You can't do that anymore.
See,
But I don't like that.
I don't know who got hurt on onside kicks.
Yeah, the onside kick thing, I just hate everything about it. I'm now strictly talking, because they'd ruined it already, no matter what we set up. If you have to call it, it's ruined. Okay?
Hey, we're going to run a trap play.
Right, exactly. But I like the fact that the new kickoff, take away all the stuff with the onside kick, the fact we're getting returns.
We're getting returns.
We're getting returns again.
And look, I mean, they're blocking and tackling. I mean, it ain't like
It's like a running play.
It is.
It's almost
just
like a
when
running play.
It is. That's exactly what it is. It's like you're getting a big head start to get to the line.
And
of
I
scrimmage.
kind of dig it.
I did too.
Versus just kicking them out of the back of the end zone every time and nobody ever returned him.
That's right. I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's like a glorified run play with a little bit of a head start to run down.
Exactly. Yeah, you got a head of steam when you get to the line.
Right. You know, it's like now everybody looks like a back that hits it up in there.
And again,
You know,
we're getting so big and fast. Those collisions when you're coming full field, wow, that's some collisions.
It is.
But that takes away that part. It seems like if
Yeah,
you're
they're
running
closer together. Boom.
Seems like if you're running a kickback, you're still going to have some of
Well,
those
you are,
incredible
but
But they've
collisions.
taken the distance before they hit each
Yeah,
other, and they've really
right.
shrunk it.
They're in a big pile.
So where are they at, though, on the field?
Oh, we went through. I forget, Bubba, but
They're
not
pretty
far.
close.
They're like me to Greg. I mean, it's like we're only
And
this
the
far,
guy-
We-
close.
and we can't move until the ball hits the ground or it's called.
Yeah.
It's almost a Wildcat running play.
It is. It really is. It really is.
Go, boy, go.
Yeah, but I think I like it better than no returns.
Oh, absolutely. Because
Yeah.
it doesn't came to that. Even in high school, at some of the bigger schools, there's no returns ever.
No.
You might as well not kick it. I mean,
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our Christmas home,
Really?
you know. Yeah. So we used to go to the River Chase Galleria, and that was we had our family vacation there, and we just happened to do a circus for everyone.
You remember the guy that kept doing
Yes.
the somersaults over the carousel for no apparent reason? That was him.
That
Yeah, and they said you really came in handy hanging up the decorations.
See, you know it. I know. Well, now I got a better job. All the confetti that I just get on my knees and I sweep it up at night afterwards when everyone's gone, all the popcorn
Right.
with my hair.
If you've never seen Bello perform, you need to. And if you're like us and you have seen him, like he says, it's new stunts this year on the tour that's out, and you're with the Red group, right?
The Red unit, that's right.
The Red
Red
unit.
group, yep.
And if the Blue comes there, is it just another version? Because last year,
Yep.
I can't remember. We had the blue last year, and it was another clown, and he was very good. Now, he didn't do the acrobats, but he had a lot of magic.
Different
and all
type. I mean, I hate to say it. There's just no one out there like me. No one.
Well, look, just go ahead and say it, Bella. That's not braggadocious.
What happens is I've just sort of come together and put two things together. And why no one's ever really done that is the muscle. You got to sort of put brains to your muscle and say one hand's got to cling on for dear life, and the other one's got to look lanky and like it doesn't have a muscle in the world. But at the same time, you got to be safe. I mean, you can't,
Sure.
People come there to see just a little bit of danger. They don't actually want to see the front page headline.
No,
you know what I mean? So we want to see.
I want to be scared.
Yeah, exactly.
And not mortified.
Yeah. You don't want the kids to go, Dad, that circus thing was unforgettable.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Now we need professional help.
That's why all four of us sleep with you and Mommy now.
and that's what Ringling Brothers has been around for 133 years. I mean, there's really nothing like it because no one does it better than they. And I'm so happy to be with them because a place called the greatest show on earth.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's
a lot
it's
going
really
on.
Something. Yeah, it's a lot of weight on the shoulders, and we've got a great. Mark Oliver Gable is the son of Gunther Gable Williams.
Yeah.
They actually put microphones on him and in the cage, so you actually get the feel of what it's like to be in the cage with him. So it's sort of like, it's the experience of being there. Something else I want to tell you, an hour before the show, bring your kids bring the moms and dads, but you actually get to come in, meet the performers, touch the dancers. I mean, touch the elephants. I'm sorry.
Little self-promo for the dads there.
Touch the animals, see how they're trained, what they do, how they live.
Can I tell you, my kids love the
animals. That's a lot of fun.
That is what it's all about to them, is to get to see those animals.
I got something I want to show you guys. Comic Daredevil.
All right. Oh, my gosh.
Wooden balls here. I'm going to juggle them. I tell you they're wooden, otherwise you wouldn't believe me.
Right. Oh, you're the jokes today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, and look, Bello, and look, he's got the.
Dangerous fish.
Oh my God! Are you all right, Bella?
I'm okay. These are like in the Charlie Chaplin days, it used to go like that. And then the Godzilla days, it went like this.
Yeah.
That's true.
Let me see if I can.
Oh, whoa, my God! He's now juggling. How many are those?
There's like 9 of them.
Like 9, 10.
Wow.
12.
For those of you listening on radio, as you know, all along we've always been able to tell you. Now, if you got Turner South, you can actually see these things we've told you about.
Tell them there's 20 because they don't know.
Right.
It looks from here to be 25.
If you're listening on radio, it's 20. If you're watching it, somewhere around 9 or 10. So look here, tennis ball.
What a good one!
He's got them grouped in little groups. But boy, that really looked impressive when he was about to go.
Oh man!
Hey, I brought one of these guys. They told me to plug the show a bunch, so I wanted to bring.
Bella, that's terrible. I mean, that is so bad.
Do you realize that this could be Casio Kid?
Yeah,
I mean the heavy version.
Yeah, but when you see his act, you think Casio could do it right until you actually see the act, then you go, well, no, maybe
so you
not.
actually move.
Well,
I didn't want to bring too much because I didn't want, we still got the show to do. So I mean, let's ride the bike.
Yeah, we got to do that.
Can I do that?
Yeah, can you?
I mean, you ride it on a wire, so in the hall, really, it's not a big deal, right?
We just want to shoot you coming down there on this. And y'all, this bike. Can you describe, Bubba, if you can't see it?
This bike could not be more than a foot tall.
Yeah, let's get.
I mean, it's tiny. Look, my kids have little toys that are. Look at that.
Here we go. So, taxnetworkusa.com/bigbox. I know. Anytime I say the word tax, you just say, ugh. That'll make hives break out on you. What about if the IRS is looking for you? That's a good feeling. That is a good feeling right there. So, let me tell you, if you need to deal with the IRS, do not try to contact them on your own. Do not do that. Now, when they're putting all these new IRS agents into the field, you think they're looking for the uber rich that they demonize all the time? No. They know that between them and the wealthiest people in our country, lots of lawyers. But in between the IRS and hardworking men and women, well, a little easier for a predator to pick you off. That's why you need your own advocate. Get your free consultation today by calling 1-800-245-6000. Let the folks at taxnetworkusa.com/bigbox handle this. Let their attorneys do this. They know the agents to deal with, the ones not to deal with. They know about a new program that the IRS has that they're looking to waive a lot of penalties. You might qualify for that. So find out more by going to taxnetworkusa.com/bigbox or call 1-800-245-6000. Also look for that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. You know what we almost forgot about Labor Day weekend coming up?
Oh, yeah, the big, well, what would you call this?
I'm afraid to say what I'd call it.
Well, I started to say it, and I thought, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
Is this on Saturday?
I don't know, but Kobayashi, Greg, this is your area again. Today you've let us down on NASCAR, and now you're not ready for this Netflix event.
I forgot. Him and Jaws having a showdown.
Now, who is Jaws?
That's old Joey Chestnut.
Okay.
Everybody knows that, right?
All right, so Joe.
What are they calling this, Greg? It's not.
I don't know. It's been years since they competed. I forget what the record is. I think Chestnut's won the most in head-on-head. But
But do they have a name for this?
It's called Unfinished Beef.
No way. No way I would watch
Of course,
this.
I can't pull for Joey Chestnut because he's eating them vegetable hot dogs.
So that's ruined it.
That's his new sponsor.
No, don't blame a man for a sponsor.
That's
Greg,
true.
be careful about demonizing sponsors.
Yeah. Check that out.
That's a good logo. Good.
Chestnut Unfinished Beef. You're right. Monday. It's on Monday. Good.
I think they could have come up with a better
What
name
time?
than that.
All day, Greg. Just sit down all day and watch it.
That's quite a dog there.
It is. That's why I was waiting on that. Good gracious.
No.
Oh, here's the beef.
I'm going to go back to you should have to eat it in that form, not shoving bread and dipping in water. That's not eating a hot dog. You're eating weenies and bread. You're not eating a hot dog.
All right, back to this.
Just saying.
Take the vegetable thing out of it.
Okay.
Who do you think will win?
Oh, Chestnut all day.
You don't think
Kobayashi's been out for years.
Well, I know, but wasn't he like right up there with him?
He was the king until Chestnut knocked him off the pedestal.
But he beat him straight up, or he just left?
No, he beat him 2 or 3 times.
Here's another poster.
3-0.
Let me get
the ultimate hot dog eating competition.
I don't know if that's.
Why does anybody want to watch this, Greg?
All right,
Why?
so it says, Greg, it will take place September the 2nd, Labor Day, at 2 p.m. Central Time.
Greg,
did you listen to anything I just said?
I hate these eating competitions.
Hate them.
But I've got to watch this.
Will you watch it?
This is the matchup I've dreamed of. See, I got into. I didn't fully ever know Kobayashi other than he was the champion.
You never saw him do his thing.
Yeah,
Joey's got a head start. Look how big his mouth is.
Are you saying it would be like you never got to see Muhammad Ali box, and now he's boxing?
And he's going to come
Tyson?
out and fight somebody, and you go, well, I got to see that because I didn't follow this till Greg got on the show.
But do you think you can stomach, pun intended, the watching people dip hot dogs in water and eat wet bread?
It's bad enough. It's bad enough doing that. But when somebody gets sick, like they did this past year, that's the one I can't take.
I'm trying to find their record against each other.
I can't take it. I mean, I'll have to have a cold compress.
Oh, no.
Something to keep it down.
No. All right, so
here it is.
What's the setting?
All right,
they faced off.
Bubba, this is important.
Against each other 5 times. Chestnut's 1-3, Kobayashi's 1-2.
Oh,
that's
pretty tight.
Now I gotta watch it. This could be the big one. Tie it all up.
This is like saying Greg has to watch a dog eat her puppies.
No,
you can't.
I want to know, because it's only 2 of them, what's the setup? Like, are they going to be on a table? Are they going to sit there and like face each other
like arm wrestling
and pull off the same bucket of weenies, or what are we doing?
It gives a whole new feel to Labor Day.
Rick, your worst nightmare. I know how you are, but did you see this year's the lemonade drinking contest? And he threw every bit of it back.
No, I can't do that.
The entire thing.
No.
And you know what's funny? He had a mohawk when he was doing it.
You know what would be my luck? I'd turn this thing on, and they'd have a guest MC, RFK Jr. That'd be my luck.
Or listen, even a worse fear. What if the Olympics made this a sport?
I'd rather
they might as well. They might as well. It's not any dumber than breakdancing.
Who's committed?
Stingray. What was Gun Ray? What was the dancer? Stingray.
Ray Gun.
We do Stingray.
Show enough, Ray Gun.
Whose responsibility is it to watch this?
I found the trailer.
Oh, I'm watching it.
I found the trailer.
So you're in.
Says he'll watch it.
I'm in. I'll have to watch it with a cold compress.
Here's a quick trailer. 2 champions, Joey Chestnut
Kobayashi, one legendary beef.
On September 2nd, watch the greatest competitive eaters go
Okay, look at that.
head-to-head
Good
for the
God.
first time in 15 years. In a rematch
First
where
time in
winner
15
takes
years.
all. Chestnut versus Kobayashi, unfinished beef, live only on Netflix.
Only in America.
Yeah.
This goes back to
But they're-
Jay
but-
Leno again.
Yeah, I know. But you
this
know what
goes
I'm
back- We
saying?
got so much food, we're just playing with it.
Even in the promo, they got the hot dog in its true form, like they're going, but they don't do it. They gross everybody out. with that bread.
Kobayashi
Can you
looks
imagine-
like, you know what he look? He looks like Spock's evil cousin now or
Right.
something. What is that?
Wow.
Get up.
I know that hairdo he's got.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
Eyeliner or something?
You know, I know he
What
got
was
banned by one of well, so is Joey Chestnut. They've both been banned, but he hadn't been. I mean, Joey Chestnut's been the champ for years. Kobayashi, it's been a long time since he's been.
The
out.
Competitive Eating Council has got to bring everybody to the table, so
Now-
to speak.
Joey Chestnut takes on Henry Cho.
He does look like. But didn't we do an article that he said he's done though? He's retired.
Who's done?
This is
it.
Kobayashi.
Last-
He's retired for health reasons. Rick. He said his body just can't
Well,
take it
no,
anymore.
but now he's doing this.
Well,
What if it kills him?
He's
Well,
got another million.
Ricky went out doing what he loved.
Okay.
You got to try your best when it's wiener take all, you know?
That's good.
Y'all didn't give me
That's
anything
actually
about
good.
the Competitive Eating Council bringing everybody to the table.
That's good. All these are good.
All right, guys, we're gonna work this out.
All this is good. So many. All of you are really on fire today on your eating puns.
Well, they pulled it off somehow. People been screaming for this for years, Rick. People been screaming for this.
He just tries to be smooth.
I'll tell you there.
I've got a question.
And I got
to
it. I
ask-
know to pound down after he does it.
I've got a question to ask you about what they should call it.
Not on the air, I hope.
No,
Okay.
not to start with.
It's not a good look. It's not. I'll give you that.
No. Apparently, they did
not
not.
good look at all.
They're not from Calhoun County.
That's right. Yeah,
Let me tell you,
exactly.
you
They didn't
might-
go to school with us.
You might do a hot dog eating contest one time, but you won't do it again.
Not after that
You
harassment.
won't do it again.
Not after pictures
Hey,
and
your
commentary.
trophy won't mean anything. And there's not enough
Hey,
money.
you know, you got that.
There's not enough money to get you back.
Yeah.
Hey, you look pretty talented.
You know why you? Let me tell you why you whatever money you won, it's all gone now. Paying people off to stop harassing you.
Yeah. All right, Greg.
Hey, you look like a natural.
I got a question for you, Greg. Let's say you
Greg, we're on there.
you had a talent when it came to this eating contest.
I did.
Yes.
Okay.
What is the purse?
Okay.
What is the fee that you would accept to do this?
Am I eating hot dogs or can I eat anything?
knowing that Kate's was going to call you after seeing it. How much? How much is worth the Kate's call? Huh?
I don't think there's any money.
I don't know. That's tough.
You
You got to have a price, Greg. I know you do.
How about this?
10 grand.
Huh? 10?
Oh, that's
You
low.
always
Well, I
lowball
just
yourself.
thought it was
That's low.
feasible.
Hey,
if you get too crazy, no
$1,000. $1,000.
There you
Do
go.
that for one, how many? How many?
1,000.
And then come back to work here?
Yeah.
He's lying. He'd do it for free.
Daycare is so expensive.
I think
$1,000 ain't gonna last very long.
I think you'd have to have 100 grand.
I heard you, Greg. I heard you. Okay, I
He
heard
said
you.
Adler would do it for free.
He's lying. He'd do it for free. He'd pay them.
So
Let me after them dogs.
So
Let me get my blue belt on.
if you have
Show it with his gi on.
Yeah, you just got his ski on going.
it would be better with him wearing a gi, wouldn't it? I mean, that just makes it.
Hey, this would be him.
That's not happening. It's not going to happen.
Look, we're acting like we don't have video Speedy on the suckler.
No, that's true.
Oh, that's different. That's
I watched that this weekend, by the way.
Terrible transition. Oh, what such a bad
two different
transition.
things.
Oh my goodness.
Wiener takes all, though, guys. Wiener takes all.
Oh my.
So Rick,
I
if you
can't breathe.
have two teams playing, it's called a playoff. So it's I don't know what they would
An
come up
eat off.
with.
Let's say
Meat
eat off. Eat off.
Rick and Bubba.
I mean, you ride it on a wire, so in the hall, really, it's not a big deal, right?
We just want to shoot you coming down there on this. And y'all, this bike, can you describe, Bubba, if you can't
Rick,
see it, how tiny it is?
this bike could not be more than a foot tall.
Yeah, let's get...
I mean, it's tiny.
Look,
my kids have little toys that are... Look at that.
Look, y'all see how small... This,
Rick,
picture...
You can't even see the bike under him.
Picture your little kids, the tiniest bike you've ever got from
nice shoes there, Bello.
Yeah, Bello, good shoes. And he is riding this. I mean, how about a G.I. Joe couldn't sit on it? I mean, it'd be like a G.I. Joe or like
I don't know how in the world you're balancing on that, Bello.
How does he do? How do you balance on that? Does that hurt? Because it really does look like
it only hurts for a little while. You want to try it?
No, thank you.
No.
Don't want to try it. D, get on it one time.
Bello, what do you do? What do you do to practice balance? Do what, Bello? Holler loud. Yeah, we'll ask you when you come back.
D is going to try to get on
this. Y'all, this is going to be bad. This is going. Oh, D already loses it right out of the gate.
There's no way he can get on that.
D,
turn loose, D.
You can't even see it.
No, how about this?
Go, D, go.
Look, D, go. Oh,
boy, D.
That's you can't lean on the wall.
There's D's down. D's down.
I mean,
bike?
Like on this bicycle thing, you probably started out on a kid's bike.
Yeah.
And then you went, I think I'll go smaller. Did you just keep going?
You just kept going smaller, and it's
and you call the guy from the welding department and said, cut this down a little more?
Do you build your own props?
Yeah, a lot of them.
And you ride that on a wire?
I ride that on a high wire. 30 feet in the air.
Good.
Yeah.
Ringling Brothers and Barnum Bailey Circus. D, I don't think you're going to be joining anytime soon.
No,
I don't think so.
D, keep your day job.
Get your tickets through Ticketmaster.
Look, Carmen's going, it's too little for me.
You know, any 3-year-old kid can do that. It just takes 30 years practice.
That's it. Bello, it's always a pleasure.
Thank you so much. I hope you guys come out and see us.
We will. We're going to try to go tonight, but it's here all through the weekend. There's various shows. Find out by calling 205-715-6000. Get with Ticketmaster and you get tickets to the show.
You know what? You can actually check out ringling.com and see when we're coming to your town.
Ringling.com.
You guys are all over the place.
Thank you, buddy. Here we go, 10 minutes to the top phone troll. This doesn't feel like a good idea. It just doesn't. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All 10 lines are available. And here we go. So if you want to join us, you can. Speedy will help with that at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so dial us up. You'll get there. We'll go 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. it feels like this isn't the wisest move, but we will. But let's keep it in the road.
What did
now.
Speedy want to call it? I'm sorry.
Well, he had a name for it, Bubba, and I think it's been turned down. I think that one, when it was put in front of whatever ruling board there is. So we'll get some of your phone calls in. It was there were a lot of suggestions, but none of them. I think what they're doing should work. Let's just stay with that. You know who I got to see last night in concert?
Who?
Active Congress.
Yeah, you tell me about that.
How about Active Congress?
I love those guys.
Well, apparently what it was, I got an invitation to be there. They have been off in Nashville with a bunch of songwriters that work in Nashville full time. There's some Nashville record bunch that's found them or whatever, and that guy was there, and they debuted all new music. But of course, people had to shout things from the crowd like you do.
Yeah.
And so they said to say hello to everybody. But their new stuff sounds fantastic.
They are so talented.
Yep.
And we're so lucky to even know them, much less have them come in the studio every year. And I told you this summer I was at a wedding.
Yes.
And I heard a familiar sound.
Yes.
And went to look, and it was them. I was so excited.
It's funny. They made a joke about playing weddings. I won't give it away, but the female in the band, Connie, does a pretty good impression of the mother of the bride dancing.
Oh, bet.
Pretty funny. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it's pretty funny. It's spot on, by the way. But anyway,
they're just funny. They got great.
If you'll check right now, if you'll
talented.
go with all the streaming out there, it's funny too. They were talking about your music now. Do you know how much money a band makes if they have 1 million listens? Do you know how much money that is?
How much?
$1 million,
Mm-hmm.
$4,000. You realize how that's why everybody's on tour now.
Yeah,
it's great for the consumer, but boy, for the artist. It is that you realize how hard it is to get 1 million people to take your song?
Yeah.
And in return you get $4,000. So anyway, they have some new stuff out, but they've got a hymns album that they good, and they've released some new singles and stuff too. So if you're into them, check that out wherever you get music. Active Congress got some new stuff out, really good.
The Hymns That Made Us, I believe, is what it's called.
Yeah. Can I tell you a funny hat they had? Making Hymns Great Again.
That is good.
Funny.
That is good.
That's a funny hat. Yeah, that's funny. But anyway, so and they've got some original stuff they've done that is just their own.
Well, I'm glad they're doing good.
Yeah, they're doing great.
Yeah.
So to the phones we go. Let's go to Craig in Gardendale. Craig, 30 seconds, buddy. Go ahead.
Two things about him leaving. First of all, I wonder how many feelings he's hurt from being in y'all's group for 11 years.
I didn't think about
15
that.
years,
I
I'm
didn't
sorry.
think about that.
And why would you leave a job with low expectations to take a job that has high expectations?
Good night, Craig. You were on fire today. Both of those are valid points. Valid points. Our whole world's low expectations. You go into coaching, suddenly everybody expects you to win. Nobody expects us to win. Mark in Georgia. Mark, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Just calling to see what your thoughts on the AT&T strike was.
I don't know enough about it to have an opinion. I really have no. I mean, I heard about it late in the weekend. I see some people texting about it, but I don't know the details, so I don't really have an opinion.
Well, we just would like your support for all the workers.
Well, I'd like to know what it's about first, and not just blindly go out there. But, it certainly sounds like you'd always be with the workers, but I don't know what y'all are disputing. Do you?
No, I really don't. And I know several of the workers who are out on strike, and I hate it for them right now. But
does it have something to do with insurance and they were making them pay for it? Or something? I don't know. I don't know the details, but you know what? You have the right to do that, and I hope that it all works out for everybody.
Now, if you need a phone line today, you really hope it's settled
yes,
quickly.
Right. Or maybe a live broadcast.
Yeah, somewhere that could be. Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to JR in Sweet Home, Alabama. JR, go.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing?
Good, good. How you doing?
Okay. Thinking about the hot dog eating contest, the only thing worse than that after eating about 85 hot dogs is go home and say, honey, what's for supper? She says, hot dogs.
Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Yeah, I've never really heard, and Greg, you may know about what the days after these competitions
It's got to be
like.
rough.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you may need medical help.
Yeah, the sheer volume is just incredible.
Yeah, your body can't.
We've said on this show for 31 years, eating is not a contest.
No, it's an art form.
It's not an exhibition. it's fellowship and it's to be enjoyed. We don't like. It's not a dare. We don't like food dares, food contests.
No.
We continue. Let's go to Travis in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Travis, go ahead.
Mac. Hey, I think the ultimate slap in the face when Trump gets elected is to put RFK Jr. as his press secretary. That would be awesome.
Yeah, let's come on. Let's not do that. RFK Jr. needs to write a lot of things. He doesn't need to say a lot of things.
Hey, he's going to be in charge of the assassinations committee.
But we don't have to hear him say, "Here's what we found."
Get a professional,
get a spokesperson or something. God bless you. We continue. Let's go to Lynn in Wetumpka. Lynn, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Hello, Lynn. How are you?
I'm good. Y'all were talking about RFK. I was like, God bless him, but God bless his wife more. Because I tell you what, when I married him, I would tell him we're going to have a silent marriage or we're going to have to get a translator.
Oh, yeah. That's you almost kind of pull. Men don't give the silent treatment like women do. But, boy, you'd be pulling for one here.
Yeah, you would. You really would.
We continue. Let's go to JT, Birmingham, ZZK. JT, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Got a quick comment on the AT&T strike.
Okay.
Why don't they just quit? If they don't like where they work and the bosses aren't treating them well, quit and go work somewhere else.
Well, I mean, I guess that you could get down to that option. Again, I don't know what their beef is. Their beef may turn out to be a legitimate beef, and this is available to workers to get better deals. But I don't know what the beef is. But you're right. Ultimately, at the end, if you can't get what you want, the Rolling Stones said, you will eventually get what you need. If you find the people you work for to be, unreasonable to the point you're like, look, I'm out. I mean, that is always a final option. But of course, I guess they're trying to say, no, why don't we look for a win-win, which, a win-win is great. But I don't know what everybody's arguing about, so I really should just keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't know the issue. So I don't blanket support any side in something until I hear what it's all about.
Right.
But it'll work itself out. You have unions, you have big corporations, and they have collective bargaining agreements, and that's how they work all this out. It's part of the process.
Right, and I've been a part of it many times, and like I say, it's a negotiation. You go back and forth until you finally vote on one you like.
Yeah, and I think we both have seen examples to where the company is being unreasonable, and we've seen examples where the union's being unreasonable. Yeah. I don't know which one is in play here because I don't know anything about it.
It started on the 16th. More than 17,000 AT&T workers across 9 southeastern states walked off their jobs.
For what reason?
The workers represented by the CWA, they filed an unfair labor practice against AT&T's management because of the bargaining process. They used they used contractors during the contract negotiations.
You see how much easier a hot dog eating contest is?
Yeah, let's talk about that again.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.